play it again.
Hello, 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 my lovely, lovely imps. I apologize for my lateness today. I am so very sorry to run late today, and it looks like it caused me a bit of a goof. I paid the price by missing a great Vaush raid, but you know what? These things happen. These things happen. I will explain. Hey, Vermin, good to see you. Let me tell you what happened. No, it's okay. The raid isn't gone, because me arriving is always a raid, okay? All right, it's a raid on your senses. Take that. Oh yeah. Anyway, I'm trying to maintain positivity. You might notice my energy is a little low. Well, there's a funny reason for that, okay? So, last night, I slept like shit, okay? I slept horribly last night. And what actually happened was I was super cold about 2.5 hours ago, and I laid down just to have a blanket on me to be warm, and I fell asleep. And then I woke up right before I was supposed to go on stream, and I went, fuck! And so here we are. But it's okay. It's all good. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. We got the energy here, and I got lots of fucking stuff to talk about. Yeah, I did. It very rarely happens. I'm usually so fucking anxious about, well, not anxious, but like I'm so energetic about stream that there's like no way I could sleep anytime near stream. But today I was so tired that I was like, oh yeah, I saw that, by the way. Hey, Zonzi, you're welcome for the interesting raid. I hope the viewers had fun with Zonzi. Yeah, so many plushes. Yeah, don't worry. I have a whole bunch of caffeine. Fawn is actually making me a giant cup of coffee, which will be awesome. And I have a little bit of soda here left over from earlier. Yeah, I got a bunch of plushies. I got a whole bunch of ideas for plushies, okay? Listen, I'm working on it, okay? I'm going to be upgrading the backdrop as time goes on. Now, real quick, I haven't done my usual intro. So, Pinkwug, Jessica Metal, Keenox, Purple EB-chan, Nabucco, Withotro, Neuron Fire, Castrix, Adam Flores, Kangaroo, Devious Chillster, Hyun, Ali Cade, NB Kitsune, Silax, and Crabe. From the site chat, from the Twitch chat, we have Samaja and Executioner and Cookies. And Spira. And from the YouTube chat, we have Super Inhuman, A Normal Chris, Angry Fruit, Jamie Johnson, Ashton Edismo, Brooke Brindle, Brooke Brindle, and Punished Beavis. It is good to see you all. Now, we have 130 Pog viewers on the YouTube stream, but only 36 likes. So if we could get some motherfucking likes on the video, I would deeply appreciate that. The likes, literally, every time we get a wave of likes, a wave of viewers comes in as well. Because as it turns out, YouTube really likes likes. So give me those likes. They're free, and it actually helps me run the show and make a living and produce great content for you all. Likewise, if you are watching on Twitch, you can do the same if you want to go to the YouTube chat. I don't expect it of you, but you are actually allowed to do that. You're allowed to go to YouTube and like the YouTube live stream. Yeah? Yeah, seriously. It means the world. Hey, Kino, great to see you. Great to see you. Yeah, I hope you're ready for the stream. So we got a lot of stuff to talk about, first of all. That's good to hear, Samaja. I know, I missed the raid because of goofery. Listen, I am a human. Sometimes scheduling mishaps happen. I'm hardly the first streamer to be late, but I promise you, I probably feel the worst about it. I hate being late, but having ADHD means I struggle severely with schedules. So, I hate it. Usually, I give myself like an hour to be ready in advance, but, you know, it doesn't always happen. So, historically, I can't remember what I was even gonna say. Whatever, okay? Yo, that's cool, NB Kitsune. Yeah, this week is gonna be particularly exhausting. So let's talk, okay? Because I know a lot of you have heard that Friday ain't gonna be what we expected it was gonna be. A lot of people are, as it turns out, so let me tell you a quick story, okay? For those of you who don't know, I won the Hippy Dippy Rumble. The first ever Hippy Dippy Rumble was mine. I walked away from that winning, okay? I crushed the competition. Go ahead, go take a look at the votes. Go take a look at the votes from the judges, all right? It was a crush, okay? I knocked that motherfucker, Tyler Bluntman, blown out of the water, okay? Now, we actually I never found out who the secret judge was. It's very strange. AJW was sleeping at the wheel. Yeah, Tyler Copeman, also known as, you might know him by Tyler Copeman. I don't know. I actually don't know, okay? It might have been Destiny. I have no clue, okay? Somebody who voted for me, though. So that's interesting. So I was going to be going up against Vaush in a 1v1, which I was excited for, yes? You know. Yeah. Some who've said, you know, Vaush, Fat Ian, Itchy Dick, or whatever his name is. Scratchy Dick, I can't remember what his last name is, okay? But Kakitchi? Yeah, Kakitchi, that's the one. Yeah, I got his name wrong. Sorry, I always mix up those last names. Call me racist if you want to. Kakichi, that's right. Yes. Oh, yeah, look at that. I love it. This one is my favorite. I can't wait. Now, I have another problem, okay? Because people don't like me very much. I don't know if you all have noticed this, but I am not a very popular figure in certain spheres of the internet, okay? Like, very unpopular with regard to certain spheres, okay? There are some people who do like me. Most people who talk to me like me. See, most of my fellow content creators think I'm cool as fuck. But there is a very large, very, very populous sphere of the internet that really doesn't like me. Hey, Jangles, it's great to see you. Don't forget, if you come to site chat, I'll give you your cool fancy name, but you don't have to hang out on site chat if you don't want to, Jangles. You know, on my day off, I know this might come as a surprise to you, but I am a huge stream nerd, okay? Like, I love streams. I watch streams a lot of times on my days off. In fact, yesterday, I basically did nothing except for rest, watch streams, and play Cultivation Simulator, okay? Yesterday, I was watching a lot of streams. I caught a lot of cool streams. Yesterday, I watched Chud Logic. Then I was raided into Dylan, and I watched Dylan for like 6 hours. And then from Dylan, we ended up watching Conyer. So I caught 3 full streams yesterday, which was awesome as hell. Had a great time watching Chud Logic. Had a great time watching Dylan. Had a great time watching Conyer. Conyer's stream was like so fucking vibe. It was such a... Conyer's streams are so chill, by the way, just so you all know. Like, they're super, super chill. And we were chit-chatting. It was great. It was fun. Now, there's one weird experience I have these days, okay? Which is that, and I never thought that this would happen, but I can't, it's very rare for me to be able to watch a stream in which I don't end up getting, that's weird. I don't end up getting mentioned during the stream, which is kind of weird, okay? Because, like, especially on Twitch, my name comes up a lot. It's strange. Now, sometimes it's good. Like, for example, during Chud's stream, I appeared on the screen because Chud was talking about the Tyler Bluntman thing for a minute. Then it happened again on Dylan's stream where I was in the political Twitch clips channel 3 times. 3 of my clips ended up making it in there, which, hey, that feels kind of cool, right? But the thing is, a lot of people react really weird to that. And when I popped up, yes, it is Carton Realista. I pay a little more attention to site chat, but I usually try to keep an eye on all my other chats. But when I come up on the screen, people usually share their opinions of me. And given that Dylan is organizing an event, a lot of people shared their opinions about me and the topics that I wanted to talk to Vaush about. And as it turns out, people really don't want to hear me talk about basically anything. Vaush's chat was not feeling the veganism discussion. And Dylan's chat, did my name get dropped in Kyle and Friends? Wait, for real? I didn't see that. Dorian, if you have a link to that, I would deeply appreciate that. If you have a link to that, that would be great. So they didn't want it. Dylan's chat really, really, really didn't want to hear me talk about neopronouns or veganism. And so, Dylan decided to throw a wrench into the works. So this Friday, I will not be going up 1v1. Hey, Jangles, let me get you your name. Let me get you your fancy name. Give me just a second. Let me get you your fancy name real quick here. Jangles, the science lad. We really loved your latest video. We watched it on stream, and I told everyone to go comment. Anyway, so I won't be going up 1v1 against Vaush. And instead, there will be a fatal 4-way on Friday. Now, for those of you who don't know what that actually means, that means that I will now have to fight 3 other people to get the title that is rightfully mine, okay? Listen, you know how bad I've wanted that title. You know how much I've wanted that belt. So now I gotta fight 2 right-wingers and Vaush, which is a lot. But let's be real. Let's talk about it just a little bit. Is it conservative affirmative action? Well, yes, of course. Of course. Of course it's right. It is not, there is not a panel without right-wing, affirmative action. Let's be real. Let me just talk about this, okay? The right-wingers, there are no right-wingers brave enough to challenge me, except, to their credit, Rob Noerr and John Burke, okay? Now, oh, that's really cool, Dorian. I didn't, that's really cool. Whoa, Shu mentioned me? That's so cool. That's so fucking cool. Anyway, yeah, and that's exactly why, Eurus McProll. You see, the right-wingers never can make it to actually any level of prominence because they always get in serious trouble. You see, a lot of right-wingers are just fucking off their rocker, okay? Suspect Sushi is going to prison, okay? He got arrested for being inside the Capitol, and there's pictures of him all over the place. Fun fact, did you know he was ID'd because of a Destiny thumbnail? Isn't that ridiculous? Somebody recognized him out of a Destiny thumbnail wearing the mask. By the way, the mask that he wore to the fucking Capitol, he wore on the debate I had with him about masks. Fucking weird, okay? Weird angles, okay? Fucking weird. So, we have the biggest right-wingers who are actually able to be on a platform. You see, Rob Noerr, now Rob Noerr might not be the biggest guy on the internet, but Rob Noerr does have a radio show in rural PA, I think it is. That's not doxing. He advertises it on his channel. And John Burke does have 100 average viewers on Twitch. So these are the biggest right-wingers that are actually able to stream anymore, because the rest of them, like Hypocrite and Tyler Bluntman, get banned off of every platform. Which is a little bit, a little bit weird, right? They just always get themselves banned. And, you might say, wait a minute, DemonMama, are you saying that there's a there's a bias against conservatives on media? No, but there is a bias against open racists and literal terrorists, okay? And as it turns out, a lot of right-wingers, a lot of so-called conservatives just can't stop saying the N-word or raiding the Capitol, which makes things very difficult, right? Because Dylan, running a panel show, doesn't want to get his panel show taken down. So we find ourselves in this position now, don't we? So it's going to be very, very interesting. And I am going into Friday ready to take that motherfucking belt. If I have to peel it out of the hands of Vaush, out of the hands of John Burke, or out of the hands of Rob Noerr, or if all of them just tip over and I just walk in and take it myself, one way or another, I want that belt. Well, see, there's a little bit of math we're going to do in just a little bit. Is this the John Burke Society, John Burke? That's John Birch Society. Now, I will say, John Burke's name is oddly, is oddly weird. Hey, thank you very much, Polytacos. Really appreciate that. Yeah, we'll see there. Maybe Felgaia. Yeah, it will be interesting. It will be very interesting nonetheless. What's happening with the belt? No, Friday is not going to be a one-on-one. It's a fatal four-way. Last person standing takes the belt. No elimination. We duke it out until chat decides who wins based on who had the best showing. Now, it may be that Vaush and I take out the conservatives and then turn on one another. We don't know the topics. They're going to be thrown at us. We got to be able to spin. Bam, bam, bam. It's not just chat. There's going to be I think there's going to be 5 judges. Yeah, so no elimination as far as I understand. Unless they back out or get TOS'd, which they might do because they do that all the time. I don't know who's going to be on the judges. But I know what we will find out on Friday. The one thing we will find out for sure is whether DGG hates me, Vaush, or conservatives more. Won't we? Right? We're going to find out whether DGG will be able to choose between me, Vaush, or people who think that BLM is a terrorist movement. Hey, Drexelon, good to see you. Happy to have you here. If you're not subbed, sub to me. If you all are here but you're not subbed to me, sub to my YouTube channel. That's where all the videos are. That's where I always go live. Trust me, it's worth it. You're gonna, you listen, everybody who's here has a blast every time they're here. So, well, we'll see. They might. All I'm going to say is, who knows who the fuck's going to win? But you know how hard I'm going to fight. I always put in my all. Hey, Cherry, thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. What the? Who judges the debate? We don't know yet. The funniest outcome would be if Vaush got eliminated immediately. No. Wait. Okay, that would be the funniest one, but that's because VGG would have a riot. You know how like the New York Yankees will lose a game? Or sorry, I should say the Red Sox are more likely. The Boston Red Sox will lose a game and the Bostoners will all get plastered and destroy downtown Boston completely. The VGGers would just the same thing. They would be like, ah! They would start throwing their fucking bong out the window. They would go and destroy all of their local villages. In each town in America, there would be one extremely angry VGGer who's just like, ah, this makes me Pepe angry. And then they would go and flip a car over and they'll be like, I'll show you a coconut analogy. This is for Alden's number. Ah, and they'd throw a car. It would be ridiculous. Yeah, Sox fans are crazy. I know, I used to live up in that neck of the woods. Yeah. Yeah, it would be a bad, it would be funny, indeed. Aw, thank you, Aze. I love this shirt too. This is my Silk Song shirt. Yeah, it would be a real mess. How did the other two conservatives qualify for the debate? That is the magic of conservative affirmative action. That's just how it goes. They didn't. Oh yeah, I'll check up on the Matt Gaetz thing in a little bit, okay? Hey, let's check it out. Let's check out this meme. If Vaush liked it, it must have some meme quality. We are gonna do a meme review later today, by the way. I thought it would be fun for us to do a meme review. There we go. Oh, I love this one. Lol, 41% lol. Got him, you mad, bro? How's it like to have a dick? You know, by asking that way, you imply that you don't have one. The left can't meme! True! 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 By the way, just so you all know, just so you're all, like, clear on it, they're still going on my Instagram. There's this one guy who has a Patrick with a piece of wood nailed into his head avatar, and he's been arguing in my comments on Instagram about how I am a man for 3 days straight. I'm not kidding you. Perpetual malding. They don't have anything better to do. Do an OK Buddy Vaush segment? No. No, listen, everybody. I already beat Vaush to OK Buddy Vaush by accident by looking at an OK Buddy Vaush meme on stream and then clicking to the OK Buddy Vaush subreddit and going, wow, I can't believe that I do an OK Buddy segment before Vaush does. Now, we will do an OK Buddy Mama segment, but the thing is, we don't have a big enough community to support a full Reddit community yet. We don't have enough Reddit posters yet. Who are the conservatives I'm debating? I will be debating Rob Noerr and John Burke. And just so you all know, what we will be doing today is we will be reacting live to their content. Wow. Because you know what? I don't think we've ever watched either of their content on this stream. So we're going to react to it. Rob Noerr is a clown. It is true. Rob Noerr is a clown. But Rob Noerr, for all of his flaws, yeah, I do got to plug the Reddit. The Reddit is OKBuddyMama and /r DemonMama. That we do have two Reddits. Yeah. And right now, look, listen, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I am overwhelmed with trying to post on social media. So most of my VODs end up getting posted to the Reddit as well as to the YouTube. But holy shit, trying to keep up on every single social media platform right now is just like too hard. Now, I might be bringing on someone to help me with my Instagram, but I don't know yet. I haven't quite decided yet. There's so much. I've been so busy. I have been so fucking busy this month. Where did the OK Buddy thing? It started with I don't know, some meme. I need a social media manager. I know, but the thing is, like, that's a big cost, and I don't really make that much money yet. I do make decent money. I'm paying my rent now, which is great, but I don't make that much. I don't make enough that I can have them. Like, I already have, listen, it's a big cost. We'll get there someday, okay? I know, I gotta have work-life balance, but listen. Okay. Give you an emote, I'll do it for free? No, that's I don't want to be exploitative. IFTTT.com. Oh. That would be a good idea. Automation would be cool. Is that tea or soda? That is a Diet Coke. I love Diet Coke, okay? Listen, I love Diet Coke, all right? This is a good idea. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. If first this, then that. Okay. All right. So what's it got on here? It's got Twitter, YouTube, Insta. It's got this weird hummingbird app. It's got Pinterest. Pinterest. Jesus. Yeah, damn. All right. Well, Fresca is all right, but you got to be in the right mood for it. By the way, it is incredibly pog that we have 305 YouTube viewers right now. I love you all very much. It means the world to me that you're here watching. I will say, though, if you could like the stream, liking is free, and it definitely boosts me. And if you're not subbed, please sub. Seriously, the one thing, every stream consistently, when we get a surge of likes, we get a surge of new viewers. And that's because YouTube rewards likes. So if you could like it, it would mean the world to me. I would love to see 300 likes on this video. And YouTube chat, by the way, I do appreciate you, YouTube chat. I appreciate all of you very much. I'm not always able to check because it's actually very frustrating to get YouTube. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Let me try something. I might have just figured something out. Hold on a second. Let's see. Let me try something real quick. Let me just try something real quick. I'm going to try something, and I'm going to see if I can get YouTube chat in here, because I do know that they made a small change to YouTube chat. It might be possible for me to add YouTube chat. Let's just see. Let's see. Let's see. Wait, here we go. Let's try. I have 3 chats, by the way. It's ridiculous. You know how hard this... I got it to work! It works now! Oh, finally! Yes! So now I can look at YouTube chat way easier. Oh, sick! All right. So I can't really do all that much, but I have 3 chats open now, but only one. Listen, only one will be on stream, okay? Oh yeah, YouTube chat being on screen is basically impossible. So yeah, they're not on screen. No. The only on-screen chat will be ours. Amrit Baines, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Now we have Twitch chat, YouTube chat, and etc., all analyzable. I almost said annihilatable. Restream IO chat. I don't like it. It's ugly. It's ugly. I don't like it. Okay? I don't like it. I will not erase YouTube chat. Okay. So, That is the news about the Hippy Dippy. With a little HTML, you can make it look like anything. Listen, okay, I'm just gonna take a second here. Thank you very much for the sub, the Twitch sub. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Respect. Thank you. Hold on a second here. There is one thing that happens. Hey, Shishke, thank you so much. Just started watching you and love your content so much. You've been binge watching. I try to accommodate all of the binge watchers because I try to make my content as easily accessible as possible. Yeah. Now, by the way, I'm about to just drop a little bit of truth here. Okay? A little bit of truth bombs. Okay? Just real quick. Okay? Programmers are the only people that I've ever met where anytime you have a problem in life, they respond by saying, just learn X programming language and you'll be fine. And it's like, yes, thanks. I hadn't thought of that. I hadn't thought of just, you know, just learning an entire programming language to solve whatever problem I have. It's like, oh, my website's having an issue. Well, if you just went to college for 12 years and got your doctorate in internet infrastructure, you would be fine. Yeah, except then I have to pay them, Cyborg. Again, oh my God. It's the joke about the IT department. Listen, I don't know, but... Oh, Aftershock. You guys still don't have that slot filled? All right, I'll poll my chat. Chat, should I go onto Rob Noerr's panel to debate right now? They need a spot. When is it? Wait, when is it, Aftershock? Wait, Aftershock, when is it then? It's 8:30 p.m. EST? Okay, so in an hour and a half. In an hour and a half. Here we go. It's gonna be... Oh, there's a vote going. Yes. Okay, chat is voting yes, it looks like. Who else is there? SocDoneLeft. I will watch if you do. Okay. All right. All right, I'll go on. All right, I'll be there. Fine, I'll be there. Connor? Okay. Oh, here we go. All right, yeah, let's do it. All right, I'll be there. Just ping me on Discord. I'll remember. Don't worry, I'll remember. I'm sure chat won't let me forget. All right. Very well, very well. You get some bonus debate content tonight. Bonus debate content. That's right. You're welcome. I'm no saint. I'm a demon, but that's all right. I am a kind one, believe it or not. Despite my... what was I described as when I appeared in chat this morning? Loud, aggressive, obnoxious, idiot, I think was what people said. Socialism versus capitalism? Okay. Yeah, okay. All right, okay, sure. Yeah, by the way, every single time, without question, Liberaven, oh my God, wait, Liberaven, you are literally so dumb. You're so stupid that I know of your name just from how stupid you are. That's actually incredible. I gotta give you credit for that. I never thought I would see you in my chat. Welcome, my friend. You should consider coming on the website. Yeah. Yeah, much love. Listen, I'm sure we will love your presence here. You know, we haven't had anybody. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, come hang out on website chat. It's much better. Listen. No, seriously though. So every time, without question, now this only happens on Twitch, by the way. Without question, every single time I appear in a chat on Twitch, people will at me and say, ew, DemonMama. Oh, DemonMama, you're fucking annoying. DemonMama, you suck. And I'm like, does that happen to other content creators? Does that happen? Does that really happen to other content creators? Now, I will say, usually, it immediately gets afterwards drowned out by all the love. But it is weird. It's very, very weird how aggressive No, dopamine, some of it is people are mad. Some of it is that, listen, I'll be completely frank. A big chunk of that. Oh, it never happens on VGG, by the way. Whenever I go on VGG, well, there's one person who hates me on VGG. There's like one or two. On VGG, it's J20, I think. And, actually, I think the other one got banned. Yeah, there's like 2 people who hate me on VGG. Other than that, VGG loves my ass. Because I've been there forever. Yeah, I know. J20. Oh, Nico Sam. Yeah, Nico Sam hates my guts. Yeah. VGG usually loves me, but that's because I'm an OG chatter. Listen, I was there before any of you. I was there way back in the day when Vaush was a fucking 10-viewer Andy. Or whatever. I don't remember exactly when I started watching, but it was a long time ago. It was back when Vaush was still on Twitch. Yep, CLANGGANG. I know what CLANGGANG actually means. Honestly, I just make fun of them, Cherry. I just go die mad all the time, and then they get really fucking mad. Nobody knows what CLANGGANG is. Well, it's one of those things you just have to understand. You just have to understand. The day after 416, Jesus. No, so I will say this. I could explain CLANGGANG, but if I explain it, then it takes out the exclusivity. I don't know. I'll ask Vermin. Vermin, do we want to keep if you're still here, do we want to keep CLANGGANG a secret and be hipsters about it? Or should I explain CLANGGANG? Just after I hypocrite? That was good. It's not a secret? All right, then. We're not being hipsters today. All right. Keep your secrets. No, I'll tell you, okay? Listen, CLANGGANG is a emote on... I know what I'm doing. I know what we're going to do. I got a cool one. All right, but listen. CLANGGANG is an emote that nobody gets on VGG. If you look at on VGG... There is this little emote of a lizard slamming some pots together. Yeah? And people go, what the fuck? And they use it all the time for various things, but they don't actually know what it means. Back in the day, Vaush used to stream in his own living room. In the corner of his own living room. And it was right next to the kitchen. And Vermin would often cook food in the kitchen or do dishes. And yeah, or Hyena. Some of you know them as Hyena. And Vaush would be streaming, and he would be like, you motherfucking cuck Nazi! You're a fucking piece of shit cuck! You fucking piece of shit! I fucking hate you, you degenerate piece of shit! And then all of a sudden you would hear clang, clang, pang in the background, and then Vaush would go. Because he used to have this angle. This was Vaush's angle before. He'd be like, you degenerate Nazi! Oh, fuck you, I hate you! You're a piece of shit! Oh! And then he would be like, motherfucking CLANGGANG over here! And then it would be Vermin, aka Hyena, banging pots and pans together. The classic side. Yeah, or Vermin laughing in the background. Listen, I have good memories of side profile Vaush, okay? Did I ever tell you all? Okay, listen, we're having a moment here, and this is fun, so let's just enjoy it, okay? Did I ever tell you all the true story? I'm gonna embarrass myself here. I'm gonna post cringe, and I'm gonna tell you the story of how I first heard about Vaush, okay? All right, ready? So, this was a long time ago. Believe it or not, Gynotype, that's right, our very own Gynotype, is the true OG Vaush fan. Literally watched one of Vaush's first video streams ever, but never chatted. Gynotype never chatted, ever. So Gynotype started watching Vaush, and one time I was working, and I came in, and I was like, just joking around. I was just being like a goofball. And I walked up, I'm like, yo, who's the neckbeard? As a joke. And Gynotype was like, hey, I really like Vaush. You should watch his content sometime. Don't be an asshole. I'm like, I was just kidding. I was just fucking kidding. I was just goofing. And then I felt really bad. And so cause I felt bad. So I'm like, all right, fine. I'll watch some of his videos. That was mean of me. And so I ended up watching Vaush's videos. And after that, I was in chat. Like that. So yeah, I was an asshole. Look, see? But that's how you know that I was a match for the Vaush community. That my first reaction was to be like, who the fuck's this neckbeard, yo? That's how you know. And to be fair though, I will say when I first saw Vaush, I thought he was going to be an anti-SJW. But then I found out he wasn't. And yeah, I shouldn't have been so judgmental to begin with. Yeah. So there's the true story. Damn, Tree Dad. Where's the actual chat? Yeah, it's on DemonMama.com. Here you go. There you go. It's right there. DemonMama.com/live. Honestly, but I gotta say, you know, since we're talking about Friday, me going up against, well, in a rumble with Vaush. I watched Vaush for a long time before I streamed. Long time before I streamed. And it was, I have very fond memories of watching Vaush stream and get better and change and all this stuff, and some of the like there's some classic debates. Anybody remember the first weed debate? Or the first high debate, I should say? Damn, see? Listen. So, going up against Vaush on Friday is going to be pretty motherfucking exciting. Yeah, with Extreme Dad, yes. That's the one. That's the one. Old school. What was I saying? What was I saying? Yeah. Well, look, I do that all the time. I do that all the fucking time. Yeah, I know, Blablato. There was a lot of people didn't like that. I should do my Vaush impression during the Rumble. Oh God, I don't think that's a good idea. Did Extreme Dad get implicated? No, Extreme Dad was a pedophile. I just did my Vaush impression. Yeah, I saw Vaush the first time he saw Jocko. My favorite Vaush moment? I'll tell you my favorite Vaush moment if you all tell me your favorite DemonMama moment. Favorite DemonMama moment, and I'll trade you, chat, your favorite DemonMama moment for my favorite Vaush moment. Wendell P. Holy mackerel. Oh. Roast of Mike from PA. Okay, that was a good one. I will say that was really good. The first Destiny debate was so amazing. The War on Christmas video. The one that got destroyed by copyright. When I triggered Destiny, yeah, roasting Mike from PA. C-Space, that was good. C-Space was pretty good. Yeah, that's true, Samantha Banana. That one was a good one, too. Fanatic debate was fucking great. The imp, the not being able to click on the imp from the Fanatic debate, that was good. I'm not going to click on that. Oh, I see. Oh. The wait a minute. Oh, yeah. I am a male. That was a good one. Yeah, we got some trolls here. We got some, look, Twitch chat is still overwhelmed with fucking, weird shit. Hey, we don't do that kind of shit here, okay? Here, I'm gonna ban you. Enjoy your bans. There we go. I got him. Yeah, Twitch chat has been overwhelmed with chuds lately. A lot of transphobia there. Okay, so those are good ones. Yeah, so those are... Oh, Battle for Blair Mountain. That's an old one. You're still new? This is your first stream? Don't worry. You'll have one soon. I missed one? Oops, who did I miss? Time I was on Hippy Dippy? Yeah, sorry, it's okay. Can I just take a moment to say the last 2 months since I've discovered you've gotten more and more compelling? Thank you. That's because I am more and more compelling. I'm learning more and more by the day, and I'm improving. Every single day, I spend a lot of time thinking about how to improve my content, how to be better. Vaush debate. The Vaush Eris one. That was fun. Excellent. All right. I am going to think of my favorite Vaush moment right now. Okay, since you all gave me it, since you all did that, let's see. The doo-doo fart debate was really great. Oh, yeah, that counts as a public service. When I saved Kay from Teflon poisoning, you know Kay responds to all of my comments now? We have clout. We have enough clout. Imps. The imp gang has enough clout that every single time I comment on Kay's video, she always responds. Oh, yeah, that shit. That stuff is so bad. We should watch that. It's so bad. Yeah, maybe we'll take a look at that. So, Kay is a good one. Okay, who remembers... Wait, does anybody remember Ghost House? Does anybody remember Ghost House? Is there anybody who was watching my stream when we did Ghost House? Cursed House? Ah, I'm so mad we lost the Cursed House. I think we have it somewhere. I'm pretty sure I have it somewhere. There was this really amazing episode that I did with where we explored a cursed house on stream, and it was so fucking good. You can click on the chuds. Here, I'll give you the mod. Your modded Posadist. The converted church. Yes, the cognito hazard. Some people remember that. It's here somewhere. I'll have to go find it. I have to find it. It was on Twitch. I think I have the VOD somewhere. Yeah, the baptismal bathtub next to the porn room. It had a weird grody Subway cup in it. Oh, it was so good. Yeah, if you've got it. Yeah, Gayfish, if you can find it, that'd be so amazing. Do I have any good videos about my cult experience? Cocaine. You're lucky. I have one video up about that, and I'm about to do another one. Isn't it weird that no matter how burly or strong the dude is, the inside of his asshole is super snug and soft? Vaush. Yeah. All right. Oh, the God-given right to a mommy. That was a good moment. Phasmophobia was really good. Okay, all right. Hold on. I got to think real quick because there's a lot of good Vaush moments, and I got to remember them. Oh, okay. Here's one of my favorite ones. Oh yeah, the tub. Okay, we'll watch this real quick. This is one of the moments from my stream that almost nobody saw except for Gayfesh and a handful of others because this was when I was a lot smaller. You want to see how funny it was? Here you go. I'm sorry, what? 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 Why is there a Subway cup in the fucking shower? Why? I don't understand. I don't understand. There's a Subway cup in a weird double shower that for some reason is in a porn room that is for some reason in the back of a weird church full of DVDs. I don't understand. This has to be designed to make you go insane. Look. A fucking Why is there a Subway cup in here? This loofah is rotten. And there's a Subway cup above it. I know they're for baptism. I know what a baptismal is. I know, but it's been obviously been converted to a shower, okay? Yeah, I wish I had a porn room with a walk-in back. Beth. Here you go. Here's the link if you want it. This is one of the oldest OOCs ever. Aw, I try to be very super welcoming to all new chatters. I'm happy that people like that. How did I get inside your house, Besadas John? I don't know. Sneaky. So one of my favorite Vaush moments of all time was during... Oh, yes, that was so good. Blablado, that was a recent one, but I was crying laughing at that part, Blablado. When Vaush was doing the anime voices for the Bloodborne bosses, that was so fucking good. The Nameless King killed me, okay? So my other favorite Vaush moment, one of my other favorite Vaush moments was during the Sekiro streams. Does anybody remember the Sekiro bestiality argument? Does anybody remember that one? Where chat got really mad. Really, really mad. Yeah. Okay, so basically, during this conversation, Vaush was playing Sekiro and started arguing with chat over veganism and bestiality and all of this shit. And then Vaush had to teach the chat full of Zoomers that the dairy industry is literally a serial animal sexual abuse. That is just a fact about the dairy industry. And Zoomers don't know this because they think that milk just comes out of the clouds. And so it was incredibly, incredibly horrible, but also hilarious to watch the chat just completely lose their mind over that. Yeah. The duo debate with Destiny Striker and Allsup was pretty funny. I'm trying to think of a couple other ones. Oh yeah, Vaush had a stream a long time ago where he did a segment on on Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson. And that was really good. I don't remember all of the content. I just remember Vaush getting really mad about the Black Book of Communism, and it made me laugh really fucking hard. And then there, of course, was the Extreme Dad debate. There was Your Fat was really good. I'm trying to think. Another one of my favorite moments.
Can I do a Jordan Peterson voice? Yeah, I can do it a little bit. You know, the Dragon of Chaos is, it is stirring inside of me to, convince you to, clean your fucking room.
So, yeah. Yeah, I can do it sometimes. My impressions are getting better. A lot of these are recent ones. I have a lot of good old memories of Vaush. Oh, here's another one. Wait, is this the one? Here, let's watch this one together. I've never done spirit science. Maybe at some point. They're kind of old hat, though, aren't they?
Christ, how hard can you signpost this shit?
There's
Okay,
been a
so
lot
he's
of
done.
shenanigans, and we can't stand for that in our country. Thank you very much.
No malarkey! Get him out of here. Oh, look at this virgin walk, dude. Holy shit. This walk is so fucking virgin, I feel like I'm getting my dick sucked just watching at it from what a comparable fucking sex god I am. Look at him.
For that in our country.
Look, it's so bad, I feel like I'm fucking right now. Like everyone watching right now. If there are virgins in chat, congratulations. You have now moved up.
Thank you very much.
Look at that.
Are you being a sore loser?
What?
What? That was a good. Okay, that was a good one. All right, listen, that was a good one. And then so yeah, those are probably my favorite ones. Although, there was another moment, the poo poo piker moment, the one where Vaush was crying, laughing over poo poo piker. That was really funny. Oh, the Sissy Hypno ASMR! The Sissy Hypno ASMR! That was so good. That was so fucking good. Oh, and the Drunken Peasants with Ethan Ralph. That was so good. That was so good. That was so fucking good. That was so fucking good. All right, so those are my favorite moments. There. Equivalent exchange. Yeah, that was, there you go, equivalent exchange. I gave you my favorite Vaush moments, and you gave me your favorite DemonMama moments. Do you want to see another DemonMama moment? Listen, I've been putting out bangers lately, okay? I've been putting out fucking bangers lately. Are you kidding me? Watch this, watch this. You want to know? Watch this, I'll show you. Look at this. So, this is the account that does out of context stuff for me. I won't tell who it is unless you want me to. It's Gayfesh. It's Gayfesh. Gayfesh does this. And Gayfesh has been getting some fucking bangers. Look at this. Watch this one.
Your video, I was jacking it all the time. I was blasting cum all over the walls of my bedroom. I once accidentally jacked it so hard that I blasted my dad down the stairs, dude. Your video helped me. Woo! Thank you so much for helping me to stop cranking my hog at all hours of the day. Now I can become strong and help defeat them. I could defeat them. Anyway, thanks, dude.
This was from my recent takedown of fucking, what's his name? I always forget his fucking name. John Doyle. John Doyle. TikTok does need this one. TikTok needs this one. Yeah, I think Alora will be able to put this one on TikTok. Although it will probably get taken down, unfortunately. But it's all right. Here's another one. Look, listen. Look, you want me to play this one again?
Way
for
at
those
the
who missed
beginning,
it?
okay? Because just because
Sorry,
Mike
looks
looks like he's going to kill all of us by wrapping his sweaty hands around our necks, yes, he does look like Nosferatu. Even though he looks like a recently deceased corpse, it is actually possible, and I mean this unironically, it is actually possible that he has something here, okay?
Unfortunately, he didn't.
He does look like a deep fake of himself. Yes, that's true. Even though I'm a catty bitch sometimes, and I do think that Mike looks like the recently embalmed, even though he looks like he could be the Scranton Strangler from PA, from Scranton, PA, even though he looks like Dwight Schrute's fucking estranged cousin, okay? He might be onto something. Somebody's looks are not a good reason to discount their story. So, let's find out what Mike has to say, okay? We got it out of our system, okay? We got it out of our system. Mike Schrute. He looks like Ramsey Bolton's younger brother. Yes, they would call him, what? There was, Reek. Well, this is Grease, okay? There we go. That's he looks like, yeah, he looks like the son of Creed and Dwight Schrute. All right. Let's give it a halt. All right, everybody? From here on out, let's listen and let's hear it out, okay? I'm goofing on him because I do kind of think Mike is a silly person, but there might be some legitimacy to what he's saying, okay? So we're done now. From here on out, we're going to try and be fair to his story, okay? One more. I got to read this one that Zovex said. I want to suck your subs. Okay, that's it. No more. Enough. Stop.
All right. See, I'm proud of that segment, okay? Listen, all right, I'm proud, all right? Well, you found a classic, huh? A classic? Is this a classic Vaush or a classic me? Listen, there's some... If you want to... By the way, if you want access to this shit, you got to follow DemonMama OOC. These are the out-of-context clipperoos. They're good as fuck, by the way. They're good as fuck. Is this a Vaush? It's classic Vaush? Let's check out the classic Vaush.
Okay. Hello there. How are you doing today? It's nice weather we're having. Don't you think?
What? Pig puncher. What the fuck? Weird.
Hey, Karen. My wife. Karen. How's the food coming along?
It'll be ready soon, dear.
That Karen. So what do you do for work?
This is
Oh.
unsettling.
No job, huh? Well, I hope you're working on that.
Hey,
Wouldn't
Lawsuit,
want
good to see
my
you.
little girl dating some kind of bum.
Cyber Witch Lexi.
Karen!
No, because I don't really date dudes.
Yes, dear. You wouldn't want our little girl dating some kind of bum, would you? Haha. No, of course not.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This segment here has the same energy as the Thanksgiving dinner from season 4 of Dexter. Does anybody? That might be a bit of a deep cut reference. Does anybody know? Does anybody watch Dexter season 4 Thanksgiving dinner? Unironically, same energy, same fucking energy.
That, Karen. What kind of condiments do you use with your steak? That's like this.
Can I show that? It's such an old show. I feel like I can show it. No, I can't because it'll get hit. It'll get hit. Okay, so in Dexter, in season 4, there is this really fucking weird. There's this really wild scene where Dexter goes to the main villain of the series. He goes to dinner with the main villain of the series, who's a serial killer, with his family, okay? And it is easily one of the most uncomfortable scenes that has ever been shot on TV fucking ever. It is so incredibly tense. And it's like, because this guy's family doesn't know that he's a serial killer. And the serial killer suspects that Dexter is also a serial killer. And Dexter knows that this guy is a serial killer. And so there's like this tension. And the whole reason that he even got invited to dinner is because the dad, the serial killer who has a family, whose family doesn't know he's a serial killer, is trying to figure out if Dexter's also a killer. It's so painfully awkward. Oh, the house party from The Office. Okay, but that's a different type of discomfort. That's a different type. Okay. The type of anger that's in this scene and in the Thanksgiving scene is the type of anger, or it's the type of emotion that comes from someone being like, okay, have you ever known somebody whose parents have like an anger problem? Have you ever, or anybody, have you ever met anybody who has a position of power who has an anger problem? If you have, you might not have, but if you have, there is this, especially if they have power, there is a supreme discomfort that comes from knowing that somebody could blow up at any moment, that they could just explode and ruin everything. Yes, the tension of barely concealed threats, okay? It's like you can feel, you may not even know what it is, but there is tension under the surface. And yeah, we're talking about that sort of energy. Yeah. You think it's such a good moment? All right, let's take a look at this moment. Yeah, it's the look. All right, let's take a look at this moment. Anyway, the house party theme is a different one. The house party episode of The Office condenses what it's like to hang out with your friend and their partner when they're having a breakup and you're just wanting to hang out. Yeah. Let's watch this moment. This is a recent one. You all have such... Oh, these are all recent moments. Vaush has grown so much. So many people have recent moments.
Reverse cucking.
Most of you guys probably don't even know.
This is too... How could this possibly be so quiet? How is it possible for this clip to be so quiet? What the...
This because you've read theory. This was practiced by Kropotkin, among others. He started the trend. Some MLs later sort of appropriated it for their own terms. But, you know, it essentially is this, okay? Here's what you do, all right? You go out to the club, okay? This works best if you're very skinny, very effete, kind of dressed down, you know? You go out to the club with your girl, all right? Wife, girlfriend, doesn't matter, okay? All right? That's what you do. You go out, all right? And you watch.
I'm
as
listening
your
very
girl
hard right now.
flirts up a bunch of big chads, okay? 2 or 3 of them, just big fucking chads, big meaty guys, big shoulders, arms, you know, probably a big fat cock, and then you're with her, and you both lead them back to your place, and the guys are thinking like, oh, we're gonna gangbang this chick while the cuck boyfriend watches, okay? And you get them there, you know, and the girl, the wife,
Trying
the
to
girlfriend,
follow.
whatever, is on the bed, and the guys, they're getting ready, the chads, they're getting ready to fuck her, and then you jump in, you fucking dive in, and you start power fucking her in front of them, and you don't let any of them get any time, okay? And these chads just watch all these big mealy fucking 6'8" football players with their arms out like this because their lats are so wide. They just watch as your skinny ass fucks your wife, makes love to your wife, okay? And they can do nothing but watch. And it goes on and on and on and on and on. 30, 40, 50 minutes. The fridge, you've locked the fridge. They can't get any food. The only thing they can do is leave. They walk out dejected. You have reverse cucked them.
True, though. True. Absolutely true. Okay, that was a good one. That was a good one. Hey, Hannah Reloaded, thank you so very much for the incredible raid. Welcome, Hannah Stirs. I don't know what the Hannah community is called, but thank you and welcome. Please come in. Please come in and get comfy. We're about to dive into the content. You are going to get to see me dunk on a bunch of horrible chuds. So if you like that, then you want to get the fuck in here and get comfy. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, for those of you who don't know, I have a website, DemonMama.com/live. If you want to get on the screen chat where everybody has the really cute, unique emotes, you want to pop on over to the site chat. We would love to have you. Also, I hate to do this, but most of my videos get posted onto YouTube. So if you're like, whoa, DemonMama seems kind of funny and cool, Stanas, that's fucking cool. Great name. My fans are called imps. So if you start seeing stuff that you like and you're like, holy shit, I want to catch up, you can watch it all on my YouTube, which is linked on my site. So yeah, I think y'all will love this. So we got so many Vaush movies. So for those of you who don't know, we are, chat voted to raid me. Aw, that's so sweet. Listen, I love Hannah, okay? I love Hannah, okay? I've watched a lot of Hannah's streams. I don't pop in chat too frequently. Here's one from Vermin. So what we are doing right now is we're having a little bit of fun before we get into the bulk of the content. And what we're doing is, for those of you who don't know, I have been streaming for over a year now. And I got into streaming through a streamer that many people will know named Vaush. Wow, we hit 2,000 members on the Discord. Our Discord is poppin', by the way. If you are into creative stuff, our Discord's where you want to be. And this Friday, I will be debating against Vaush for the championship debate belt of the Hippy Dippy podcast. So, that's kind of awesome. That's kind of really cool. So I've been going back and just out of a sense of nostalgia, revisiting some of my funniest moments, or some of the funniest moments on Vaush's stream, some of my funniest moments. We're just, getting the hype up in the air for this big championship fight on Friday. It's you two against two Nazis. No, it's a 4-way. That means only one of us walks out with the belt. Seriously. On Friday, it's not me and Vaush versus two Nazis. It's all of us against one another. If me and Vaush crush the Nazis, we still got to finish each other off. Which sounds very wrong. But I'm sure my fan base will be excited for that sort of thing. Okay? Yeah. Joke's on him. I'm a trans woman. I never finish. Just kidding. That's not true. That's a harmful stereotype. So yeah. So we're having a lot of fun here. So get all comfy. Yeah. I knew you'd love that one. I love you. I love you. See? This is why you come to watch my show. Anyway, welcome to all of the Raiders. Yeah, you can. Yeah. All right, Fawn. All right, you can confirm that's not true. It's true. True. I cannot. Wait. Just use this. Excuse me. Do you think I'm the type that can do ooh woo? Hold on. Let me try. Here, I'll try to do ooh woo. Hold on. Hi, chat. Hey, imps. I love you. Why are you being so mean? Why are you being so fucking mean right now? You all should just like, I don't know. Why don't you just give me a follow? Why aren't you subbing? Sub to my channel. Donate. Come on. I like really, really, really want this belt. And it would be really terrible if, you know, a white guy got it. You know? That would really suck. I'm just trying to say that, like, you know, genocide bad, uwu. Vaush having the belt, not good. DemonMama having the belt? Yeah. Yeah, me. I want the belt. Give me the belt. Can I have it? Can I have the belt? Give me the belt. Give me the belt now. Give me the motherfucking belt. Give me the motherfucking belt!
Buzzing, buzzing, buzzinga.
All right. There you go. All right, we're back to normal. Don't worry. Let's watch this clip before we get into the content, okay? Welcome, everybody. Let's see this. Let's watch this.
I'm taking him out. I'm taking him down. Good. See ya. Goodbye. Oh.
Yep. Another one. You're welcome. Sorry, just taking out the trash, you know. Just
Wow. Okay, that was a good moment. I like it. What's this one? I can't keep watching. What is this? Vaush's stream? I can't watch all Vaush clips. We're supposed to hype up both of us, not just me. That's it. I'm not doing a single Vaush. I'm not doing another Vaush clip until somebody sends me a clip of myself to watch that's not from the OOC account. Yeah, send me a DemonMama clip. Motherfuckers. I treat you all too nicely. I'm too nice. Oh wait, I know Max Headroom. Yo, wait a second, for real? Oh, okay. I thought that was a hype train. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Oh, I need coffee. Fuck, I really want coffee. Fawn, can I have coffee? Fawn, can I have coffee? Fawn's not listening. Fawn took her headphones off. Fuck. God damn it. It's all right. Listen, I know some of my best moments, okay? Try ooh-wooing. Fawn. Yes, I've rewatched the C-Space clips. Wow, want some cheese? Is this the moment you won't see him? You won't see Fawn in a maid outfit yet. Not yet. Maybe someday. Fawn might be willing to do that. We could talk to Fawn about it. Oh, here's one. Oh, hey, here's one. Oh, yeah, there are some clips from back in the Twitch days, aren't there? Those Twitch clips stay forever, don't they? Forgot about that. Let's take a look at this one. Is this a DemonMama clip? This better be a good DemonMama clip. I hope it is. Oh, yeah, this is one. A clip. What? Yeah, send me a DemonMama clip. Motherfuckers. I treat you all too nicely. I'm too nice. Yeah, send me. You fuckers. You absolute Gina! What the fuck? What the fuck? That one? I've been trolled. I'm being trolled by my own chat. Listen, my chat, please don't become like Vaush. He's so mean. I can't vote in my own prediction. All right, if everybody wants a whole lot of channel points, everybody should vote for yes right now. If you want a whole bunch of channel points, vote yes right now on the Twitch one. Quickly, quickly, you better do it. Give your points to yes because I'm going to do the ooh-woo voice again. Ooh, this will be good. This will be a good one. Oh, we're getting some. We're getting some. We're getting some. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Ooh-woo. Hey, everybody. I'm really would love it if you would send me some clips right now. I would really love it if you would send me clips right now. It's making my feelings hurt that you're not sending me clips. It's actually, you're doing a sexism. You're doing a sexism, okay? You're doing a sexism. This is another Vaush clip. You've sent me another Vaush clip, okay? And I'm not asking for Vaush clips right now. And you're doing a sexism with this, okay? You're doing a sexism with this. What's this? We got a Castrix. We got one from Castrix. Is this a Vaush moment? Is this a Vaush moment? This is Virgin Vaush. This is Vaush. This is, you are now doing violence against me. Oh yeah, the Green Lantern ride was great. That was so fun.
Policy prescriptions were identical to mine, he would be, for all intents and purposes, a leftist within the liberal democracy that exists today. Like, if Richard Spencer's policy prescriptions were identical to mine, he would be, for all intents and purposes, a leftist within the liberal democracy that exists today.
I mean, that wasn't really a me moment. That was just me being blown away. What's this?
Saying to your audience that you could all be doing something better for like humanity, and
yes.
it's at no cost.
No, well, I wasn't talking to my audience. I was talking about you personally could be doing things better right now.
Well, it's true to your audience too, then. But it would be.
I mean, yes, it's also true about me. I could be doing right now. I could probably go out and find. I could probably walk out of my house and find a homeless person in like 5 minutes, and I could bring them into my house and give them my food and my money. That's true. That's true. That's true. I could do that. I hate that argument. You know, that argument makes me so mad. Oh, I love Defunct Land. Oh, that was such a, it was still true. Still true. Listen, if your moral system only gives you an answer, video no. Oh, I love this one. This is a good one. This is a classic one. All right, let's enjoy some classic DemonMama moments, okay? Not be a guest. Not be a guest if you refuse to follow by the rules.
I just want to tell Steven one thing.
I'm going to be muting you now.
No!
You are now muted.
No!
C-Space has been muted. There we go. See, that was a good one. That was a classic one. Classic. These aren't even the best, though. You want to know? Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. I wonder if I have some clips. I bet I have some clips. Some of the clips, you know, it really sucks. It really sucks that YouTube doesn't have the clip feature yet because like clips always are better on Twitch right now because of the way that it works, which makes me so sad. Hey, we got one here. Oh shit, we're getting some. We're getting a couple. We're getting a couple of mama moments. Let's see. We don't have a strong clipping community yet. Oh, this was good. That we've had 162,000 people die from COVID. And even if you don't think those numbers are accurate, I don't know, pick a number. 10,000? You want to knock off 50,000? We still have 100,000 dead people. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you guys fucking kidding me? That our entire that was when that was the stream that I removed the dab button and replaced it with the you get nothing. I know the old background looks so good. Here's a good demon moment, but it's not a Twitch clip. That's okay. Listen, we don't have to have Twitch clips only. Singing Yoda. We got a classic Singing Yoda. That's a good one. I know we'll have that one. Look at how funny. Ah, that's how you know he's a funny guy. See him? See, he's got his tie is a little crooked. He's so funny. Look at, he's really funny. What a wacky guy. What a wacky man. He's whoa, whoa, whoa. Ooh, oh shit. Yeah, he's really funny. Look at him. He's so funny. Look at him. Make the Who could resist? Who could resist? Am I right? So funny. I'm dying. I'm dying. Yeah, exactly. I'm soy facing right now. I'm soy facing. Ooh. That's how you know that's how you know a funny conservative. A funny conservative, if they make funny face, that's how you know they're good. Oh, we got a Yoda. We got a classic Yoda in here.
Yoda.
Yoda, you want to show the stream? You want to show the stream your skill? You want to sing? Oh my God, you want to sing? Oh, I have a story. Sing. Come on, sing.
Good. You can sing. You can sing as much as you want. Yeah. The victory song. The victory song. Mama won.
All right, you want to get down now? Mama won. Yeah, that was fun. That was a fun one. You want to know? I have a funny story. Ready? Yeah, it was like a few days ago. So yesterday, all of us were hanging out. All of us were hanging out in the bedroom. Me, Fawn, Gynotype, and Yoda. And it was dark, and so Fawn and I, no, it was Gynotype and I, we started going like that, like we were making like silly noises like that because we wanted to see what Yoda would do, and she sang quietly. She was like, she imitated us and was going. It was really cute. We've been teaching her slowly to sing at different volumes so that so we can sing with her at night. So good. Oh, we got another Yoda moment. There's so many good Yoda moments. So many Yoda moments. Yeah, she's getting good at that. I've been working on it with her. Do I play the keyboard? I play piano. This is not my usual keyboard. Wow, we got a 20x Yoda. Listen, that's how you know you love the Yoda. What's this? Hey, here we go. Hey, thank you so much, Adam Flores. I have a look, I have a present for you all.
It's funny how people who claim that everyone can get rich loses it when average Joes uses it and actually gets rich overall.
We have a Yodi. Oh, she dodged the little rope there. Hi, Yoda. Hi, baby. How are you doing? We love Yoda. Huh? Look, see? Yoda will make everybody feel happier. You want to sing? See? She knows. She knows what sing means. You want to sing? You want to sing? I'm always amazed by that. Look at that. She's such a good singer. I could bring her in right now and she would sing. You done singing? You know the word sing, yeah? So good. So good. Such a good dog. What a good girl. We love Yoda. She's such a good girl. Holy shit, she's such a good girl. Most of these are from Chud's channel. All my clips are from Chud's channel. What about mine? What clips do I have? Clips of my channel. Let me see. Oh, Leftist Court! Somebody made this one. This was from the other day. This one was good. Prithee! Chud Logic, you come now before the leftist tribunal. Do you denounce the one and only Beau of the Fifth Column? This was a recent one. Yes, it was good. Or no? That was a good one. The full clip is on there. Yeah, I like this one, but we don't gotta watch the whole thing. Hold on, let's see. I want to go back. Let's go way back. Oh God, there's so many old ones. What? What a coper, dude. I'm trying to see. Oh, that's from the Civil War? Oh, this one was a good one. Here we go. This one was a good one. A classic one.
Hi, kids. I'm Fallout. You can believe in me. There's definitely nothing wrong with me.
That was from the Fallout 76 review that hasn't been posted yet. That one was good. That one was really good.
Americans who freelance.
Yeah, Kino, exactly. Would you rather have the whip or the cat of nine tails? It's called choice. It's called choice. Ah! All right, that one was pretty decent. Hey, oh, this one was great too. This was a great moment. Here's the seal. Here's the other seal. Bam! Bam! Look at that. Look at that. Look at how easy it is to counterfeit money. All I would need to do is print this out. Look at how easy it is. I would be so rich. True, I would have been rich. I would have been rich. This one was interesting. Oh, this was a clip too. Wait, demon mommy finger, where are you? Right here, here I am. There, I did it. Small but sweet, from back in the day. What is this one? Look, you look so weak right now. There are 73 people right now laughing at you at how insecure you are in your own heritage. True. Oh, this was a good one too. Here we go.
I just don't think you understand it. I think that you're just arguing to be arguing.
You said land.
Wait, CTV, are you drunk?
No.
No. He was drunk. He was 100% drunk. DemonMama goes mask off. In my personal life, I believe in, you know, like genocide. I believe genocide is a good thing in certain circumstances. Okay, that was a good one. I remember that one. That was a good one. Listen. That was a funny one, okay? Listen. Holy shit. Oh, wait a minute. The sniper ones are up here. Is this the one?
When there's like a fucking
watch this
like
shit.
a rightoid to dunk on or something, like
I think
I
this is
used
the
to love
one.
that shit and do it all the time. But you know, all I see is like lefties dunking on other lefties. I'm like, why are you doing this?
Oh my god!
Whoa!
Did you see that snipe, you guys? Did you not just witness that amazing snipe? I told you, I am a god sniper. Bam! God snipe. That was literally like half the map snipe. There's that person right there. Watch this. Let's see. Oh, I barely missed that one. Yeah, same shirt from 100 million years ago. Same shirt. Yep, from 100 million years ago. I know, I wore it a year ago. Damn. I did interrupt Chud just to brag, but we were playing games, so. God. What's this one? Hello. Wait a minute. Where the fuck are my glasses? Oh, shit. I started without grabbing my glasses. No. Hold on. I will be right back. Where'd I fucking put my... Velma moment. I made it. I did it. I made it. I made it. I got my glasses. Look at that. Wow. Wow. Damn, the audio is really blown out, isn't it? Shit, I gotta turn this shit down. I'm probably blowing all your ears up. We got a busy... I got up like an NPC. I did. True. I know, only 3 views. This was back in the day. Do you know how long... Oh, hey, look at this one. They rely on NASA's infrastructure, the actual stuff that costs money, to do their stupid, childish, boyish experiments. Elon Musk is like the perfect example of like failing upwards. That is the example of Elon Musk, and even that's a stretch, because as according to reports as early as a couple of months ago, Elon Musk literally didn't have enough cash on him to buy fucking. It was supposed to say buy fucking food. It's supposed to say buy fucking food. It got cut off too early. DemonMama says F the fash. True. Trump is a fascist? Mama says yes.
Let me ask you like all.
Let's see. Is this a good moment?
Would you call what's going on in China concentration camps? I'm sure you would all call it that, right?
No, you're muttering the waters, dude. They're just
Well,
places
I
where
mean-
you concentrate people for reasons not adequately
Well,
explored.
see, is I think we all agree that that's what they are, right? And if, but if someone was
Can't
to
even buy
tell me,
fucking.
like, well, Dylan, call them internment camps. Using that type of language could like bring memories of past events and muddying the wall. Like, I would say no if that's what they.
Do I have the Rob debate soon? In 30 minutes. Yeah, 30 minutes. Wow, I actually have more clips than I thought. Oh, this one was good. Honey bucket, 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 honey bucket. Honey bucket. That is a honey bucket is a brand of porta potty that in this state. Horrible, horrible, horrible name. Oh, look at this. Wow, look at this one. Here's a deep cut. Who's that? Who's that? But recently arrested Proud Boy leader, suspect sushi.
And leaders are Marxists, and then you had to Google like all this stuff. Like it's
No,
clear that
you asked for citation needed. I'm giving you the citation, and I just linked to
Name. Then what's their name then? Because you didn't have their name. He just asked their name. He didn't ask for citation. He didn't ask for citation. He asked for their name. You didn't know their name. You didn't know their name. You're lying. You're lying right now.
Nigga, are you serious?
Yes, I am serious. I am, and you lied. I look. Yes,
Holy
okay, I can
shit!
tell you how you lied if you're so
What a
perplexed by it.
Weasley little liar, dude.
Okay, let me explain. Let me
Still
explain.
lying.
Let me explain.
One
Let me
at a
explain.
time, one at a
Look,
time,
let me
one at a time.
explain. I threw the accusation, so can I please clarify? Since I threw it?
All right. Suspect, let him clarify.
This is
then
real?
You can go back.
Nah, this isn't TOS. This exists already previously. This is content that currently exists. Wait a second. Who said we have Twitch staff in chat? Hello, Twitch staff. If you're here, hello and greetings and welcome. I hope you're enjoying your show. No, this is a clip that already exists from long before there was any bans or anything. This should not be TOS at all. Yeah, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they sometimes pop in. Yeah. Let's not forget the best moments of our host. Can we look at this meme? Sure, send me a meme. Send me a meme. Send me a meme. Send me a meme. Memedy meme. Memedy meme. I've had a few in. Yeah, I've had Twitch staff come in sometimes. We have an imposter on the loose. Who's the imposter? Who's our imposter? Oh, wait, I didn't see this meme. True! Nosferatu from PA! Have I played Halo? Yes, obviously. Halo was like the bread and butter of my fucking preteen years. Damn. True, that's a good one. That's a good one. I want to suck your tiff. Uh-oh. 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 All right, everybody. In 30 minutes, we are going to be going on to a panel, a new panel that is hosted by right-wingers. We're going to be going there alongside SocDoneLeft, and we're going to be throwing down, apparently, capitalism versus socialism and gun control, which should be interesting. However, we've got just enough time to do a little bit more. We'll do Holy Mackerel later. Don't worry, it'll be fun. This will be a fun show. Don't you worry. It's going to be great. I promise you, it's going to be really fun. My debates are always super fun. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I know there's like 2 or 3 righties who are trying to start. Oh, it's going to be Bloodsporty. It's no tiffs in front of staff. True. True, though. Are we looking at Rob's Twitter? We can. Want to look at Rob? Let's look at Rob's Twitter. Let's take a look. Let's see what's on his Twitter. Let's take a look. Actually, I haven't checked in on Rob's Twitter. I know that John Burke was banned off of Twitter. I wonder why he was banned off of Twitter. Dun 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 da 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 da. I gotta find Rob Noerr. Here we go. Let's take a look. Here we go. Going live shortly. Exclusive. New York Governor Cuomo administration tracked nursing home deaths despite claims they couldn't be verified, document shows. They had the real numbers the whole time. This is like, I don't know what that means. A retweet of Mike Chernovich and Jack Posobiec. Jurors got to choose between following the evidence, which means not guilty, or massive riots. Terrorism from the left works, as the goal is to obtain political results through violence. Every juror knows it's not guilty. They also know what will happen. This is, I assume, referring to by 3 hours ago, or 3 days ago, 3 hours ago. This is obviously referring to the George Floyd situation. Rob retweeting Mike Cernovich of QAnon and Pizzagate fame about Derek Chauvin being not guilty. Nice. Here we go. The FBI announced homicides increased by 25% in 2020, and the media acted like it didn't happen. Is that true? Do we have a citation on that? Let's take a citation. Let's do live fact check. Let's find out if that's true. Do 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 da 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 da. That's weird. It doesn't look like they've released the information from 2020 yet. Dun 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 dun. They haven't even released the data from 2020. It's a Glenn Greenwald retweet. Jack Posobiec. This is all Posobiec. No citation. Bum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum ba da 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 da. Then we got what? New DC medical examiner releases cause of death in U.S. Capitol insurrection. Of the 5 people whose deaths are connected to the Capitol riot, 4 were pro-Trump supporters. 2 of heart attack, 1 of amphetamine poisoning, 1 from homicide. Wait a second. Ashley Babbitt was not killed because of homicide. Ashley Babbitt got shot after ignoring orders from the Secret Service. What the fuck? This is, by the way, this is all he does, just so you know. This is what Rob does. He lies. I showed everybody this on my panel, on the debate, the 1v1 debate that I did against Rob. All he does is lie. He doesn't even research. He doesn't even try to research facts. If you ask him for a source, his source is almost always either the Daily Caller, the Blaze.tv, or what's the other guy? The Post Millennial. Okay, fair enough, Gayfesh. Fair enough. Nice little sneaky wording though and framing. We got another Mike Chernovich one. We got Tom Cotton quote retweets. Murder rate jumps back to 1990s levels, data show. Let's find out. Is that what the data shows? Joseph Simpson from the Washington Examiner. Isn't the Washington Examiner like the far right thing? Isn't this like a super hardcore far right magazine? Let's look. Let's find what they have to say about it. A new crime reporting system released by the FBI quarterly uniform crime report data for the nation. This is new. So this isn't even, you can't even compare this. Extreme far right, by the way. Extreme far right. Low factuality. Nice. Okay. All right. This is quarterly data correction, avoid ranking and comparisons. Since crime is a sociological phenomenon influenced by a variety of factors, the FBI discourages ranking locations or making comparisons as a way of measuring law enforcement effectiveness. Some of this data may not be comparable to previous years because of differing levels of participation. Idiot! Idiot! Absolute idiot! But yeah, don't worry. Just use this as literal fake news. Just straight up fake news. Yes. Yes, Angel Brat. That's more or less correct. Police raid put up fences around Alberta church. What? Now, here we go. Oh boy, only 222 people died in the U.S. of COVID. Literally, Jesus Christ. Here's a Glenn Greenwald. This is how, by the way, this is how you know Glenn Greenwald has completed his leaving the left and has become a full-on right-winger. Rob is waiting for me right now? Why? It's not till 5:30. It's not till 5:30. What is he, what? The fuck? Oh, okay. Okay, I guess it's not quite time yet. I don't really care. Listen, I'm showing up when they told me to show up. I don't want to start early. I want to laugh at this shit. So yeah, this is the Twitter presence of Rob Noerr. Just endless Mike Chernovich and Jack Posobiec, Stephen Miller retweets. Jack Posobiec, Stephen Miller. I don't know who this person is. Who's Tony Schaffer? I don't know who that is. Ben Shapiro. I mean, whatever. You know? Yeah. Yeah, I'm debating Rob Noerr, I guess. Whatever. I'm debating Rob on Friday, too, so whatever. Jesus. What's this one? What's this? What is this? I want to know what this is. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, I remember this. This is his rant where he said that BLM are violent communist thugs. You cheering for this violence makes you a terrible person as well. May you never suffer the tactics you cheer on. BLM are basically Nazis. These are quotes directly from Rob Noerr. Just so we know, just so we have these on hand. This will be very helpful. Do 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 ba da 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 bum bum ba bum 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 ba bum. Oh yeah, that's a Yoshi's Island song. I've got it stuck in my head really hard. Am I debating Rob and Vaush? Yes, I am. And John Burke. Interestingly, so let me show you. Wait, how much time we have? 15 more minutes? He's just going to say the tweets are out of context. And I will ask him, what's the context? Could you provide us the context? That doesn't... I failed to see how this is out of context. Just in case anybody tries to claim this is out of context, you can now mark this time. Anybody who's interested, at 5:14 p.m. on April 7th, 2021, I went to Rob's account and we very easily looked at this and found him saying that BLM are violent communist thugs. Nice. And also, what else here? Where's the other one? Let's go here. Was it this one? I hate Twitter threading. Let me just find the one that we were looking at just a second ago. I think it was a response to this. Show the replies. Do 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 do. Where'd it go? We just had it. Here, I'll get it open. Don't you worry. Here we go. Right over here. This is the one. I agree, BLM are basically just Nazis, but they are lying about racial justice. That's quite a comparison. Comparing BLM to Nazis? Damn. Hey, Max, good to see ya. Yeah, give me that. Only facts, of course. Yeah. Yeah. I need some coffee though. I need some coffee. Hold on. Let me see if I can beg some coffee. Hold on. Let me pester Fawn and see if Fawn will make me some coffee. I would love it if Fawn would make me some coffee. That would be the nicest thing ever. Here, I'm sending Pepe hands to my partners. I'm sending Pepe hands to my partners. Yes. Yeah. What? It's already done?
I just made coffee for myself, but I don't
No, you can't give me your coffee. No, you're gonna make the imps think I'm a villain who steals your coffee.
You deserve the coffee more than me. Here.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't need it. I can make
You promise?
Yeah, I promise.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Gynotype.
You're welcome.
You're coffee stealing. I'm a coffee stealing bitch. Thank you. You're amazing. Well, I am. Listen, I usually am the one giving nice treats. Okay, listen. All right, listen. All I'm saying. All right. This coffee. Ooh, Gynotype is a sweetheart. Oh. By the way, just for the record, in case anyone ever. Oh my God. Stop! You've broken the law. I need to tell you this. Gynotype and without Gynotype and Fawn, I would not be here today. Gynotype, who is an incredible cook and house carer, is amazing. And I would not be where I am today without Gynotype. I'm serious. So, thank you, Gynotype. This stream, as always, is dedicated to you. There you go. And this coffee, thank you. You're going to make sure that I can stay awake. She, her. I make good breakfast. That's about it. I make good breakfast. That's about it. What kind of coffee is it? It is a light roast, sun-kissed blonde or something, I think it's called. Super cool. There's not much else to look at on his Twitter. We're about to go in, but here's what we're going to be doing after I go on this panel, letting people message mods out of nowhere. I mean, that's possible, but I don't know what solution to do. I don't know what to do about that. What happened last night? Did I miss something? Give Zoka a try? Okay, maybe. Maybe. Was this the one that you... Oh, damn. Yeah, there's lots of caffeine. I know, that's why. I like strong caffeine stuff. Oh, hey, here's this. All right, I'll follow this tweet real quick. Let's take a look at this one, and then we'll move on to something else. Let's look at this one. Oh, this will be interesting. Let's take a look. Oh, this is about redneck. This is about redneck, right? I was disabled by vaccines, so you can throw your shit elsewhere. With all due respect, I find that improbable, but I will not question your medical history and right to privacy. However, this case is the exception, and I am sure the medically responsible way to go for you is to not take it. However, that should not be the basis for your policy formulation and stance. When you state policy publicly, it should be implicit that you are taking into account the welfare of the entire community, and not only that of yours. If I'm Jewish or Muslim and cannot eat pork, that does not qualify me to make policy that forbids the consumption of pork because I can't eat pork. True. Policy regarding religion, education, medical care, etc. should be divorced from what you see in the immediate vicinity of physical area and time, and should take into account current and future implications as well as any physical population statistical considerations. On the last note of senior debate performances or your lack thereof, I would see to it that it behooves your political interest and be prudent of your political sensibilities to consider my aforementioned prescriptions with regard to tactics, strategy, and spirit. Good luck. Only facts. This is mucho texto, but damn. Takedown. Put some ice on that. True. Little mucho texto, but good job. I like it. That's very verbose. This here, I'm gonna read this one because I do like this burn, but I don't wanna let you get the evil eye. So, on a last note, I've seen your debate performances, or your lack thereof. I would see to it that it behooves your political interest and would be prudent of your political sensibilities to consider my aforementioned prescriptions with regard to tactic, strategy, and spirit. Good luck and good day. There you are. There you are. You know the details about the hot coffee McDonald's suit? Yes. People always say that the hot coffee lawsuit is like the best example of like Americans being sue happy. It's not, just so you know. It isn't. The coffee was so hot that it melted the cup and poured onto her. Yes. So, yes. Yeah. It was really bad. That was a, and by the way, let's just say there's some real sus shit that goes into how people got the idea that it was really, really, really bad. That it was like a really bad example of sue happy people. Yeah, it's really bad. Yep, it's super bad. Thank you very much, PB Success. And I did just get a super chat question about poly stuff, if that's okay. Do you all share one bed or do y'all have separate bedrooms? I'm gonna do one up. As of 2 weeks ago, we have MEGABED, which is we put 2 king-sized mattresses next to each other, and they're held together super tight. So there is a giant, like a giant double MEGABED, and it's awesome. We actually have one giant bed. It's super cool. Previously, we slept on one king-size bed. We have had, so here's the thing. When we moved here, I bought a new mattress because my old king mattress, okay, let me explain things. Whoa, thank you so much. Holy shit. Holy shit, Leah. Oh my God. For the 30 tier 1 subs on Twitch, thank you so very much. Holy moly. Thank you. Holy shit. That is so pog. Wow. Damn, thank you so much, Leah. That is so pog. Wow, a lot of people just got subs. That's fucking awesome. Super Nintendembo's got a sub. Purpley B-Chan got a sub. Oh, thank you so much. That was super generous. Thank you. So, and Harmonia, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you. Yeah, you did. So, real quick, what was I saying? Okay, so when we moved here, I had an old, beaten up king mattress that I actually got secondhand. So it is a like 10-year-old mattress. So when I moved here, one of the things we saved money for was a new mattress. By the way, if you ever need a mattress recommendation, I can give you a good mattress recommendation because I did a lot of research. As you know, like with my chair, most things I buy, I do a lot of research on because especially if it's something I spend a lot of time in. That was what was in the background of some of my clips. Actually, no, that was the napping bed. We had a small guest mattress that I've held on to for a long time. People are going to think that I'm a hoarder. I'm not a hoarder at all. I'm not a hoarder at all, but there are some things I hold on to even if it's inconvenient. One of those is mattresses because if you have guests, it is way nicer to be able to let your guest sleep on an actual mattress than have them sleep on an air mattress or a couch. So I had the small mattress, the napping bed that used to be in here. Then I had the old king mattress, and then we bought a new king mattress when we moved here. So what we decided to do was, because my partners like the old king mattress more than the new one, and I like the current king mattress, we just moved both of them next to each other. So there we go. And that did it. And now we have MEGABED, which, by the way, MEGABED is the best decision I've ever made. It is so nice in our bedroom now. MEGABED is incredible. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, so it's super cool. Yeah. And by the way, the old mattress is still okay. It's just, how do you prevent them from slipping apart? They are stuck between two very heavy things. They don't slip apart at all. Is it difficult for someone laying in the center to get in or out? Nope. Super easy. You just slide to the bottom of the bed. There's tons of space. Oh, by the way, did you know we're going to be getting a basket on the website? We have 2 sets. It's actually super cool. We have 2 sets of sheets. But yeah. They're the correct way. Is being poly discriminated against? Like, does your landlord know you're poly, or did you have to tell them something different? You can't legally, well, okay, it's not, we can't legally get married or anything, but nobody else cares beyond that. We just say, hey, we're 3 adults who live together. We actually don't jump, well, listen, to be completely honest, I don't jump on the bed. Now, Fawn sometimes jumps on the bed. Fawn sometimes jumps on the bed. Sometimes Fawn will literally stand over me like this in the morning and make memes and do the Fortnite dance over me in the morning, which is like, oh, thank you, thank you. Literally, I'm not kidding you. That has actually happened on multiple occasions. When I'm oversleeping, Fawn will just right over me. I don't stand on the bed though, because I'm super picky about, I don't want to bounce on my mattress because I don't want to wear it out. Yoda sleeps wherever the fuck she wants. Usually Yoda will sleep next to me, because Fawn and Gynotype like to have the fan blowing on them, and Yoda hates the fan. Yoda hates the fan, okay? Yoda fucking hates the fan. So Yoda will sometimes sleep on my side of the bed so that she doesn't get blown on by the fan. She fucking hates the fan. Is Yoda... Yeah, no, well, toilet trained? What do you mean by that? Yoda never pees in the house. The only time she's ever peed in the house was the time that she got so excited about the duck on my plate that she peed. That's the only time she's ever peed in this house. She's never peed in the house other than that. Like, she's super, super good. The duck incident. I was eating duck for dinner, and I had set my plate aside, and Yoda snuck in the room, and she was going to try and grab the duck, and I grabbed it. I was like, no, Yoda! And she thought I was going to give her the duck, and so I reached down to pet her head, and she was so excited that she peed on the floor. Must have got Yoda recently? No. We've had Yoda for quite a while. We've had Yoda for we personally have had Yoda for 2 years. And before that, so let me tell you the story of Yoda real quick before we go on the panel. Before we go on the panel, I'm going to tell you the story of Yoda, okay? Yoda was a total stray dog that wandered onto Gynotype's grandma's farm, okay? Gynotype's grandma has a farm in Texas. And Yoda wandered on, and Yoda was severely emaciated. Like, she was like skeletal. And so grandma fed a very young, very unhealthy Yoda a bunch of food and would feed her bacon grease to fatten her up. And she actually got too fat, believe it or not. She got too fat. I've got crazy work hours this week, so I won't be able to catch your channel till next week. And next week you get your COVID vaccine. I wish you much luck, Ron S. KFC. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Also, thank you so much for the donos. Really appreciate. Okay, I'll be right in. Aftershock. So, so Gynotype grew up around Yoda, okay? Gynotype and Yoda, they've been together since Yoda was a tiny, emaciated pup. And Grandma and Yoda were like this. Grandma and Yoda were like this. Fortunately, 2 years ago, Grandma passed away. Okay? Grandma had cancer and Grandma passed away. And when she passed away, we said, we'll take care of Yoda. So Yoda came to live with us. And that's the story of how we got Yoda. And ever since then, she's been the best dog I've ever had in my entire life. I love Yoda. I would like literally die for Yoda. I'm like that obsessed. She's such a fucking good dog. All right. So now we got to go on the panel. There's the Yoda story for everybody. Everybody, I hope you enjoy the unique Yoda lore. It's not too sad. Grandma loved her dogs so much that she specifically requested her dogs be mentioned at her funeral, and they were. And we got to have Yoda. We got to be the ones who were honored with having Yoda. Okay? So just saying. It's not sad, it's a happy story, okay? All right, I'm joining the Discord. Hold on. In Rob's Discord. Hold on. I don't have a Discord invite. I need a Discord invite. Vaush debates on Friday. We're about to do a debate right now. I know. Same, Vermin. Holy shit. Why did the championship change? I mentioned that earlier, but I'll talk about it again afterwards. Don't worry. All right, I'm going to join this. Hold on. I don't have an invite to the Discord yet. I got a whereby invite. Hold on. Let's see. Hey, I know I'm talking through whereby, but I don't have a Discord invite. If you could shoot me a Discord invite, I'd love that. There we go. All right, I got it.
If you scroll up in the chat, the group chat, it's way at the top. The invite.
Okay, I'm in, but I don't have access to the voice channels.
Go into the call-in waiting room and I'll drag you in.
Okay.
DemonMama, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I'm just getting my push to talk set up real quick. One moment. All right, there we go.
Thank you so much, DemonMama, for coming in last minute. We really appreciate it.
No worries. I was a little worried my content wouldn't make for it today, but it worked out all right. I ended up covering what I wanted to.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, your show comes first, like, especially when you're filling in. So we really appreciate it. So
no problem.
Just let me know.
I've been on the. Yeah, I've been on the filling in for people. Sometimes you have no idea what you're getting into, but I think we only have 2 topics, and I think there's topics that we probably already had an opinion on, even if we didn't research, like socialism and gun control. So
true. All right. Oh, I gotta. All right. 1 second here.
Also, Connor is here. He's just on the voice chat.
Give me just a minute.
Up.
And my boy's already snoring and kind of knocking out, so I'm gonna give him like 10 minutes to get settled.
No problem.
Can I do this? Here. How do I do this?
I also got the vaccine, and the next day my arm hurt like a mother.
That's what I've heard is the biggest. The people I know that have got it, most of them said they didn't experience anything other than pain in the arm for a couple of days.
I heard the second vaccine is known to like get people like a little sick. That's what I was hearing.
I had flu-like symptoms for 1 day after the first vaccine, and then one of my partners had like 2 days of flu-like symptoms after the second one. Sometimes you get that, but honestly, it passed really quick. Like for me, I was kind of like out of it for 1 day afterwards. I just slept a bunch and then felt perfectly fine afterwards.
That's actually one of the arguments for taking the vaccine, even if you already had the virus, is that it increases your antibody response. One of the big reasons why people have a really bad response to the second one is their body already has like initial response to the vaccine. So it's like a bigger immune response the second time.
That makes sense.
Gotcha. DemonMama, are you good to go?
Yeah, I'm good to go. Sorry, I'm just trying to manage my Discord and all my windows I've got up right now. Apologies.
We're waiting for Connor anyways. So.
No. We're not waiting on Connor. But there's no rush, Demon Mom. Just let me know when, and we'll start it up.
Oh yeah, go for it. If you could call on me second, that would be great, because I'm just gonna move these windows around a little bit.
Okay, no problem. All right. So, first, I want to thank everybody for being here and welcome to the Wednesday night's normal debates. Thank you guys for being here. Again, Demon Mama, thanks for coming in so last minute. We really appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time out of your day to be here. Also, as an aside, speaking of Demon Mama, congratulations for her win in the Hippy Dippy Rumble. That was great. I watched it all. That was a great performance. The reigning champion at the moment is Vaush, where he will be defending his title this Friday on the Hippy Dippy podcast. The setup is a fatal four-way between Rob Noerr, Demon Mama, John Burke, and Vaush, where the last man standing will be crowned the next Hippy Dippy champion. So good luck to all the contestants, and I hope everyone is there to support the panelists as well. All right, so now, the way this will work, 2 topics. 1 hour each. I will let each panelist introduce themselves, their political leanings, where to find them, all that good stuff. After which I will present the topic. Then each panelist gets to give their thoughts on said topic in a short 2-minute intro. In your intro, please do not refer or give any rebuttal to any panelist. Only your thoughts on the topic at hand. Then the panel will go back and forth for the hour. And after the hour has ended, I will then ask each panelist to give their closing thoughts. 2 minutes for outros as well. I will be moderating and will be interjecting when there's either a miscommunication or maybe, the discussion is getting a little bit too hectic and I need to step in to, get things in order. So then afterward, we'll take a couple of questions from the audience as well. I'll be in Demon Mama's chat, Rob's chat, getting some questions from the audience. As far as language goes, please no insults. As Dylan says, I won't moderate niceness, but as John Burke says, please debate the topic, not the person. And that's about everything that needs to be covered. Does anybody have any questions? No?
Good to go.
No?
All right. Okay, so let's get into it. Sounds good. So the first topic, socialism versus capitalism. How much socialism should we implement, if any at all? Should capitalism even exist? And what would the alternative look like? Even though it's argued that a free market economy has been the best we've found thus far, it is also argued that it's not. And there's much better, fairer, and prosperous paths going forward. Panelists, what do you think? Go ahead, Rob, 2 minutes.
Sure. So the first thing to say is that one of the hardest parts when talking about economic philosophies is correctly diagnoses what economic philosophy is prevalent in what area, because oftentimes people want to compare country to country or time period to time period, but we have to be honest about what is capitalism and what is socialism. So I would argue that there are almost no countries in recorded history, including now, that are purely capitalist or purely socialist. For example, in the United States, we lean more heavily towards a free market or a capitalist system. However, we do have socialist policies such as Medicare, Medicaid, other social safety net policies that are socialism. When people point to socialist countries like those in Scandinavia, the truth is those countries have free markets. They just have more social programs. So what we have to discuss then, and I hope that one of the questions I'll ask all the panelists is anyone advocating that we need purely one system or purely the other? I would guess most people will say no, but we'll see what happens. I think that having said that, even though I understand the need for some social safety net programs, I do lean far heavier towards capitalism. And I think that I would argue the countries we've seen that have successfully implemented more socialism than the United States did so because of the successes of capitalism, because it allowed incredible economic growth to occur in those countries and around the world. And that allowed them to have more social programs. If every country embraced those sorts of programs, I'm afraid that we would see a lack of incentive and an economic decline. Capitalism's been responsible since 2010 to 2012, lifting 50% of the people in the world out of poverty. Most of this has occurred in places like Africa. Free markets have driven those economies to do so great. And what it means is that's 50% less people that are in crippling starvation. So capitalism is a flawed system, but it is the best system that we've ever had. And although there is a need for social safety net programs, that's why I default to free markets and people's free will being superior to the socialist ideals.
All right, well said. Demon Mama, 2 minutes, go ahead.
Yeah, in my opinion, we should aim to have as much socialism as we can possibly get. Contrary to the sometimes popular belief on the right that socialism is when the government does things. That is not really what socialism means. Socialism refers to workers owning the means of production and a moving away from the commodity form. For those who don't know what that is, the commodity form is when you buy or sell things for money or profit, specifically profit. And workers owning the means of production means that workers aren't exploited anymore. If you do something, if you are a part of a team that does things, everyone will gain from that thing. I think we should aim to have as much of that as possible. We are increasingly living in a world of service economies, of automation and whatnot, and the sort of turn of the century capitalist ideals of mass industry and wealth hoarding simply is not serving our needs anymore. I don't think that this is a particularly radical position. The onset of this horrific pandemic that we've seen is a perfect example of how this sort of like weird private public partnerships all over the world just really are super inefficient and don't allow us to actually respond to things, specifically with things that shouldn't be commodified in the first place, like healthcare. We've now revealed that there is an incredible amount of conflicting incentives that are present in hyper-capitalistic structures that actually damage everyone. They hurt all of the nation because they lead to the spread of disease. They hurt doctors who really just want to help their patients, and they hate patients. The only people winning are middlemen who are essentially investing here and there and taking their money and going and buying islands. And so I think we should push for the most socialism that we can get in the most reasonable manner possible. Yeah.
Well said. Mr. ConorPoints, go ahead, sir. 2 minutes.
Yeah, hey, so since you're listening to a disembodied voice, I'll introduce myself a little.
I forgot the intro.
Connor. I run a YouTube channel named CounterPoints. I can myself right, and I won't be disembodied forever. As a matter of fact, I think the sun is knocked out, so I'll probably be jumping up in a second. But specifically in reference to the topic, so just like with DemonMama, I'm sure Socialism Done Left, most leftists define socialism as the decommodification of basic needs and also workers owning production. The reason why there's some examples that I'm okay with. So, for instance, if you're interested in a capitalist version of this working out well, there's a company called Publix, privately owned. All of the workers own private stock. And I'm much more friendly to that kind of idea than, I don't know, bloody purge, eliminate the bourgeois class from society. And one of the weird things about this is basically my objections to socialism are not whether or not there's like some moral impetus to people living happy and healthy lives. I think that's one of the indictments of like capitalism that a lot of socialists have. My criticism or hesitancy around socialism has to deal with the concentration of power. So even in this conversation, DemonMama cited about how capitalist countries, free market countries, seem to be slow on the uptick for dealing with a deadly disease. The reason why they're slow to deal with a deadly disease is because of freedom, personal freedom, capital freedom, economic freedom, all that kind of stuff. So it's a lot easier to tell people to shut the fuck up, take the vaccine, quarantine yourself, stay in your home when you have an authoritarian state. I understand most socialists on the basically online, especially in the West, identify as libertarian or anarchist. But at the same time, I don't understand how you create a state or create a country powerful enough to abolish bourgeois without also creating a nightmare dystopian state. So I'm sure we'll get that into that in the general panel, and I'll yield and join you beautiful people on video in a second.
Sounds good. And just to let you know, your mic is cutting out. I know you're probably like on some headphones or something. I just thought I'd let you know. Well said. Socialism Done Left. Go ahead, sir. 2 minutes.
Sure. So I think that I want to make the same distinction that DemonMama made, that socialism is not when the government does stuff or when social welfare. I think that instead of referring to like worker ownership, the means of production, I like the term economic democracy. The idea is that generally we want to have workplace democracy, so democracy within the individual firms. We want to have macroeconomic democracy, meaning that profit shouldn't be the key or main driver of what society chooses to produce and where it chooses to invest in. And we shouldn't have the capitalists as a class. So those are the three main distinctions. However, as a market socialist, I am very happy to keep market mechanics within a socialist system. So in short, I'm happy to have like firms that are owned by workers and firms which have a lot of state control over investment and firms even which have a lot of regulation in the markets. But I also want to allow these firms to freely compete, firms to freely rise and die, because there's a lot of evidence that this does lead to an efficient economic production. So I guess to present a slight opposition to DemonMama, conventionally socialists talk about ending the commodity form, and the way that they do so is through central planning or political planning of some kind. If DemonMama is an anarchist, she might talk about decentralized planning or power econ, stuff like that. This is all political planning. Instead, market socialists tend to think that decommodification comes through basically trying to perfectly align, you can never be perfect, but trying to perfectly align profit with use value. You treat any deviation between social utility and profit as an externality, and you try to internalize it either via state regulation, state ownership, or state changes of investment, like heavy investment into R&D, as we're seeing in green technology. So in short, the argument is that for economic democracy, we want workplace democracy, macroeconomic democracy, and the gains of growth to be shared much, much more widely by not having a class which hoards most of that wealth.
All right, we will now move into the roundtable. The roundtable debate. I think Connor is trying to get on video, so Rob, just keep a lookout on when he knocks. But other than that, go ahead, guys.
Yeah. The one thing that I did want to respond to, sorry, just wanted to make sure you could hear me. The one thing I did want to respond to that Connor brought up, I don't know if Connor's still listening in, but if not, I'll repeat it. But the idea that that the efficiency or the better handling of a pandemic comes from some sort of authoritarianism, that's not true. It has nothing to do with being able to force people to take vaccines at all. Like that's never even like that is it's a fantasy talking point. Here we live in a capitalist state here in Washington where I live, and there's plenty of people taking the vaccine now with no demand for taking the vaccine. It has nothing to do with forcing people to do anything. The difference is that right now, as it works, the healthcare industry is like it's like staring into a garbage disposal of like charities and like church-run hospitals and private company-run hospitals and private suppliers and random middlemen who jumped in the middle of a pandemic to make a quick buck, some of whom were literally supported by the Trump admin. A bunch of stuff like that. It's a nightmare mess. It's like a vomitous nightmare mess. And this, you don't see this being the problem in countries that have socialized, decommodified healthcare, because as it turns out, you don't really need, I mean, you do to some degree. Obviously, Canada has some examples of this. There are some private things still in the UK, but you don't have nearly as much what should I say, inefficiencies in going from middleman to middleman to middleman. Something that I bring up a lot is examples of health insurance. Something I personally have experienced that's a very common thing. I used to work in the healthcare industry. Very common thing is to have bidding wars back and forth between a hospital and an insurance company. This sort of stuff means that the entire healthcare industry is just mired in inefficiency. And most of that is because of profit-seeking behavior. So that's something that I wanted to bring up. It doesn't really have anything to do with forcing people to do anything. Although I do agree that the government having more oversight over healthcare and more power to intercede in emergencies is probably a good thing in most cases.
Okay, so again, one of the problems we're going to have, like, I understand the definition. I agree with the definitions that people said of what socialism is. We haven't defined capitalism yet, but that's fine. However, when we see socialist-like policies, then I guess I'll say when we see the government, which is the collective will of the people, when they are redistributing people's money, we could oftentimes see that that is a disaster and doesn't end up well. One of the things I want to say here specifically, because I don't want this to be a conversation where we're just disagreeing on definitions, is you specifically cited the UK as a place that you would say that's a place, when it comes at least to their healthcare, that is closer to socialism that you're advocating for, correct?
I would say they have socialized healthcare. I would not say it's like they're a socialist country or anything like that.
Sure.
Also,
absolutely.
They've been increasingly privatizing their healthcare system over the last decade or so, and that has led to some pretty major bumps in the road. Looks like, so I don't know.
But you would agree that they are far closer to socialized medicine than the United States?
Yeah, I would say they're closer. Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
I don't know. I don't
so-
really know
okay.
if it's necessary to say far. Like, I don't know. I don't know what these relative terms are trying to get at.
Okay. Nonetheless, the point is the UK is doing worse than the United States by almost every metric. In addition to the fact that any successes they have are resulting from vaccines that were made in capitalist countries, which we have not seen socialist countries that I don't even know a socialist country using your definition, but we haven't seen those countries that were able to create any vaccines. So all these vaccines that we're seeing success from that we were all talking about before the show came on were the result of capitalism and for-profit corporations that were able to turn out a vaccine quicker than almost any medical scientist that was in the United States.
This is a really poor
Everyone
example,
said,
though.
just real quick, I'll finish real quick. So we heard them saying over and over it would be impossible to turn out a vaccine that quick. And not only did capitalism create that vaccine, but in the countries we see with more socialized medicines like the UK, they're doing far worse than the United States.
Okay, so there's a couple of issues with this example. First of all, I don't know if you are up to date, but until very recently, through most of the pandemic, the predominant party in power was the Conservative Party in the UK, and they have pushed strongly for a lack of public response, for not having mandates, for not having other things that scientists have unilaterally agreed upon being good for the virus. And I was hoping we weren't going to get into like virus denialism stuff or whatever. I hope we don't. But at the end of the day, like I think that it's very easy to look at the UK and recognize that there are very different reasons for their lack of success on dealing with the virus. And most of those are the same ones we have over here. The thing about the United States is that thanks to, I guess you could say, if we're going to use the definition of socialism that is when the government does things, I guess thanks to the socialists of America, we have a very, very robust public research sector. The reason we get to enjoy things like early vaccines is because we have an incredible amount of government investment in research that many times private companies are able to lean on, borrow from, recruit from, all like just literally use facilities that are completely publicly funded in order to do this. So I just don't really think that's a particularly strong argument. It's not like capitalism produced this. This is the result of literally multinational companies that benefited from governments in many different places. That's not really exactly a particularly strong argument.
I don't want to repeat what DemonMama says. I just want to hype a book on this subject. It's called The Entrepreneurial State by Mariana Mazzucato.
Okay, counterpoints?
Yeah, so I did hear a majority of what you guys said, but I was clicking on a whole bunch of buttons, so sorry if this comes out a little bit frazzled. But basically, the gist of what I was pointing to was not necessarily specifically in reference to COVID-19, more that they're, just like everything, in every kind of situation, there are advantages and disadvantages to different systems. I'm a mixed economy capitalist. This is oftentimes why I get accused of not really being on the left, because I think healthcare is one of the things that should not be profit driven.
True.
The reason why is because there is something in economics which is called, I think it's called like inelastic demand. There are certain products that you will pay any amount of price for. Yep. Your life is one of them. So if you are, basically facing down the gun of a cancer diagnosis, there is no dollar amount that you will not pay in order to try to survive. So essentially what's happening in a capitalist society, in a private healthcare society, is that an entire generation of people, the boomers, are spending intergenerational wealth that normally people would just die and pass on to their family. They're spending it on late-term healthcare, and late-term healthcare is so expensive that it's effectively bankrupting these people. They're going into reverse mortgages in order to pay for retirement. They're going into reverse mortgages in order to pay for their healthcare. They're taking on credit card debt in order to survive into their 80s and 90s. This is a market failure. So the reason why I'm a mixed economy capitalist is because I don't trust, no offense,
you cut out, Connor.
To the proles out
Connor,
there.
You cut out
I
again.
don't trust the pro
Yeah,
market
Connor, can you repeat that? You cut off a lot there.
Repeat your last sentence.
Sorry. Yeah, the last sentence was basically like I don't trust the proletariat to run a state. I just don't. So this is where I'm not a leftist. But at the same time, there are market failures that I think capitalism needs to acknowledge and not run away from.
So this is kind of what I was talking about, that we clearly, and see if you agree with me, counterpoints, we have a mixed capitalist society now. That's the status quo in the United States, correct? And
it's a bar of where do we set the bar
Exactly.
of what's free market and what's run by the state.
Exactly. And I think that's basically what every developed country in the world is doing. There isn't a purely socialist country. So I guess I'll just, not to just pigeonhole the conversation to COVID. So again, I'll just say real quick to respond to DemonMama. It's not true that there wasn't massive state intervention in the UK. In fact, despite the fact that Tories are in charge, you would be hard pressed to think so. In fact, they've had one of the most stringent lockdowns, which seems to have been non-effectual. And I do not believe that there is unanimous consent among scientists that things like lockdowns and things like that work. But I guess that's a conversation for another day. So the question I have just for the left-wing people in the panel is there a country that you would call a socialist country? And if not, what country is closest to the system that you would be advocating for?
Wait, do I think there's like an existing socialist state right now?
Yes.
Not really. I mean, I don't really think that there's like an ideal socialist state quite yet. Obviously, when we're talking about socialism, we're talking about sort of the ideals of socialism, but there certainly are states that have done that are much further along on that line and have had like major benefits as a result of this. Obviously, the Nordic states are a pretty good example across the board, but even Canada, you can look at some of the outcomes in Canada, especially for COVID. Canada's handled COVID with even a basic capitalist UBI that it has some social mindedness and a more unified approach to COVID has done significantly better than us. Now, with regard to the UK, I disagree with you on some of the facts there. In fact, it's been incredibly controversial. I actually do keep up with UK politics quite a lot. They were very slow to declaring lockdowns, and yes, while their lockdowns were severe, they were not timed as long as they wanted to. They reopened multiple times against the advice, by the way, of their own health ministries, and also they have really high population density across most of the country. It makes sense if you live in high density areas, if you don't quarantine for long enough, if you don't actually maintain these procedures, that it's just going to get worse. And here's the thing: the worst thing about all of this, I just want to hammer this home on the COVID thing. The worst thing on the COVID thing is that doctors said that. Doctors said a million times it would be better to do one horrifically difficult quarantine lockdown than it would be to do 3 bad lockdowns. And now we're on what? I mean, here in the States, we've had just cycles of it. I think we're on like, even in my state, which has done comparatively well, we're on like our 4th redress back into a previous lockdown phase. It's never ending because people won't actually do it right the first time. There's actually, it's really amazing because this also happens, just as like a little side note, this also happens with in America predominantly with regard to medicine. Doctors will tell their patients, make sure that you take all of your antibiotics, because if you don't get rid of all of them, the only bacteria that will remain in your body are ones that have survived the first few pills that you took. You need to take all of it to make sure they all die, or else you're going to get MRSA in your system. And of course, people just don't think about that.
Real quick, guys,
to answer Rob's question.
Hold on real quick. Let's be careful to not make this all about COVID. I understand that COVID has, it's kind of a little tied to socialism, but let's be very careful not to just make it all about COVID. Okay, just go ahead. I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I don't think that government responses to COVID really have much of anything to do with socialism. Like the conservatives in Japan have done a much better job than have like the more left-leaning medical systems in lots of parts of Europe. Regardless of all of that, I think that the take that I would give for like, are there socialist countries is a mixed one. It depends on what part of socialism you're talking about. China has extensive socialization of investment, but it has terrible worker ownership of the means of production, terrible like worker power there. Conversely, lots of European countries have had a very weak recent history of social control of investment and a strong history of worker ownership of the means of production. So I think that the answer is probably a mixed bag. So I guess the answer in short for you, Rob, is no, I don't think there's one country, but when we look at the policies that these countries implement, those policies that are more socialist are more successful. So the argument will be, we look at a country, we pick out the policies that are socialist, we say, that works good, let's do that.
Okay, and so the reason I wanted to get to this, so both of you have basically agreed there is no socialist country in the way you would define it, which makes sense if the definition is that the workers own the mean of production. I think that ConorPoints makes the correct point here is the reason is because we can't get to that ideal. It is impossible to get to that ideal because the only way to get there is through despotism and through tyranny. That's the only way to get there. Every time that it's tried to get to a purely socialist state, we see a disaster occur, such as places like Red China, such as places like the Soviet Union, Cuba, etc. And so we could talk about the importance of a mixed economy, but again, I think most of the example, and like this is why the conversation of COVID came up in the first place. I didn't bring it up. It's just something I heard where the UK has a more socialist system. They have not been more effective than the United States. Whatever the factors may be, they have not been, period, despite that their health system. I don't disagree with counterpoints, though, that I think that healthcare is broken in the United States and we need to have a significant fix. I don't know if socialism is the way to go with it, but I'm open to hear it because certainly it's a disaster in the United States. Right now, we have the Democrats at least providing a solution, even if it's not a good one, Medicare for all. What's the Republican solution? I don't hear anything from them. So I'm willing to hear out anyone who's trying to talk about a potential solution. Absolutely. But so now we're talking. So I think already we're at a point where I think DemonMama's original assertion that we want as much socialism as possible, as close to 100% as possible. The fact that it's never occurred or it can't occur proves that this is a system that we shouldn't be trying to embrace.
That's
not
because it's going to result in tyranny.
I strongly disagree.
Okay, so then, has there ever been a country? You say there's real quick. You say there's not a country now. Has there ever been a country that's adapted socialism in the way that you're suggesting?
Oh, I think that many countries have put socialist practices to work to great success. Oh, absolutely.
Well, we're talking based on your definition, which is the workers own the means of production.
I mean, you could make the same argument if you traveled back in time right now to the era of the, I don't know, medieval times. You could make the exact same argument about kings. Oh, we've never seen a system that wasn't feudalism. What are we going to do without the divine right of kings? This is just an appeal to stuff that happened before, and that's not necessarily a good argument. I believe in a future that's better than the one that we currently have, and the way that we get there is by recognizing that massive wealth hoarding that's only a half step away from what we had during literal kings and queens during the era of monarchy is not the answer, and that we need to move to a much more socialized system that actually gives credit where credit is due. Part of the problem with the capitalist system is that the defining characteristic of every capitalist society is that the vast majority of people who have made that society possible, the people who actually live in that society, build that society, take care of that society every single day, see none of the benefits of that society because it's
okay. So real quick, I just have a quick. I just have a quick question real quick then. So you're saying that there isn't a country that's embraced socialism, which is the total workers own of the means of production. And you're saying there historically hasn't been one. Is there ever been a country that's attempted to have a total workers owns a means of production?
Yeah, there have been a few.
I give you the answer.
Yeah, there have been.
Can you name some of them?
Yeah, there's a few. I know that Rojava was working towards that before America pulled out all support of them. I do know that there has been some attempt, a considerable amount of attempt to move towards that in, if I believe it's in the autonomous regions of the Zapatistas. There's also been in Spain. There have been a number of areas that have made major moves towards cooperative ownership. And in fact, there is a region in Italy, I'm slipping on the name right now, that has been the plurality of businesses are co-ops, which is one of the most economically robust areas of Italy, and this place is the vast majority of businesses operating in that area are co-ops. So we've had quite a lot of success. The problem that we have with this is that there is a constant appeal because let's think about it this way. This is the same problem that we have with royalty, is that royalty aren't going to say, I'm going to give up my money freely. And likewise, banks and people who are currently hoarding wealth aren't going to do that. And in fact, we see that. We see resistance on the hands of banks, on the hands of large wealth hoarders like Jeff Bezos, who try to prevent any sort of progress because they're the ones who would have to pay because they're currently
So
hoarding.
I want to try and answer Rob's question a little bit more directly.
I just want to say real quick, I noticed all the examples she gave was very small, isolated areas. We could talk about those specifically. I noticed that she didn't include areas like the Soviet Union and China and other areas that have had millions upon millions of deaths in an attempt to get the workers' own means of production. But I do want to hear.
And that's why I wanted to answer directly, actually. So that's what I wanted to say. I think that most of the large-scale socialist experiments that have existed for long periods of time and maintained territorial control, like the Soviet Union, China, Eastern Bloc, and so on, were mostly created through revolution. I think revolution has a tendency to create extremely authoritarian authoritarian structures, particularly the models that were attempted in the 1910s, 1920s, 30s, and 40s. And as a result, those structures were extremely anti-democratic, and so they failed in large part due to that. I like that. That's a whole subhistory that we can go on there, but I think that it's worth noting that like I guess basically the argument that I'm giving is that model creates more authoritarian systems. That's the argument, very simply.
Yeah, I mean,
Connor?
Oh, God.
Yeah, sorry.
No, we'll go to you, Demon
We're doing some technical troubleshooting while we're fucking doing everything. So sorry, I haven't been more aggressive.
No problem.
But at the same time, so basically this is my problem though, because it's really frustrating dealing with this because like on one hand, we want to move to a more socialist model, and when social democratic countries have like socialized medicine or something like that, we can claim that as like leftism good. But also socialism is like this very specific like niche definition of workers, the decommodification of basic human need, and workers own the means of production. And I'm more sympathetic to like leftists or socialists who are like, hey, like I'm not a violent revolutionary. I want to win the culture war, so we have like cultural consensus, so we can all move towards this thing in the future or something like that. I'm okay with that. But the second that it turns into like guillotine and kulak memes and like all that kind of stuff, you lose me completely, because basically what happens is whenever you have something that's like pro-revolutionary, there's a concentration of power. Basically, the vanguard party becomes the new oligarchy. Once they get in there, turns out they're not interested in ceding power to the proletariat. They create a new upper class, and we don't escape the hierarchy that socialism is supposed to abolish. And while I understand that some people think that this is like material, for me, this is human. I think human beings, like they're interested in hierarchy, even unjust hierarchies. And the best way to structure a society is to have competing hierarchies that are free to compete within a society, not like completely try to abolish hierarchy in its entirety.
I don't entirely disagree with you on certain factors of that. I wouldn't say that it's human nature. I just think that a lot of times when you're faced with survival, you take the shortest path, and sometimes the shortest path is force. And what that means is that systemic and structural analysis is incredibly important, and also why I don't advocate for authoritarian style pseudo communism. Like I've literally on my channel, I've literally done this a million times. I had a huge debate about my huge problems with the Marxist-Leninist approach, which I don't really think does a very good job of addressing the exact problem you brought up. That said, I think that there is a historicality that runs very rampant in America, largely thanks to McCarthyism, towards a very long-standing tradition of just lumping all forms of communism and socialism together, that does a disservice to the actual history of a lot of these ideologies. In fact, it almost leads to a complete ignorance of countries that have successfully integrated socialist ideals, even if they haven't had them to a complete level, which I don't think is. I think that's a very weird way of purity testing.
Okay,
Rob,
if I may, real quick. Okay, So two quick things to say here. The first is, so I'm glad that no one's advocating revolution. Like violence is bad, political violence is bad. So even if we disagree on economic systems, that's good to have a panel that's at least in agreement on that. But I think what you'll see is, so what we're seeing historically is, one, every time that it's been tried to meet the actual definition of socialism, it's resulted in a revolution and a bloodbath. And second, the fact that it hasn't occurred in any country historically or now shows that even the Nordic countries that DemonMama and Socialism Done Left will be talking about, they have chosen not, as leftist as they are, they have chosen not to embrace total socialism. And I think there's a reason for it. And I think that reason is largely what ConorPoints is talking about here, which is they see the utility of having a, okay, well, you'll get a chance to respond. They see the utility in a mixed economy, and they understand that free markets have been beneficial. As I talked about in my opening statement, thanks to free markets and things like that, we've seen incredible increases in the amount of food that's provided around the world, which came from a for-profit commodification mentality, which has lifted since 2000, 50% of the people in crippling poverty around the world out of poverty. We could talk high-minded about ideals, but when we're talking about a system that actually fed half the country or half the world, that's a good system. The other thing I want to say real quick is this idea that it's not human nature. I disagree, because hierarchies aren't just justified, they're inevitable. Like higher, and Connor's exactly right that the way to have the best society possible is to have enough hierarchies that everyone has a chance to be good at one of the hierarchies. Like, I agree with that. And if you go back and you read George Orwell, who was a socialist, he wrote a book called The Road to Wigan Pier. And the first half of this book, he's writing about, he was commissioned, by the way, by socialists in Britain to do so. The first half of the book's talking about the deplorable conditions of these workers in these coal mines at a place called Wigan Pier. And it's just hell on earth. I won't get into it now. However, the second half of the book, he says that he's incredibly skeptical of the socialists that are paying him to do this because they actually do believe in hierarchies, and their interest doesn't lie with benefiting the people beneath them that are poor. They're actually exploiting the poor and using their plight to achieve a higher position and a position higher in the hierarchy. And so it's inevitable. Human nature will inevitably result in hierarchies, and it's a utopian fantasy that leads to a bloodbath every time we try to initiate it when we say, no, we should reject a for-profit mentality. We should reject hierarchies. It's not possible, and it leads to real damage.
Can I just ask one quick clarifying question, and then
that was directed at DemonMama, so we'll go DemonMama, and then Rob, and then Socialism, DemonLeft, and then ConorPoints.
All right, good. I have a couple of things I could say to that. So there was a lot there. I kind of don't know exactly what the coal mining thing had to do. Maybe we can get back into that at some point. First thing, while like I think there's a little bit of like I don't know, like I sense a little bit of inconsistency on this. So would you say that people like Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and the founding fathers, would you say those people were like horrible, bloody murderers?
No.
Okay, so you acknowledge that there can be correct reasons to have a revolution, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it seems odd to me that there's sort of this like blanket dismissal of all revolutions as bad, and also saying,
well, that's not what I said.
Well, that is what
that's
you,
not what I said.
It's sort of what you
no.
implied.
What
you
I said
that,
was just like socialism. I implied exactly what Socialism Done Left said, which is those countries that we've seen, the Eastern Bloc, the Soviet Union, and China, were socialist revolutions, and every one of them resulted in horrible bloodbaths.
Are you
and
aware?
He said that's why.
Wait, are you aware that slightly before that, most countries in Europe have had one revolution or another, mostly against kings?
Right.
And
We're not talking. I'm not impugning.
Right? It just
right,
sounds to me like what you're doing is you're being very selective, and you're saying, hey, I don't like Russia, I don't like China, their revolutions went bad, so I'm going to use them to blanket, like, sort of disparage an ideology that I don't agree with, when in reality, we've had tons of revolutions all over the world, and some of them turn out great, some of them turn out bad. The problem with the revolution is, I mean, largely there's a lot of questions that go into these things. Was it structured well? What were their guiding principles? What ended up actually traversing?
Again, if I could just real quick answer this, I'm not impugning revolutions. I'm impugning socialist revolutions, just like Socialism Done Left did.
I don't think that's
Socialism Done Left. Go ahead.
Well, so to clarify a little bit, I was mostly trying to say that I agree that the Marxist-Leninist model tends to lead to authoritarian revolutions. It's possible that, were there a different model, that it would have gone differently, but we can't really reveal that anymore. My position is that revolutions really aren't feasible in the modern world anyway, so it's somewhat beside the point. Something I actually wanted to bring up, actually a partial response to this, Rob, is that I would point to two writers on this. One is Darren Acemoglu, spelled Acemoglu, and one is what's his face?
Is that an author? I'm sorry. Is that
I can link these later. He's a very famous economist, development economist, and the other is Bernstein. And so one of the things that Bernstein argued is that the gradual evolution of like the role of the state in the economy allows there to be a democratization of the state, that like, hey, you have an additional department of the state that does an additional job. You can make sure that thing is democratically controlled by the people, rather than having it all at once where you can't be sure that check is actually in the place. I think that similarly, Acemoglu presents this history of there's been this long simultaneous expansion of this power of the state and the power of the people over the state that has been extremely successful, and it's created this modern mixed market economy that we've seen today. So the suggestion that I raise is that we go further. In fact, the very success case, the best success case that Acemoglu points to, and I want to say chapter 14 of The Narrow Corridor, is Sweden, where the state grew largest, and so too did democracy. So the argument in short is, let's do more.
ConorPoints, go ahead.
Yeah, so happy to disappoint SocDoneLeft's chat with my fucking chud takes in the next few minutes. DemonMama, I would be interested in some historical examples of socialist success where we're using not the lefty or the the not even leftist definition, because no offense, I'm on fucking Twitter. SocDems get the wall too. Okay, fucking they're cut a liberal and fucking fascist bleeds and all that bullshit.
I see.
So
I've been very traumatized by a handful of edgy 15-year-old.
Handful? Come on, Demon. You know there's a lot.
I think we
okay,
all
wait,
are.
Listen, of
We
all
all
the people,
that was like point of one of like 7. Jesus Christ.
I just got sniped at. Hold on a sec. All right, go ahead and then get your 7 points out, and I'll respond to this.
Okay, and by the way, like if you're not admitting that you're traumatized by a bunch of edgy 15-year-olds, you're clearly on not Twitter enough. So all right, so
True, I'm not.
This is
Imps Code, baby.
All right, so this is my problem with the libertarian socialist or the anarcho-communist. Okay, I'm a libertarian, but we should do more gun control. I'm a libertarian, but we should nationalize energy. I'm a libertarian, but we should nationalize healthcare. I'm a libertarian, but we should nationalize logistical monopolies like Amazon. And this is my thing. Basically, what we're talking about when we talk about government, we're talking about a concentration of like militant power, like the ability to kill. Civilians inside the United States, we're going to get this a little bit later on, have a very limited right to reserve their ability to commit violence, either in self-defense, basically in self-defense. But the state has the monopoly. When we're talking about these nationalizations, when we're talking about gun control, effectively what we're talking about is we're talking about concentrating, 1, economic power, and 2, like militaristic power, in specifically in reference to gun control, in the hands of the state. So when you say, I don't want a revolution, but I want the government to nationalize energy, health, logistical monopolies, I want them to be able to do this. Like basically, at least from a conservative perspective, a libertarian perspective, whenever you do something that somebody else doesn't want to do, that you're not getting their buy-in, the implicit thing that is causing them to do that is the force of the state. And the force of the state is not legislative. It's just not paperwork. It's people who are armed with guns or batons willing to enforce that paperwork upon you. So that's almost my last point. This is my final point, and then I'll shut up. So basically, I do want to push back on Rob. This is my centrist role a little bit. But this is actually going to punch both ways simultaneously. Not all revolutions are bad, but revolutions are judged by their achievements, not by their ideals. And oftentimes what I hear from lefties is very highfalutin ideals, but when you look how it plays out in the real world, I don't see as good of achievements. And with that, I'll yield.
Okay, so
let's also be careful with the gun control stuff because that's our next topic. Go ahead, Demon.
Yeah,
oh, don't worry.
I'm interested in talking about gun control. One thing I hate is being constantly mischaracterized on my position on gun control. But okay, so first of all, to discuss the sort of libertarian auth divide and Twitter tankies, etc. I know that they're very obnoxious. I've spoken about this many times. I mean, everyone knows. I literally did the first major foray into trying to point out who the fuck the actual numbers of the tanky Twitter. There's not all that many of them. Yes, they are very loud. Yes, they are very, very annoying. And yes, they do say things like "SocDems get the wall," which I think is incredibly stupid. However, I do not think these people are representative, either offline or online, of the greater movement. Just because they're loud and they're close to you and you see a lot of them doesn't mean they're actually that many. As it turns out, 3,000 or so accounts on Twitter can make a lot of noise that can make it seem like they're the only ones. But if you actually take a look at the communities that exist online, you have communities, the biggest left-wing communities I can think of off the top of my head are Hassan, Vaush. You could even argue Destiny. There are a lot of left-leaning people in Destiny's community. And these are not communities that are rife with tankies. In fact, most of them are ones that are pretty explicitly opposed to people who would say those sorts of things. So, I mean, on a sheer numbers level, you're just not correct about that claim. And I really hate that it's like, I recognize they're annoying because I agree. I've literally made many a rant. I just have a video going up like tomorrow that's about this. I think it's tomorrow. That's about fucking cringe-ass lefty tanky LARPing, and it's just very silly to equate that. And again, it's the same problem that I see with the historicity, which ties into this. When you talked about revolutions and them being judged by their outcomes, we rarely ever actually see the same level of charitability applied to overseas revolutions, even ones that I don't agree with, that we have here. I mean, after all, keep in mind that after the American Revolution, there was a series of incredibly bloody conflicts that broke out on this, you know, we had, what, the Whiskey Rebellion? We had like 4 rebellions in a row that were brutally crushed by the U.S. states in a very authoritarian manner. I would not consider those to particularly live up to the full ideals of American freedom. Now, that doesn't mean that I think that like America's like 100% good or 100% bad, but the problem is that we have a tendency to, Shays Rebellion, Whiskey Rebellion, a bunch of them, but we have plenty of examples of things not working out so great according to the ideals, and then the outcomes are also not perfect. History is bloody and messy. I don't think there's a tendency to always want to whitewash the society that you live in, and I don't think that that's really good for conversations. You know, not a great discussion point in my opinion, because it's just there's too much that's overlooked and whitewashed out of it. And then there was a third point, which was discussing the sort of idea of liberty and et cetera, as far as how you actually implement these things. The fact of the matter, there will always be people who are going to disagree with various policies that are put into place. That's the case from everything from, you know, your local chicken regulations to anything. There's always going to be people. That doesn't necessarily mean there will be violent conflict over every single thing. And I do believe that there are many ways for us to take and in fact, you know, I'm hoping that we do take very radical approaches towards changing the way that our country is running. Because I don't know, again, I don't want to go back to the COVID issue, but we have over 600,000 dead Americans, and that is shocking. That is a shocking situation, and our economy is going to be facing an unprecedented change if we're not willing to address and accept the potential for new ideas, especially new ideas that are socially minded. Yeah.
All right, we'll go to Rob and then Connor, and then whichever left he wants to go.
Okay. So just to respond to Connor and kind of DemonMama a little there, I agree with your point on revolutions, right? The outcome is what we look at, not the ideals. The point I'm trying to make is show me one socialist revolution that ended positively. Show me one.
Show me a
capitalist it hasn't
revolution.
Happened. Everyone
positively.
Right. So I would argue again, it is. We have never had a socialist country. Would anyone disagree with this point? Any of the three of you? This is the greatest time in the history of the world to be alive.
Probably,
that is an incredibly difficult question to answer, and also doesn't.
Well, I think by almost
really
probably for almost anyone, yeah.
All right. Well, the reason I bring it up is
I would
because we've had tons.
Wait, well, hold on a second. I would argue that there is some truth to that, but like it totally depends on the person, right? Like I don't think that this is probably the best time in history to live in Iraq. Like it's probably not the best time in the world to live in certain places, but and also
for like 95% of people, I think the case
sure,
true,
but that's fine. Wait, but that's really that's not like relevant at all. Even if it is the
okay.
best.
Anyways, I'll explain how it's relevant.
If it's not,
holy, you've had the bulk of the time. Like
you asked a question. You asked a question, and I said I disagreed. You can't just
right, but it was the simple. Everyone else. Everyone else managed to answer in a timely fashion. So if I could just finish my point real quick. So the reason I bring this up is because there's been a lot of revolutions that have led to the point where we're at now, and has led to a lot of the advancements that have made, like advancements in medicine, advances food production, advancements in housing, and technologies that have improved not just the life expectancy of people. Like one of the stats that I remember hearing was in sub-Saharan Africa, the poorest countries in the world right now, I always screw this term up, but the successful birth rate, so of not having the mother or the baby die during childbirth, their rates in sub-Saharan Africa right now are exactly the rates of the UK in 1975. That is an incredible achievement. The amount of people that aren't in crippling poverty. Remember, in the 1800s, we had people like Malthus telling us that the max capacity of the United States was 2 billion people. We're now feeding more people than ever. The life expectancy is better than ever. All of this stuff, it's going very well. And there have been a lot of revolutions that have led to this point. However, I've yet to see one successful socialist revolution. That's why I make the claim. Real quick, just the other thing I wanted to say on this is what we're ignoring here is to have the sort of socialism that DemonMama is suggesting would require, as ConorPoints is saying, a use of force that would be incredible. You would have to take private property and ownership of people away from them. And I do not see how that's justified. If you've worked, whether you are at the top of this hierarchy through your achievement or other means, it is disastrous to force that totally to be eliminated from you by a government that we could see already in the United States particularly, but in general in other countries, that doesn't always know how to manage every resource or every section of the economy as successfully as private industries do. And I would point to you, since we've already admitted that there's not a country that is total workers owns a means of production. Instead, we're talking about mixed economies and policies that have leaned more in that direction. If we're looking at the United States general, can we think of a policy that's occurred recently that was a mass collecting of people's resources in the form of taxation and then spending it? Yes, we can. The stimulus, which we've had, over 4 or 5 trillion at this point, it has been one of the largest redistribution schemes from the poor and working class to the upper class that we've seen in such a short period of time in this country's history. So when the government got involved and printed or collected money and then redistributed it, as is a socialist type policy, it has massively enriched the same elite people that socialists claim that they're trying to take this power away from.
I don't think that's the case for stimulus. So try and focus a bit on the revolution argument. Sorry, go ahead, Aftershock.
Yeah, sorry about. Connor's been waiting for a while, and then DemonMama, you'll get to respond to all of that.
Well,
and then
Socialism done left.
I
want to hear. Yeah, I'd like.
Yeah,
to
sure.
I can wait.
Let's okay.
Happy to
Cool,
wait.
yeah.
Sure.
SocDoneLeft, ConorPoints, DemonMama.
So I don't think the stimulus thing is true. I'm pretty sure that most distributional analyses have found that it like enormously benefits the poor. That's like a sub debate that we can talk about. I don't think that even were it the case that this example of redistribution were like pro-rich, that this would mean that redistribution is generally a poor policy. I guess to focus on the general question, I am no revolutionary. I'm a reformist. However, I think that the problem with pointing to past historical examples, as you do, is that it doesn't, one, fit the model that DemonMama is using. The models that she would point to would lead to presumably more of the examples that we see in the Zapatistas, in Rojava, where they had a more libertarian socialist model, and they don't seem to have like fallen into extreme autocracy. If anything, they seem to be like reasonably well-functioning democracies or close to it. So I think that for that measure of success, I don't think that it's fair to paint DemonMama's model as unsuccessful. However, I don't think that revolutions like that are very successful in general. So that's why I'm a reformist. I don't think that we're going to see it in the first world. There's never been a successful revolution in any first world country ever, which is why I keep trying to point to, as a modern socialist model, a more reformist model. That's why I point to people like Bernstein. That's why I point to, if you wanted to look to other people, it'd be like David Schweikart. And the arguments there are, we need to build out the capacity of democracy. We need to build out the capacity of the state and use that to build a socialist model with the things that we're talking about, like trying to reduce the wealth of the capitalists and distribute to everyone else, trying to increase the control of democracy over like investment and what the economy chooses to invest in. And the last thing I would say, sorry, I know I'm going on for a bit, is a lot of those success stories in the third world come from research. Like the Green Revolution was enormously important for that feeding of the world. And the Green Revolution in part came from a lot of state investment in agricultural research. The modern medicine revolution that we're going to see from mRNA research comes from heavy state investment. Tesla was created by state investment. I think it really, I think in short, it's hard to just give this victory over to capitalism when a lot of these socialist bits that we socialists like were heavily involved in said success.
I do think Destiny's a good debater.
All right, Connor, and then we'll go to DemonMama.
Yeah, so I actually did have a conversation with with some lefties the other day. It was pretty good.
Streaming me, or
and I just wanted to
Rob Noerr?
maybe not concede something, but just say like a point of agreement. I think that the reason why I'm a mixed economy capitalist, the reason why I'm a centrist in these regards, is because I do think that there's things that the government doesn't do well, or not the government doesn't do well. I think there's things that the market doesn't do well. So for instance, there are some things that we should do research and development on that just do not have a market incentive. Whether that's like healthcare research, whether that's like space research, whether or not that's basically high technology research. There are some things that like basically should not be left up solely to the market. The military is another example that I don't think should be exclusively privatized. I think that should be a public good that we all invest in. Infrastructure, healthcare. There's a few things that the government does that, like, I'm not saying they do it well, but I am saying efficiency is not the only metric, because if your solution is an efficient system that doesn't achieve the results you want, or an inefficient system that actually achieves the results you want, I would rather take the inefficient system. All right, so then I have like 7 points. That way you guys can get some rocket fuel, okay? So I just want to point out to everybody in chat that Socialism Done Left said, I am no revolutionary, I'm a reformist. That basically makes him a fucking liberal, so you need to attack him. So there we go. Second point, Rojava. So one of the things that's like, I'm gonna throw ContraPoints under the bus. So fucking ContraPoints had this like debate between like a cat girl and like, I don't know, like a sock dem or something like that. It was one of her dialogues. And basically one of the things was like, hey, where's an example of like socialism working out? And the cat girl, Tabby's her name. Tabby goes, oh, well, between 1910 and 1912, there was this beautiful revolution and, revolutionary Cambodia, and it was blah, blah, blah. And it's like, fuck, guys, like, is the best metric for success like a 2-year fucking experiment in the butt fuck of nowhere? Like, is that the best thing that we have as an example? You can respond in a minute. Fucking, and like Rojava, very specifically, it's probably pretty easy to be communal when your total amount of like public resources to divide is like maybe some like defunct fucking oil fields and a couple of fucking rocks. Like, it's probably pretty fucking easy to divide that shit. All right. Now, you were talking about whitewashing of fucking people, okay? You were talking about how basically Americans like whitewash their own fucking history, but we don't, or we pay too much attention to what happens over lefties. What you brought up as like moderates for like moderate lefties was Hassan Piker, the guy who said that America deserved 9/11 and that Dan Crenshaw deserved to get his eye all fucked out. The other person that
sure, but he's no tanky. Come on, man.
Yeah, come on. That's like that's literally character assassination.
I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
I have my problem
I'm
with
just repeating his words. All right. So, and then my other person, this is character assassination because I like Vaush dearly. But like, also like Israel deserved to be glass and like conservatives are fucking Nazis. Like, these are your moderates, okay? So like, yeah, okay. If they didn't want me to fucking talk about it, they didn't have to fucking say it. All right. Anyways, all right. Final point on whitewashing. Then I can yield and you guys can do what you want to do. All right. So you mentioned whitewashing and you said like sometimes leftist or socialist revolutions have outcomes that are less than ideal. Yeah, less than ideal is a really whitewashy way to fucking put it, okay? If we're talking about like the Cambodian Khmer, I don't know, genociding 20% of the population of Cambodia, if we're talking about Mao Zedong in 1972 dragging out 500,000 capitalist sympathizers and killing them in the streets, yeah, I would say that's less than ideal. But it's on par with like some of the worst atrocities in human history. And if you look at the fucking 20th century, it's pretty clear where these things are occurring repeatedly, and they're authoritarian socialist regimes. So until you break up that concentration of like oligarchical state capitalist power, I am not interested in the socialist project. You have to tell me how socialism is going to avoid these pitfalls.
God, there was like so much like I feel like we've been on like a record to skipping back and back and back. It's like I like, do you think I'm a Maoist? Like, what the fuck? Like, I've literally explicitly addressed. Wait, no, stop. Listen, I've addressed this point like 3 times, and you keep bringing it up. What I'm talking about is this is what I was going to. We can do this right now. The thing that Rob brought up that I referenced about whitewashing is stuff like this. See, America had a revolution, a capitalist revolution, and now we have computers and the internet. That's not how these things work. America, even by Rob's own words here, has some socially minded policies, and as it turns out, those socially minded policies have given us a huge amount of benefit. So I don't think that anybody here would argue that America is a purely capitalist country. That's ridiculous. There is no such thing. We don't have any. There is no country in the world that is a single. You got your 7 points out. I'm gonna get mine out.
No, I want to hear it, but I want to ask you a very specific question.
Okay, if you have a specific question, go ahead and I'll address it with this part. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So that's not my main question. My very main question that I would like you and SDL to address is how will the socialist revolutions of the future address the concentration of state power that seems inherent in socialist revolutions?
Yes. Oh, it's super easy. By not following a Marxist-Leninist plan. That's the way you do it.
So instead of a negative definition, I think the positive definition
not good
is
enough
more
for me.
horizontalization of power. The reason I pointed to Bernstein, the reason I pointed to Schweikart is they focus on economic democracy. The reason I pointed to Adramoglu is they pointed to like democracy as an institution. You need to, when you build out state power, also build out democratic power. For example, they pointed to building out extra state actors like unions and like political parties, which have the ability to force the state to heal.
Yeah, real quick, guys. DemonMama did not get a chance to respond.
Sorry. No, it's good. It's good. I actually really appreciate you coming in on that. I agree very strongly on that, by the way. While I don't really, I'm not like a massive theory head. Like the fact of the matter is that like there is a selectiveness that goes on when people are trying to make arguments in one way, and I could do the same thing. By the way, I could talk about, oh yes, as we can see in the 1900s, the worst revolution of all time was the rise of Hitler's Nazi Party, which grossly fused the state with private property in a highly capitalistic manner. Yeah, and we could easily
socialism.
We could easily play those types of games all day, but what we're trying to do is actually reach some sort of sense here, right? So when we're talking about this, I do not believe in centralized power. However, I do recognize that there is going to be some imperfections. I don't think that you can just snap your fingers and click America into a perfectly non-hierarchical system, as I would agree with. We're going to have to work in and outside of those hierarchical systems in order to advance change. And I believe very strongly, personally, in a approach of I would not call this sort of reformism. I call it, let's say, cultural revolution. I believe that we need to convince people of these ideas, show that these ideas work, and that people will simply accept them as time goes on. Literally, it's super, in my opinion, this is how we've seen things. Want a great example of this? The civil rights movement, a movement that was predominantly left in its nature, that made a massive argument, a huge stand for itself, and that showed that the culture had changed, that we are no longer going back to the way that it was. People will be free, and I believe that movements like that are what are going to change us in the modern era. Those are the types of quote-unquote revolutions that we like to see, because they involve people saying, no, we demand our democratic rights, we demand our freedom, and if that means we have to stand in protest out of the White House, that's great. So that's the type of thing that I would look for when I talk about change. But with regard to structures, I believe very strongly in limiting government power via actually building democratic structures. The United States government, we could talk about this all day, the number of ways in which the United States government doesn't actually do a very good job at representing democracy. And I believe that we would naturally trend towards a more socialistic output if we had a more democratic system. Right now, a lot of the hangers-on to anti-democracy, both in our economic approach and in our general country's approach to the way that we handle civil rights, the way that we handle war, is very anti-democratic. And I don't like that. And I think that one of the big problems that we saw with places like, say, Russia and China, if you want to choose those two as an example that we have to talk about, well, you'll notice these were highly rigid, highly centralized systems that, in my opinion, and my biggest criticism, I've literally debated this with tankies, is that there is no, within that structure, there is no other possible outcome except for inevitably someone to inherit the amount, or to inherit power that will corrupt them. Because if you centralize a system like that, then that's going to be the inevitable outcome. You have to have a system that prevents that, and the way you do that is through strong democratization.
So I would love to keep this conversation going, but we're running out of time. So what we'll do is Rob, Connor, give your quick 2 cents on that, and then we'll go to DemonMama, SocDoneLeft, and then we'll go into closing statements after you two get your thoughts in. Okay. So go ahead, Rob, and then Connor, and then we'll go to the lefties. Okay.
Well, the two things real quick. One, it's impossible to achieve workers owning the means of production without centralized government. It's just a pipe dream. It's not possible. Second, we could see that if that was somehow possible, what you're doing is disincentivizing people that would be at the top of these hierarchies. And the reality is hierarchies are inevitable and they're good. So, for example, if you said that we'll just have, if we had more democracy, we would have more socialism. Yes, this is the old conundrum of if 51% of the people voted for the 49% of the other people's wealth, then yeah, I guess that would be a form of socialism. So if a bunch of people say, no, we don't think that there should be private business ownership, we want all of that wealth. Well, we could see how systems like that worked out. You lose specialization that's needed to make those companies or the ideas and the good things that are coming from them operate. That's how we saw the mass starvation that occurred in the Holodomor in the Ukraine. For example, they kicked out, they said they went to a bunch of people and they said, it's not fair that these kulaks own all of these farms. Why don't we kick them out? And the people said, yeah, you're right. Why we should have democracy. The majority of us vote that they shouldn't own this. And so they took the production away from those kulaks. And the problem was they didn't know how to farm. As a result, tens of millions of Ukrainians starved to death. This is what happens when you disincentivize specialization and expertise. It's impossible to get rid of hierarchies, and all attempts to eliminate hierarchies totally like this will meet with disaster. Real quick on SocDoneLeft's points. Look, you cited things. I've said that I'm for sort of a mixed economy. The things you cited when we're talking about systems that are alleviating poverty and things like that, you say, well, yeah, research. Yeah, I don't think anyone in here has argued that we shouldn't have sort of a collective welfare or collective resources being put towards research and things like that. The problem is, how do you implement that research? And the way you implement that research is people have a commodification mindset, which encouraged them to produce more and more food, which is what lifted people out of poverty and starvation. So yeah, the idea, like no one's saying, like you seem to be saying, well, because collectively we came together and we had ideas and scientists, that proved socialism. No, that proved that there was a spot for education in how we having sort of a socialized education, which is a system that occurs almost everywhere in every first world country. I had more to say on centralization, but we don't have much time, so I'll yield to Connor.
Yeah, we're running low on time. Connor, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. So basically, what I heard was horizontalization of power through private economic democratic organization. So basically, unions or syndicates or something like that. I don't have a fucking problem with that. Like I said, Publix, one of the best grocery stores in the Southeast, is privately owned, but all of the stock is distributed through the employees. I'll actually explain that a little bit more in a second. Cultural advancement through public advocacy. I don't give a fuck if 500 to 1,000 years from now, we have fusion power in mass automation that pushes everybody out of the workforce. And now the economy is producing so many goods, but because we've tied income with working, there's no people to consume the goods. So we give everybody fucking UBI, and then we all fucking consume, and we're all in gay luxury space communism and all that kind of shit. I don't give a fuck once we technologically get there. But we don't have fusion, and we don't have automation throwing everybody out on their ass. And chances are there are still jobs to do. So I'm okay with mixed economy capitalism as it works right now. I'm a liberal, so basically you guys advocating on a cultural level for the things that you believe in. This fits into my framework perfectly fine. And then Rob brought up how to have worker own the means of production without government. Publix, okay? It's literally a private business. They redistribute their stock to their employees. There are literally people who have physical and mental disabilities who are retiring as high 100,000-aire or millionaires because they basically distributed private stock to their employees. And then
real quick,
this is the thing. So
you can see that the key point here is, though, that like you, under our system, you have the option to do that. If we have a system with total worker-owned means of production, you would not have the right to have private property as a means of production, correct?
Correct.
We can I don't want to open up a can of worms, so we can talk about that next time. Next time. Final point. So when you use words like cultural revolution, I'm not sure if you're aware of like the historical context of Cultural Revolution, but the historical event that in 1972, where 500,000 people who were capitalist sympathizers were dragged out of the street and killed, that was called the Cultural Revolution. Hassan Piker, despite not being a tanky, seems to defend flying the hammer and sickle. So no, like it's kind of like if I was flying like the swastika behind me and I'm like, I'm not a fascist, or if I was flying the America First flag behind me and I was like, listen, I'm not a groiper. I don't know what you're talking about. I just think that we need to limit immigration in a common sense way. I would be kind of calling bullshit on it. Okay. So this entire conversation boils down to the meme. I like you, but I'm scared of that guy. And then the person who's up front is like, I don't even know that guy. And then the person behind him is like, look at me, brother. That's exactly what this shit is. Okay. You guys are the fucking libertarian face to a nefarious fucking movement. You don't want to admit that there's nefarious aspects to it, and that's fine. We can argue about it this time, next time, whatever you fucking feel like.
Because that's a lot of accusations. You kind of ran up the clock there with those accusations.
I am perfectly fine with accusing Hassan Piker of being an asshole.
Didn't you literally just do cut a libertarian socialist and a Maoist bleeds, but just the reverse? Didn't you just reverse Uno, the thing you were just announcing a little bit ago?
No, I said all right. Last point. I said I like you guys, but I'm scared of that guy. So I didn't say that.
And then what'd you say after that?
That Hassan
That
Piker's
we're the
an
libertarian face of a horrifying regime. That's literally the same thing, and you know
All right,
it.
and with that, okay, cool. So I'm gonna pick a card. Red is going to be left, black is going to be right. Whoever wins gets the last word. We'll do it that, just so there's no like favoritism or anything like that.
Lefties haven't gone yet.
Yeah,
No,
I know,
for the
this is
final
closing.
comment.
Yeah, closing.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so red is left. Okay, red. Okay, so lefties go first. So
I see we're red. I
Rob,
get it.
go ahead. Rob, go ahead and go first, and then we'll go to SocDoneLeft, ConorPoints, and then DemonMama.
Okay, so we got what, a minute? We have a minute?
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay. So so I think the problem is, again, they can't point to any society that's been a total worker-owned means of production. Every time that we've tried to have that total owned worker-owned means of production, it's resulted in a disaster, as ConorPoints was just talking about with Red China, with the Soviet Union, with the kulaks. You do things like you disincentivize hierarchies, which means that we will not have the great advancements that we've seen. They've conceded that now is the greatest time to be alive. Although there have been some mixed economy benefits of having collectivization that has resulted in some of these good things. Overwhelmingly, the things like private property and a for-profit mentality is what's led to the mass alleviation of starvation and alleviation of poverty we've seen around the world. Look, capitalism isn't a perfect system. I get that. But the problem is, as ConorPoints is also arguing here, socialism, it's talking about this centralized power. He talks about things like unions and things like that. Yeah, that's good, but that could all occur in our mixed economy. The problem is with people like DemonMama that are saying we should force that people can't have private ownership of these companies. That's what the problem is. And what happens is, even though they seem reasonable now, I wish I could talk more specifically about some of their beliefs. The problem is when you give people so much incredible power that they're able to do that, to force people to not have ownership and to steal their private property they've had, it inevitably could lead to all sorts of terrible things, which is why we've seen it occur over and over. And ConorPoints is right that we see people advocating for that. So as Jordan Peterson has said many times, that the problem is, if you're the type of person that says, if I just had total control and if my ideology had total control to be able to enforce taking away people's stuff and things like that, then everything would go great. The problem is that's what every authoritarian dictator in history has said, and it leads to bloodbaths. That's why we should prefer personal freedom. Personal freedom is fantastic. It's what's made the United States one of the best countries in the history of the world. There is definitely room for a mixed economy. I don't disagree with that, but I think that the embracement of socialism in the way that we hear being advocated here would be a disaster that would strip people of their rights, lead to a bloodbath, and would be ineffectual and would cause businesses to collapse, cause the economy to collapse, and make all of our lives worse.
Fuck.
All right, SocDoneLeft, go ahead. 2 minutes.
Sure. So the 2 points that I kind of wanted to get at before, as a response before the final statement. One, the idea that hierarchies are natural or inevitable, I'd agree with to some extent. However, the fact that some hierarchies are natural does not mean that all hierarchies are. And more generally, this does not mean that most hierarchies that currently exist are justified or useful for society. In fact, the idea that hierarchies are inevitable is something that both Engels and Hayek would agree on. The idea here is that merely because hierarchies must exist to coordinate modern, highly complicated industrial production does not mean that those hierarchies can't be done in a democratic fashion, i.e. democracy within the workplace or democracy of the overall economy. There's little to no reason to believe that that is the case. This is precisely the argument that I would argue that you see in cases like Matsukudo, where you can certainly have lots of heavy state investment in research and development and in the economy overall, helping to shape those market hierarchies to be more effective for society overall. This kind of links to the second argument about the research only comes from this commodification mindset. I think this is exactly wrong. If anything, as I've tried to point out repeatedly throughout this argument, there's a decent chunk of evidence to believe that public investment in R&D is not only more useful than private research and development, but necessary, because there are theoretical reasons to believe that capitalism persistently underinvests in research and development relative to what is socially optimal, because research and development benefits society as a whole, but you as a capitalist can only make profit on what benefits you and your business in particular. That's the very short reason, and there's many, many more theoretical reasons as to why that'd be the case. It's something that we observe naturally as well. It's why the state has to have such a large role in research and development in particular. And I think that the arguments for that don't necessarily apply to the rest of the economy, but other arguments do apply there, which is why I'm appealing to, if you want a book, it would be After Capitalism by David Schweikart. So I guess as the summary of the arguments for socialism, it'd be the ones that I raised at the start. Is that fundamentally, I want to see economic democracy. I want to see democracy in the workplace. I want to see macroeconomic democracy, meaning more democracy of investment. And then I want to see the removal of the shift of that prosperity from market-oriented, not market-oriented, like free market competition and firms innovating and growing and so on, not seeing that accumulate to a very small group of people, but going to society as a whole. The abolition of the capitalist class, not through violence, but through redistribution and the change of the ownership. So in short, I think that those would guarantee a better life for virtually everyone on Earth.
All right, ConorPoints, go ahead, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I made a majority of my points in the past. I think if the material conditions were different, if we had fusion power, if we had automation throwing people out on their ass to the point that they couldn't be gainfully employed, then I might be more of a socialist. I don't think that's happening. I don't think that's happening for probably another 200 to 300 years. You can, if somehow I extend my life that far, you can talk to me about luxury gay space communism in 300 years. But that being said, I appreciate, libertarian, socialists, anarcho-communists. You fit within the liberal framework, so there's no reason for us to fight to the death right now. The only thing that I would reject, DemonMama, I wouldn't say, I would have to poke around in your brain. We would have to have a longer conversation to figure out whether or not I thought you were actually truly libertarian, truly anarchist, or whether or not it was a veil through which to advocate for more authoritarian stuff.
Come on after.
My jab. Okay. All right.
Serious.
Cool. Maybe not tonight, but in general, yes. No, I'm a boomer. It's fucking late.
True.
So Jesus Christ. All right. But in the case of Hassan, no, I feel perfectly fucking comfortable with my categorizations of his fucking politics likely being more authoritarian than he or his audience want to pretend they are. So with that, I'll yield. Bye.
All right, DemonMama, go ahead. 2 minutes.
All right, yeah. So there's been a lot of sort of vague appeals to an ahistorical representation of how things came to be. The internet is one of the great examples of one of the most important developments ever that was developed almost entirely through public R&D. Likewise, most medical achievements are developed through public R&D, which is often later bought up by private firms, or is tossed around as a result of our very, very complicated IP, intellectual property system. The idea that redistribution must be done by force is completely silly. In fact, it would be, I would argue that if the capitalists that are currently in charge really wanted to see a better world, that they would willingly say, hey, maybe we shouldn't be sitting on all this money. And also, people are laughing as though, or Rob specifically was laughing as though there is something wrong with the idea that the workers should be able to have what they're entitled to. Yes, anything else is theft. And I do agree that our current system is made up of not only a massive amount of just raw wage theft, but that as it currently stands, workers get almost nothing of what they actually produce, like to a ridiculous degree. So yeah, the status quo in the US is one of mass theft from workers. So I would stand against that. I believe that the workers of America deserve much more than what they're getting, significantly more. And the best way to do that would be to get rid of this weird position of these CEOs who sit on top of millions upon millions of dollars and do nothing. And yeah, with regard to a couple statements that were made about personal freedom, I do think it's very odd to be advocating for personal freedom, but saying that hierarchies are actually good. I think that that's a little bit contradictory. And to address one last thing, the idea the world is better now. The world is better now because we are able to communicate with each other better, because we've been able to develop technologies that are shared freely across the world, because there's a lot of medicines that have been made public and available. That's what makes the world a better place. All humans living together better.
All right, that was a great discussion, guys. I wish we had more time. It was great, very, very informative. So let's take some questions from the audience really quickly. Just to save time, whoever it's directed to, they get to answer, and usually I left the left or right, whichever the opposition is, maybe respond if they want to, but just save on time. We're not going to do that.
Another topic.
So Angie Kyle 74 asks, should the federal government have standing to impede on the state laws for gun control, and why? And I'm guessing these are for the lefty panelists. So whoever wants to answer that can.
What does this have to do with socialism? Isn't that the next
was that a
one?
question about the first, or is that for the second bit? Yeah.
I guess we could skip it. I guess it was kind of okay. Dirty Bird Stiller says, if they leftists claim that, or leftists in the parentheses, claim that money can be printed at will to give stimulus, etc., why do we need to take money from the wealthy to redistribute?
Sure, that position is called MMT, or an extreme, often hyperbolic version of MMT, that you can just print money with abandon because the government can set whatever the price of money is. I think that even MMTers don't actually believe that. They just believe that the government can set the value of money within like a really high boundary of how much money you print, and then more mainstream economics sets a smaller boundary for how much money you can print without like extreme and insane inflation. So the short answer is we can't do that because MMT isn't true. It's like a more bounded truth, and even within MMT, there's still bounds. So like this is just a straw man of a subsection of the left that most lefties, as far as I'm aware, don't believe.
Gotcha. And just to oh yeah, go ahead, DemonMama.
Yeah, to respond to that, when we're talking about these things, often money is used as shorthand for resources. We're not just talking about literal cash. We're talking about the fact that you can have a company like Amazon. Even if you don't have a single capitalist at the top, you could have a company like Amazon or a company like Google or a company like Comcast that can control so much actual resources that it is to a detriment of to the society as a whole, the society that they need in order to be able to do business. It's not a particularly complex concept to believe that like, hey, you wouldn't be able to do business if the society didn't exist, so you shouldn't be able to hold up society. And by the way, they do that. There was a massive push here in Washington to pass taxes on Amazon because I don't know if you've ever been out to Seattle, but like you go out and there are just constant Amazon trucks all over the road. Their distribution centers are all over here. They use an incredible amount of resource. They employ an unbelievable amount of people for comparatively pretty low wages. And so as a result, there was a push to increase the taxes on them. They threatened to leave the state entirely. So yeah, I think that stuff like that is a detriment to the society as a whole. Yeah.
All right. And by the way, some of these questions might be, very, very, weighted in bad faith. You don't have to answer it if you don't want to. You can just say, fuck you, your bad faith, and not answer it if you don't want to. PB Success asks, thank you for hosting the debate. My question for the panel is, which is better for avoiding climate change, socialism or capitalism? And that's for everybody.
We all know the answer to that question.
Sure. So I'm kind of optimistic I'm optimistic on green growth in general. I think that some of the best movements on green technology that we've seen have resulted from public investment. I pointed before, so everyone knows Solyndra because it failed, but everyone forgets the enormous successes of other solar panel production technologies and companies that were part of the Obama era stimulus to green tech. And I hope that we're going to see the exact same thing, part of the modern green revolution of a possible third industrial wave due to heavy state investment in the green sector. So I think that more socialist policies make it more successful, but I hope that there can still be a green growth under capitalism.
I disagree that I guess I don't disagree with the end part there the more I hear about it. So here's the deal, right? Like, we also understand that capitalism, first off, there's this debate about how severe climate change is and what the status quo would be in order to solve it. So the status quo seems to be doing a good job reducing emissions to the point that we used to say, for example, there was a protocol called the Kyoto Protocol that was suggested in 2006. It said we needed to reduce emissions from 2000 levels to 20% by 2020. The Paris Climate Accord, the United States, despite Trump pulling out of it, is on path to meet their emission standards that we had. This has largely to do with us being a more capitalist system than the countries that we see that are more socialist, like DemonMama and SDL have talked about. Why is it that France and Spain and Italy and the UK and countries that have more socialism than the United States are doing a poorer job under the Paris
France has done incredibly well. It's almost completely decarbonified its energy sector via nuclear. Sorry to interrupt.
I'll have to check. I'll have to check. I believe I read that they had not met their goals set forth. So I'll check that out. Perhaps you're right. I'd look forward to you sending me evidence. But the point is this: even under capitalism, we could see things like in a capitalist system that we are seeing people understand. The truth is, people are smart. Investors are smart. Innovators are smart, and innovation comes primarily through capitalism. Even though there is a place for R&D and socialism of that nature, the reality is most of our advancements come from innovation for people seeking a commodification and for-profit mindset. So people could see the writing on the wall that there's going to be a benefit for green energy. And so we see these companies going out on their own to develop these technologies, in part because they want to profit from them. And the other part is we're only, in all of these conversations that SDL's talked about, the problem is he's only talking about the research and development. He's not talking about the implementation and people actually go out and doing these things. So you could develop farming technology as best you want if people don't know how to properly use it. The truth is the people that have provided the food for the bulk of the world are people that are for-profit capitalist people. They're the ones that have gone out there for a profit margin, and it's been a benefit because it's fed people around the world. The same is true that we're seeing of green energy, and if it's ever going to be implemented successfully, we need the government out of the way. Part of the problem is the government socializing by giving subsidies to gasoline companies and fossil fuel companies. So we can see that it cuts both ways. It's not as simple as socialism solves climate change best.
Can I touch on that
Connor?
one? That was Oh, okay.
Sure, we'll go to no rebuttals. We can't have. I'm trying to respect everybody's time on the panel. That's why. So
Sorry,
I'm sorry, but yeah.
Panel, it's fine.
No, yeah, you can answer the question. Just don't rebut, like, you know, because then it's gonna cascade into like a back and forth. You can answer the question though, but yeah, Connor, and then we'll go to DemonMama.
Yeah. So this is where I get accused of being a fence-sitting centrist or whatever. No, the whole reason why mixed economy capitalism is best is because there are failures. So, for instance, the oil companies have been disproportionately investing in basically like counter global warming, climate change propaganda for about 50 years or whatever. It's not in their interest to invest in it. That being said, I do have people who work in that industry who know that, who are basically saying that the writing is on the wall, even in the fossil fuel industry, that even they are trying to diversify their holdings into green energy, new energy, all that kind of stuff. So my thing is, when there's a market failure, the government has a duty to invest in R&D, because I'm a pronatalist. I have a son. I want him to have children. I want them to live in a world that is, I don't want them to have to create Martian bio bubbles that we all live in fear of, like Category 7 hurricanes and like all that kind of shit. So yeah, yield.
DemonMama, go ahead.
The obvious answer here is that a more socially minded system, I think socialism would do a significantly better job dealing with this. And the idea that like the private market systems are going to do a good job with this, they simply won't. They haven't. They've ignored it. They've churned out, like Connor brought up, massive amounts of propaganda. In fact, trying to denounce some of which I hate to say Rob even brought up here. And the fact of the matter is that the last major environmentalist push that we had was the New Deal. The New Deal is part of the fucking reason that we even have unexploited natural spans in our country right now, that we have large infrastructure projects in our country right now. So we need enormous projects, stuff like the Green New Deal, that I think would be really good. I think there's, in fact, room to go even further. I can't. The problem that we have with the current capitalist system is it's incredibly short-sighted, and a lot of these companies are mostly interested in keeping above the line for their to please their investors, to please their questionably intelligent stockholders, shareholders, and I think that leads to a short-sightedness that is going to make it impossible for anyone to do anything. If we don't have a planet we can live on, then we can't do business. We can't invent things. We really need that, and we've been recognizing for some time now that the state of our environment is so bad that if we don't take serious action, if we don't do so, willingly and maybe happily, just say, all right, we got to do this, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. We're going to be in a lot of trouble, and I don't want to be in a lot of trouble if we can avoid it.
All right, I provided a link, by the way, STL. I did provide a link that Paris is being sued by a Paris court for failing to meet the Paris climate goals.
Sure. All right. So yeah, dropping the thing. Okay, cool. So now, yeah, for sure. So now, second topic. Good talk, by the way, guys. Very, very, very good. Second topic, gun control. With the appalling gun violence in recent times, the topic of gun control has been heated, to say the least. Many Americans argue it's a God-given right to self-preservation. But many Americans also argue that that kind of culture has resulted in many unnecessary deaths. Thus, taking a second look at the Second Amendment is something we must do. Panelists, what do you think? Since we started off with the right-leaning people first, let's go with DemonMama, and then we'll go back and forth. So go ahead, DemonMama, 2 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. There is no doubting the fact that guns are unbelievably widespread in the United States. I personally do not believe that any sort of program that involves like mandatory gun buybacks or seizures is a good move or a smart move. My general position on gun control is that the most of the value of gun control comes, most of the value of gun ownership comes from communal ownership and responsible ownership. Most people are not ever going to find themselves in a situation where they are John Rambo armed with two, machine guns fighting off a siege of evil people. But, however, knowing, much like having a dog can make it much less likely that you will get robbed, being in an area that has a high level of gun ownership makes you much less likely to be the victim of certain crimes. And in general, I support a reasonable private gun ownership. I grew up in a state where most everyone had a gun. Almost every house had a gun in it. Hunting was very, very common. Subsistence or what's it called? I can't remember when you're adding to your income, was very, very, very popular. And I do believe that gun culture in America should be strongly challenged and reformed, because I think that we could have a healthier gun culture here, where right now it's just out of control. While I have some concerns with certain forms of gun control, I do believe there are other forms of gun control that can be implemented in a way that maximizes the rights while preventing the guns falling into the wrong hands. So I tend to have a kind of a nuanced position on gun control, but in general, I do support people's right to own guns. I just don't think we need to be absurd about it. I did recently have an argument with somebody about going as far as people owning grenades. I hope nobody here is that far. But yeah, I think there's room to discuss gun control, reasonable measures like closing certain loopholes, while still preserving people's right to own firearms. Yep.
All right, nice. Rob Noerr, go ahead, 2 minutes.
Yeah, gun control's a failure. You have a right guaranteed in the Second Amendment to arm yourself and have access to guns. If people want gun control, it shouldn't be done like Biden's about to do through executive order. It is absolute nonsense. The executive branch is to enforce existing law, not to take away your rights that are guaranteed in the Constitution. If you want to change the Second Amendment, there is a process to do so, and that is passing an amendment. So all of these restrictions on gun ownership, I think, are ridiculous. Now, having said that, I live in Pennsylvania. I have people in my family that own a gun shop. We have some of the strictest background checks that occur in Pennsylvania. I really don't have a problem with the way these laws are applied in Pennsylvania. I do think that each state should be allowed to reasonably suggest things and how they're investigating, have a reasonable, not very intrusive background check into who's purchasing guns. I don't have a problem with Pennsylvania doing that. The problem is that we see the people that want gun control, that they constantly want to chip away and go further than that. You see people that suggest certain types of guns should be expelled, but they don't have any articulation as to how to define those specific guns, and they know next to nothing about those guns. And lastly, we see that there's a concerted effort, in my belief, to try to disarm people that are law-abiding citizens. For example, we could see that the federal government routinely refuses to prosecute actual gun crimes of people that are felons, not allowed to purchase guns, that attempt to buy these guns. And yet we're talking about imposing laws on more people that probably also wouldn't be enforced. So in effect, what this is forcing law-abiding people to not have gun ownership while the criminals continue to get the guns as they see fit. I think this is a disaster, and I think you could see with things like the McCloskeys in St. Louis that there is a concerted effort to disarm people in this country so that there could be a sort of mob rule, or there could be a government tyranny, because they know historically that if you're unable to defend yourself, then it's easier to take the rest of your rights away. And we could see, I believe it was Representative Clyburn said that if we voted on the Bill of Rights today, the majority of Democrats would reject those Bill of Rights. So taking away your right to defend yourself is tantamount to taking away the rest of your rights, and we should not give that up.
Okay, nice. Socialism done left, 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Sure. So I think the basic argument on gun control breaks down to three areas. I think that there is the public safety harms, public safety benefits, sorry, not public safety, public health harms, public health benefits, and the political argument. So public health harms, I think, are fairly straightforward. There is an enormous amount of evidence that more guns lead to more suicide. That's pretty unambiguous. There is weaker but still very strong evidence that more guns lead to more homicide. And so that is generally from a slight increase possibly of overall homicide or overall violent crime, but mostly from converting violent crime to homicide. So non-lethal violent crime becomes lethal. So again, I think the evidence there is pretty strong. I think accidents, mass shootings, they're important. They make people very scared and they're sad, but they're a small portion of overall gun deaths. Most of what we're talking about here is interpersonal violence, which guns seem to increase, either in interpersonal, like gang often related violence, or the other big thing is domestic related violence, which would still be there even if we ended the war on drugs, for example, and then suicide. So that's the public health harms. Public health benefits are self-defense, and I think the evidence there is incredibly weak in favor of guns as self-defense. It really all comes down to a few studies where people say they use guns in self-defense but have very poor validation. I think evidence is much stronger in the reverse direction, that when guns are used, they don't provide much self-defense for the few crimes that they could be used in self-defense anyway. Finally, there's the political argument, which is that guns might protect worker rights or people's political freedoms. I understand why people have concerns about this, particularly given our previous conversation. Since we're socialists who want to give the government all this power and democracy, all this power. I understand that. So this gets to prescriptions. Generally, the stuff that I support is stuff like licensure, strong waiting periods. I support trying to move to, in the long run, to enormously reducing the manufacture of guns and towards community ownership of guns. I would like to, my dream utopia would be entirely community-based ownership of guns. You go to the community armory to get your gun, but you don't have any household gun ownership. Zero. That would be the dream.
Nice. All right, ConorPoints, go ahead. 2 minutes.
God damn. All right. So SDL gave me a lot, but I'll save it for the general conversation. So yeah, I think the one thing that we can agree on is gun culture sucks in America. Basically, you walk into a store, you pass a background check, they hand you an AR-15 or a shotgun, at least in the state of Florida, same day. If you're trying to buy a pistol, they wait 3 days. They hand you a slip of paper that says, if you don't store this safely, it could kill people, and then they tell you to be on your way. That's fucked up. I think with rights come responsibilities. While I want people to have the right to have firearms, I also want them to be educated on that. This is where I'm probably going to lose the lefties. I think we need to have civic education, basically meaning that we need to educate the public on their civic rights, responsibilities. I also think we need to bring back home economics. So while we're teaching people how to poach an omelet, we should also basically be teaching people how to handle guns safely. If you're anti-gun, you can literally be, the entire class can be, step away, this is the part that goes bang, call the cops. That's the whole class. But for people who are actually pro-gun, they could maybe learn some stuff. I don't have any problems with safety courses, safe storage, or civil liability if people elect not to do safe storage. I am okay with making background checks universal as long as we divorce serial numbers from private sales. I'll be very happy to talk about that later. And then also in reference, I would prefer it if the left focused on the material conditions, because in Switzerland, they have a shitload of guns. In a lot of other countries, they have a shitload of guns. So what are the material conditions that are causing people to kill the fuck out of each other inside America? And I would love to talk about that. And then I have other examples, but I know I'm probably running out of time. So with that, I'll yield.
All right, guys. So before we go into roundtable discussion, I just want to make some little bit of ground rules. Let's try, and I'm going to try to enforce this as much as possible. Let's try to not do 7 or 8 points at once, because then the other person has to rebut all those 8 points, and then someone else wants to get in, and it just leads to this gritty kind of stuff. So whoever wants to go ahead, just keep that in mind, and I'll definitely try to enforce that. Go ahead.
Yeah, Connor, just for the record, you haven't lost my very lefty chat with your suggestions. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with the idea of including as a part of public education some level of gun education, especially here in the States. Even for people like SDL who support, ultimately getting rid of guns, I still think that sort of education, given how many guns are around. I mean, hell, I grew up in a household full of guns. My dad was literally the type of person, very, very paranoid. He had guns hidden all over the place. And that is not a good way of doing things. That is the American John Rambo, again, that sort of fantasy of you're going to fend off some invasion on your house. It's not going to happen. Just use gun safes, use gun locks. It's perfectly fine. In 90% of situations where you would ever need a gun, you're going to be better off with your gun safe, with it in your safe, or with it locked up, and it's going to prevent the much more likely chance that you hurt yourself or you hurt somebody else. Now, I think that there are some concerns with certain approaches to gun control that I'm a little worried about. For example, one type of gun control I always get a little bit worried about is this sort of focus on mental health checks. Well, I think there can certainly be some value there. There is a problem with that. I think that it can lead to unfairly stigmatizing certain groups of people. For example, I am trans. I very much believe that trans people have the right to arm themselves should they so desire it, based on the current laws of our country. And 10 years ago, actually less than 10 years ago, I would have been, by any modern standard that advocates for mental health checks, would have been considered mentally ill, even though I'm not. And yeah, that would be pretty lame. So I think we should be careful about that sort of thing.
Okay, so real quick, kind of on that point, kind of agreeing with DemonMama here. Remember, the first attempts at gun control in this country were to say that the Second Amendment didn't apply to freed slaves. And there's a rich history of gun control trying to be applied to stop African Americans from owning guns. It was particularly important that African Americans own guns because when they were free slave, this might shock people to know, there were a lot of shitty people in this country that sought to do them harm. So they, as much as anyone, needed that right to defend themselves, their person, and their property.
Don't do it if you're
and they had a fun. Not only do we have a fundamental human right to be able to defend ourselves, but you have a constitutional Second Amendment right to be able to do so with the firearm. So that was very important in that context. Like some of the things I wanted to say to SDL, like, so we have seen historical gun control bills in this country that haven't worked. The difference is when we're trying to compare country to country, what we're not. No problem. When we're comparing country to country, it doesn't assume the reality of the situation of guns in the United States now. So it's almost impossible to eliminate the guns when there's so many guns in this country. And so we have to look at the success rate of gun control laws in this country. Again, I don't think you take into consideration we have gun laws that are currently not enforced by the federal government or almost not enforced. So why don't we start with enforcing the gun laws we already have on the books that are designed to keep the most violent people from getting guns that have already been convicted of things like felonies and violent crimes before we pass more gun control legislation that we have no proof would be able to help people?
I mean, sure. So the simple answer for why we do it is because we have evidence that when we do these laws, it helps people, it saves people's lives. So for example, one law that isn't on the books in a lot of states is the Domestic Violence Restraining Order Gun Relinquishment Requirement, which is a mouthful, just call it DRVO. DRVO-related laws significantly reduce domestic violence escalating to domestic killing, called like partner homicide or intimate partner homicide. So when we add those laws to the books, they save people. It's kind of as simple as that. So maybe we should also be enforcing existing laws, but to me, this is not an either or, either new laws or old laws. It's both and. If you think we should enforce the old laws, sure, let's also add some new ones that work.
All right, Connor, go ahead.
Maybe muted.
Yeah, Connor, you're muted.
Pro streamer hours. How about now? Yeah. Okay,
no, you're good. You're good.
You're good.
All right. Excellent. Yeah. So this comes down to like an axiomatic proposition. I think SDL and I have gotten into this in the past. Basically, the question. So I kind of lead with this question, and I'll answer it myself. Does a zebra have the right to kick a lion in the face when it's trying to eat it? The answer is obviously yes. There's a natural right to self-defense. Basically, if somebody's trying to kill you, you can try to kill them. Oh, okay. Hold on, SDL. Please explain to me why a zebra doesn't have the right to kick a lion in the face if it's about to be eaten.
Sure. So the question isn't about individual right. It's about like society. So the question is, if we as a society make a rule about self-defense, does it lead to more or less death? And so if we make a rule of self-defense and it saves people, sure, all for it. But if we make a rule about self-defense and it kills people, not so good.
Okay, so let's get into that because I'm pretty sure you and I can parse that out, all right? So basically talking about public health harms, benefits, and public benefit. So more guns leads to more suicide. Okay, so I have heard, and I would be interested in your stats to back this up, I have heard that guns specifically lead to a higher likelihood of suicide being successful. However, I basically
they don't increase the underlying rate of suicide, just the success rate.
Right. So that would be my thing is basically if you have a per capita suicide rate that is identical in countries with similar gun control, I don't know how it's saying that there's more suicide.
So it's a multiplier. So they have higher attempt rates, but lower success rates. We have lower attempt rates, but higher success rates. It's as simple as that. So if we lowered it, the main reason for that is actually religion. Religion is the best predictor of suicidality. Catholics and Christians and overall are something like 3 times less likely to do it than atheists. So that's like a whole separate discussion, but America is incredibly religious compared to virtually the rest of the OECD. So like if you eliminated guns and guns were like down at the rest of the other countries, we would be like a third of the other countries in suicidality, something along those lines.
Logic, why wouldn't I just say, hey, every atheist needs to become Christian because, there's a 3 times less likelihood that you're going to fucking kill yourself?
Sure, because I don't think that I think that one relates to like truth and epistemology, whereas this one just relates to a public health issue.
All right, it's like 70% a meme, anyways. So more guns lead to more homicide. I just want to concede that, okay, off the bat.
Sure.
All right, like we don't.
You mean suicide? But yes.
No, I don't want to concede that unless I see evidence of it. So for instance,
I believe you're saying that guns lead to suicide. That's the one you're conceding. You don't want to concede homicide yet, right?
No, I do want to concede homicide. I don't want to concede suicide. And the reason why is, so for instance, like if you show me year over year that basically like with an attempt, it's more likely to be fatal with a gun. Okay, fine. But if you took a per capita, like European, Western developed analysis of like multivariant countries in order to take into account all the cultural differences that are inside the United States, and we can like loosely replicate them within a Western European model, and then they had an identical per capita suicide rate, I wouldn't say that guns are the factor in the suicide rate. Okay, so we...
Sure, to interject a bit, I think this is basically just not a misunderstanding per se, but like a failure to apply the standards of research. We can't do that. We can't just be like, hey, I'm going to take a state in the United States, convert 2/3 of the population to atheism, and see how their suicide rates change. We can't do that as a research project. I would love to. Okay, you want to give me the funding, I'll do it. Sign off on the IRB, right? Props. But we can't. So what we have to do is we look at the United States, and we look at people on an individual level.
Well, if I can real quick, do you mind?
Yeah,
Isn't that kind of exactly what you're doing with these gun control studies? For example, the Brady laws that are touted as a success by you, I believe, in our previous conversation that we had. The University of Virginia had Philip J. Cook in 2003, who was at the time considered the most aforementioned gun control expert in the country. He was someone who was advocating for gun control. It admits that the decline in homicides we saw over the course of the Brady Bill being enacted were commensurate with the decline we saw previous to the Brady Bill. In other words, it looks like it was correlation, not causation. The same is true of suicide rates, except of people over the age of 55. And he said maybe the law saved a handful of lives, perhaps a couple hundred a year. So even he is touting that this gun control, it didn't do exactly what it was said it was going to be doing. So when you say we can't just look at the suicide rates of countries that have less guns because we're not sure if it's correlation or causation, can't we say the same thing about the studies that you're citing that say that gun control saved lives?
No. So the basic argument is that the studies that I try and cite to you are not just correlation. They aren't just saying, hey, we look at a state, we figure out what its guns are. Usually the way they do that is by looking at, ironically enough, the percent of suicides that are committed with guns, because that's a very good proxy for how many guns there are in a state. And they correlate that with other factors. That's like the sort of classic, very common style. It's not a very good research design. The studies that I'm citing, and this is technical and I can't fully explain within the scope of this conversation, but they use methods like differences in differences estimation and other more causal estimates. So they do make an attempt to try and find a causal impact rather than just a correlative impact. And I'm just going to try and appeal to you that this is a causal method that I'm not going to fully explain.
I was just going to say, I think what SDL is saying is that we need to get rid of all guns and everybody needs to convert to Christianity. That's what I heard.
Well, there are actually religions with lower suicide rates. So if we really want to follow down this logic, we need to create like a cult of personality, perhaps around like an anti-suicidality figure. I think we could really push this.
Welcome to DemonMama.
Just sort of like reverse Heaven's Gate. This is the base. Why haven't
reverse Heaven's Gate?
DemonMama, did you want to?
Yeah, I had a couple things I wanted to touch on here. So there's a couple of other things that would support the data that SDL is talking about, which is we have data that points to the fact that that most people who attempt suicide once and survive don't attempt suicide again most of the time, and that seems to be because the experience of attempting suicide is very traumatic and people realize they don't actually want to die, but that it was something else in their lives. This is well documented among the research of both depression and suicidality. Secondly, there is, I don't have the study on hand, but I assure you we could find it if necessary, that points to the main difference in the success rate of suicidality as far as method and success rate between men and women. I think that you referenced this at the beginning. I don't know how far you went into depth on it, but is that most men, their first option that they choose is a gun, whereas most women will choose pills or jumping. And both of those are very low success rate because, as it turns out, a lot of times you take a lot of pills, you throw up, you don't actually die, but you do get the fear of potentially dying once you realize that you're going to die, and then you might throw up. Now, there is a problem with the idea of like, oh, well, maybe we should just, have just guns slightly, stored better. And I acknowledge this because my position, of course, is that I do support gun ownership, but the proliferation of guns clearly influences the amount of suicides and the accessibility of that. A lot of times, if people can't get access to a gun, but there's a gun in their house that is maybe not theirs, but might be available, they might get that. They might also get it from a friend. In fact, I know somebody who killed themselves with a gun that they got from a family member. And of course, often, again, the problem with this is that people will think twice when they go to commit suicide, but a gun doesn't really let you think twice. It's a very quick method that is almost designed, it seems, to be able to give you maximum lethality in the shortest time possible. And that is a huge problem. Veterans are also a group that is particularly heavily struck by firearm suicides because a lot of veterans have access to firearms. So there are problems with this, and I don't know how to address that outside of like reducing proliferation, which I don't know that we can do that easily in the United States. I think that voluntary gun buyback programs and an approach and serious changes to gun culture would be really, really, really valuable towards that. But yeah, it's hard.
Okay, I have direct responses. So just to focus on prescriptive stuff. So for instance, like I am not in the political space to dunk on the left. I'm not here to fucking, oh, the left bad, right good. Okay. What I do like to focus on is prescriptions. So for instance, like waiting periods. I know that I mentioned earlier that the state of Florida has a 3-day waiting period for pistols. My thing is a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. If there's a 3-day waiting period or even a 10-day waiting period, but you can still get access to your firearms, and that is basically in order to, ensure that you're not going to kill yourself, kill other people or whatever, I don't give a fuck. That's fine. Number two, I talked about how I don't give a fuck about, market failures. I think that the government has a role to step in for market failures. The reason why I'm for public healthcare is because we spend 24% of GDP on healthcare. Any developed nation that has public, yes, we do in America.
I think it's like 18, but yeah.
No, this was going to be my next point. My next point is that any developed nation with a public healthcare platform on average spends 17% per GDP. We're effectively paying like 8% higher for less healthcare. So basically, we could still have a public healthcare option that is probably relatively robust compared to other Western nations, and we could save some money for R&D. Finally, and as a part of healthcare, you could have public mental health care, basically access to mental health services. This is the material conditions that I wish lefties would concern themselves with. Two more points, and then I'll yield SDL. Well, okay. I wish Democrats concern themselves with it.
I agree with you on that. There
we go. All right. Finally, safe storage. We talked about safe storage. There's a product called Stopbox, STOPBOX. They have rifle accessories. They have pistol accessories that basically give you a mechanical lock. That way you can pop it open at a moment's notice if you need immediate access to your firearm, but it basically prevents people from getting access to your firearm. And in your case, this is sub point B, basically I'm okay with liability laws. Let's say that you knew your friend was homicidal or suicidal. You hand them your gun. They go kill themselves or they go kill other people. That their family or the families of the people that you enable to go kill people, they can fucking sue you for basically negligence because you caused a wrongful death by giving away a firearm to a person that you knew was homicidal or suicidal. Yield.
Sure. So I guess just to briefly respond, I'm totally fine with the gun safe storage things. I think that RAND, the RAND Corporation, did a big meta study on gun laws. One of the big 4 or 5, this gun laws that they thought had reasonably good evidence for saving lives was safe storage laws, like what you're talking about, where they punished people for failing to store guns, and it seemed to therefore provide some deterrence for people who didn't store guns safely. That seems to be a good idea. And then you mentioned waiting periods. I just want bigger ones. Like I think California is a 10-day one. Just make it longer. That's fine. I don't think your gun right is meaningfully diminished if it's 10 days versus 3. And then what was it? You mentioned mental health. That's the one I was going to disagree on, actually. So I don't think that there is that strong evidence that there's a link between poor mental health and guns or homicide in general. I know one of the interesting stats is that I can go find the article that like some estimate of like people with serious mental health issues is like 5% in the United States, and it's like roughly the same portion of criminals who have seriously mental health issues, like 4 to 5%. If anything, people with serious mental health issues are more often the victims of crime than the perpetrators of it. So there's this actually really big problem, and I'm kind of trying to point a little bit to what DemonMama said way back earlier in the conversation, that laws focus specifically about psychological estimates of mental health don't seem to do very well. So conversely, then improving mental health probably, unfortunately, won't stop much crime.
What about suicide?
Oh yeah, maybe that one, but not the crime part.
Yeah,
I
do.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Rob and then DemonMama.
Okay, so I think that fundamentally there was a misunderstanding, or at least a misapplication, what I think when STL said earlier, that we could basically permute, we could do both and pass new gun laws and enforce current laws in the book. But the problem is we don't live in a utopia where by fiat we could demand that the government do these sorts of things. So the reality is the way gun laws have currently been applied now, they're only affecting law-abiding citizens, and they're not affecting people that choose not to enforce the law. So for example, according to
that's true about any law.
This USA Today article, which I'll link, let's see.
He has 3.
Trump's Justice Department, the FBI in reviewing instant background checks for firearm purchases detected 112,000 line try crimes. Yeah. You want to end the whereby?
Yep.
All right. 1 second. I'm slow. Sorry, Boomer here.
Yeah, and I'm gonna share the screen, so if anybody wants to talk about certain stats or anything, and then talk about them, I'll share them. Yeah.
Okay. The FBI, in reviewing instant background checks for firearm purchases, detected 112,000 line try crimes for fiscal 2017 alone. Federal investigators had names and addresses on the filled out forms. How many were prosecuted? 12, according to a GAO report. So the problem is this, like, it's all high-minded for SDL to say, oh, we should pass this law, we should pass this law, we should pass this law. But it is clear that our federal government, whether through incompetence, whether it be through lack of resources, or whether it be because they don't actually care about keeping guns out of the most violent criminals, people that have lost their right under current laws to have these guns, they're not enforcing the laws that are already in the books. And it is, regardless of if you think it's a good idea or not, there is a constitutional right to keep and bear arms. It's your Second Amendment. It's second because it was that important, only behind your right to free speech. By the way, your right to free speech is contingent on your right to defend yourself. If you lose your right to defend yourself, you'll quickly lose your right to free speech, as we're seeing occur. So what happens is, if we're talking about restricting or slowing those rights, we should do so with as slight a hand as possible. So if you say, but wait a minute, there are times like, so for example, ConorPoints is saying there are times when the private market or individual liberty can't solve a problem, so therefore the government should come in. I would assume, Connor would agree with me, they should do so in the most limited but effective way possible. You don't want overkill. You don't want them doing things that are overtaking people's rights that weren't necessary. So the problem I have is this: if we've agreed as a society, okay, there's certain gun restriction that we accept. For example, certain types of felons aren't allowed to have these guns, and we're refusing to enforce those laws on the book. Why would we then have more laws to have the government come in and do more things if we haven't proven that the laws they've already enforced are successful and they're choosing not to enforce them?
Okay.
I mean, I think... Sorry, go ahead.
Did you want to respond to that specific point? It looked like you had a study or something. And I can go after you.
No. I was responding just to counter with the study.
Okay.
The point I would just raise, I think the point that I raised at the beginning is very similar to the point I would raise again, Rob. It's just like we do enforce the additional laws that we pass, and so it seems like, and particularly a lot of these laws are passed at the state level. So to me, then I guess maybe I would just have to agree with you. Maybe the federal government is totally sleeping on the job, and maybe they should totally be enforcing these laws. Maybe this would obviate a lot of the gun problems.
Just real quick, let me ask you then. Yes. So then why would, if you're saying, I see a problem, right? And the problem is suicides and homicides that are occurring because of firearms, and you understand that the federal government's not enforcing, keeping those out of the hand of the most violent people, or at least the people that have been convicted of those sorts of crimes, then how do you know the problem wouldn't be solved in the status quo by enforcing the laws already on the books? Why wouldn't you demand to see that first before you require additional laws? For all you know, every problem you're illustrating would be solved if we merely enforce the laws on the book.
I think I can touch on that a little bit too as well.
Go ahead, yeah.
So there's a problem, which, and I brought this up earlier, which is a problem of proliferation, right? Like, certain laws are only going to prevent certain, like, a further proliferation of arms. In America, we have an absolutely unbelievable amount of guns around. Like, people, like, it's actually ridiculous how many guns we have in America, even for somebody who supports gun ownership. But much like, I kind of hate the, like, this, like, sort of like truism thing that's said, that's like, oh, well, if you make gun laws happen, then only illegal people will have guns. Well, I mean, you could say that about anything. The only people who have nukes are illegal nukes, right? Like, I mean, the problem is that it becomes increasingly hard.
You mean criminals, right?
Yeah. What did I
you
say?
said illegal people. I was like, oh, did you mean like illegal
sorry.
immigrants?
No, I meant criminals.
Criminals.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like,
just making sure.
I was botching what was said. But the yeah, like only criminals will have guns or whatever because the guns will be illegal. Well, the same thing goes for nukes. Well, citizens can't have nukes, but I mean, you know, it's also really, really hard to get your hands on a nuke because they have only been proliferated to an incredibly restricted degree. And likewise, I think that applies to guns as well. The less guns that we have kicking around, the less guns that we have legal or illegal is going to ultimately have a dampening effect on a lot of these, a lot of the things that we're talking about having huge problems. Now, that doesn't mean, again, I don't advocate for like a mandatory buyback or a mass seizure of weaponry or anything like that. But I think we can acknowledge that the amount of guns that we have out here right now is a huge problem, and a couple of small reforms that don't have immediate returns doesn't necessarily mean that those won't have long-term returns, because at the end of the day, the goal is to make it a little bit harder for people to get guns right off the bat. I mean, there was a point in time where it was a lot easier to get guns. I know, like, it was even when I was a kid, like, it was going to a gun show and getting a gun is not a hard thing. So, yeah.
Connor? Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm not going to address any of that specifically because I want to address SDL's point piecemeal. So basically, the point that I wanted to concede was not necessarily suicide. We can have a longer chat about that, about how everybody should be Christian. I'm happy you think that we need to return to religion. Thank you for that. But basically,
everyone should be women.
Everybody should be a trad cat. Got it. So all right. So more guns lead to more homicide. This is one of the things that I think the right wing gets tripped up a lot, is they just try to fight things that aren't factually true. We basically have double the homicides of Western Europe. We're developed countries. We have comparable economies. We have comparable cultures. We have double the homicides. I think 80% of our homicides are by firearms. Hold on, Rob. I promise I'll get to a point. But there's a question of measurability, or utilitarian calculus that I make. So I kind of preface this entire argument based off of the fact that I think that human beings and living beings in general have an axiomatic right to natural self-defense, which includes the right to destroy their own government. I actually, I believe that. That's almost like a religious concept. Mm-hmm. So for instance, I think China and Iran, maybe Iran because they're hyper-religious, they might have lower rates of homicide. They might even have lower rates of petty crime. They might have lower rates of suicide, but you could not pay me enough fucking money to live in either one of those societies because I value freedom as a different metric of human success. And then final point before I yield, you brought up self-defense as the motivating factor for, the possession of firearms. I think that's one of them. But another one of them is basically the maintenance of the balance of power between civilians and the government. So oftentimes when I talk about firearms, it's within the context of the Boogaloo, the libertarian revolution against the government in order to restore our freedoms back to the days of the founding fathers. I don't want a fucking Boogaloo. I don't want an American Civil War. But I think by Americans maintaining 350 million plus private firearms, the chances of a civil war between the federal government and the civilian populace, or the chances of an ethnic or religious genocide inside the United States, is slim to none. And that is a good thing. Yield.
Sure. So the basic response here is self-defense kind of has two aspects. One is the axiomatic, like personal self-defense, kind of the giraffe example that you were pointing to. Zebra. The zebra. Yeah. Something on the plains of Africa was defending itself from a lion or something. Anyway, that's like the personal self-defense, and I think that one's much weaker and much easier to attack. The political one, I think, is much more interesting, harder to attack. This is something interesting that I often argue with socialists as well, because I take a very reformist position here. I don't think that violent revolution is very effective at pursuing these ends. If the government is tyrannical, it will crush you. One of the biggest findings of Chenoweth and Stefan in 2011 is that when the state violently represses people, it reduces the chance of the people on the other side winning by something like 90%. It's like an ungodly decrease of success. And so within that, even accounting for that, violent revolutions were less successful than less violent revolutions. And that's the basic thesis that I would make. So it's not clear to me that guns good because guns might only be useful for the violent aspect. And then if the violent aspect is less useful, it's not actually benefiting people overall. That's the basic argument.
And Rob, I'm sorry for jumping in, but this is like a really important point. I just wanted to make the point that 79 million Americans owning 350 million private arms makes the likelihood of a tyrannical government oppressing their people by force extremely low. And that was the only point that I wanted to make.
Yeah.
That's what I really wanted to say.
Can I have a brief response? Because America has 25% of the prisoners and like 5% of the world population. We already live in the state with like incredible amounts of like surveillance and like control over our lives.
True though.
Do you want me to parse that apart?
All right, compared to Europe, we're much worse in that respect.
Real quick, we'll go to Rob and then we'll go to Connor.
Okay. Do you think that those rates of tyranny would be worse if people didn't have these firearms? I do. Like, I think, for example, let's say you theoretically argue that the war on drugs, I'm against the war on drugs, but let's say you argue it's racist and it's designed to go after people based on their skin color. Do you think if those people were completely disarmed, that the police would have an easier time of taking people that they want to go into these communities and do whatever they want with them? I do. I absolutely think that. And so maybe there's a fundamental difference in what we see with incarceration rates and things like that in this country. Real quick, I wanted to just, it's an aside, it's not a big point, but to ConorPoints about more guns equal more homicides. It's not a direct proportional thing though. So for example, we have 400 million guns. If we had 800 million guns, I don't think you're arguing that would double the amounts of homicide or violence. Like basically everyone has access to a gun that wants one in this country. If we doubled the amount of guns, everyone would basically still have access to a gun, right? Like, you know, that's basically true. It's very rare that we would see a situation. And I think that what we see is a lot of these attempts, especially when you have DemonMama saying, well, we have too many guns, but I'm not for things like gun buybacks and things like that. Okay, well then if your problem is there are too many guns, nothing you could do without forcing the government to take those guns away is going to decrease the amount of guns. It's not going to happen. No, people aren't going to voluntarily give them up. They will. So the best thing we could do is enforce laws that we already have on the books to stop the most violent people from getting those guns, which our government's chosen not to, which again, I don't think anyone's answered. I just want to take this in a slightly different direction. Maybe get a little like,
I did have a couple of responses.
We live in a society, I'll just be real quick. We live in a society right now that's saying providing identification is racist when it comes to voting. Isn't it true that almost every gun restriction, whether it be taxing or having to have permits for guns or having to have specific things like concealed carry permits or having waiting periods, wouldn't the same people that say providing an ID to vote is racist also say that all of those would be impediments to African-American communities from receiving firearms as well? And are you okay with that?
Okay.
And
so real quick, again, let's be careful with the whole voter ID thing. Also, let's go to DemonMama because she's been waiting for a while, and then I'll go to you, SocDone.
So, okay. So there's been a couple of things going here. First of all, with regard to the to what Rob was saying, I don't believe that anybody who wants to have access to a gun does have access right now. In fact, the poorest people in America, arguably the people who are most likely to be the victims of crimes, usually can't afford a gun or have access to a gun at all. And I actually think that what SocDoneLeft brought up earlier about sort of communal armories or something like that could actually change that in a meaningful way. These people, and in fact would probably achieve your stated goal of having a check and balance to the local government, at least, to a much better degree, right? If you have a poor community that has a community-run and community-funded armory, those people will be able to be trained and know how to use guns safely. They will be more informed and stronger. Now, I think that SocDoneLeft is 100% correct about the idea of the government. Like, if the federal government decided to go to war against its own citizens, we're fucked. We rely purely on at this point democratic processes and other like pseudo-democratic processes to prevent the government from ever getting to that point. And that's a good thing, because as it turns out, in countries that don't have democratic checks and balances and governments that just allow power to flow autocratically, they're able to crush those things out increasingly. So we need more democratic processes that limit the power of government so that the government will never be in a position to do that. Now, the one area where I think that is necessary to discern a considerable difference is that I don't believe, much like we've talked about a couple times, I think that people who think that like gun ownership is going to lead to a revolution or whatever is that's a very silly perspective in my opinion. However, I do think that there is some reason to believe, and in fact we have some evidence of this that Rob brought up, so I'll borrow from that, which is that a lot of local police departments and things like that, specifically ones that have very deep racist roots, have a very vested interest historically in removing the arms of marginalized communities. I think it makes it easier to marginalize those communities if those communities are not known to be armed, and I think that arming them will reduce that. However, it won't save us from some sort of tyrannical government. It might provide a check and balance to local police or state or county power, but it's not going to stop the federal government has drones and lasers and radioactivity bombs. It's fucking not gonna happen.
SocDoneLeft, and then we'll go to ConorPoints.
Sure. So I guess, Rob, the basic thing that I would note, this is pure correlation. We don't have causal evidence on this because it's so hard to measure both of these things. Places with higher gun ownership actually have higher rates of police violence. Places with more strict gun laws have lower rates of police violence. The argument that like police are less willing to victimize people who are armed seems, if anything, to be the opposite of true. When people are armed, police are more willing to use extensive force against people because they see themselves at risk, and it's part of the culture that police builds. The more general argument that I would raise, it comes from an article by Omar Wasow, I believe 2018, called Agenda Seeding. It's basically the idea that when protesters use violence, it's so much easier to paint them as like radical terrorists trying to destroy America. It's why the BLM riots were painted as such in the right-wing media, even though the vast majority of it was peaceful. It's easy to paint people as violent when you have examples of violence. And so this is the concern, that when minorities fight back with guns, you can paint them as terrorists. You can paint them as worthy of suppression. So then that enables the police to use even more force.
Right, but just to address this, because I know this is a point that we disagree on a little bit, SocDoneLeft, but I want to bring this up. So as far as I know, and I have not been able to find this, maybe there exists one, I don't know that there's any or ever will be studies about how much personal gun ownership can suppress like police wrongful activity. I would love to see some of that data because I don't know. I think there's probably a lot more going on there than just gun ownership with regard to over-policing. For example, gun ownership is not particularly high in New York City, but over-policing is really high in certain neighborhoods, mostly that correlate with minority population. And I would argue that there is room for pointing out a historical precedent here, which is that when you have authoritarian, racist, often movements in America, one of their first actions is to try and disarm minority communities. We've seen this with the Black Panthers in the past. We've seen numerous other organizations that have done this. Now, you bring up that like, oh, protesters fighting back with weapons. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about preventing the circumstances from ever happening in the first place. And I believe that we have historical evidence to show that police departments are much less likely to run completely unchecked into racism, into persecuting neighborhoods, if those neighborhoods are known to have a high percentage of communally organized gun ownership.
Okay, so let's go to Connor, and then we'll go to Rob, and then anybody else who wants to go.
Yeah, so just to address that very specifically, so for those of you who don't know, I was a local police officer for 4 years. I was actually in my community, my former community, today. So basically what I would say is that guns don't really stop cops from what they are going to do. Like, they're still going to do their job. They're still going to get arrested. But what it does do is it slows cops down to not being complete. I know everybody thinks that cops are dickholes all the time to everybody, but it does slow cops down to not being dickholes to everybody all the fucking time, because you should always lead with tact. You should always lead with diplomacy. You should always lead with basically negotiating people into handcuffs, because you don't want to start a fucking gunfight because you were talking too much shit to the citizenry. So that's one of the things that I would point out. The other thing that I would point out is that I understand that the United States has 25% of the incarcerated population of the world, despite only being 320 million people of the United States. But I almost guarantee you would rather be incarcerated here than anywhere else on the fucking planet. Allow me to explain.
No.
Hold on. Almost done. So I almost guarantee you, as a part of that incarcerated statistic, you're talking about people who got DUIs, bonded out same day, and fucking left. Oh, I almost fucking guarantee you are. Hold on. We'll get to it in a second. So basically, do you want to be breaking rocks in fucking Siberia? Or do you want to do you want to bond out of a fucking jail almost same day? As a matter of fact, okay, DemonMama, I see your face. I'll explain it. Fucking burglars, thieves, shoplifters, simple battery. Almost every single fucking person who committed a crime that wasn't a felony was out within 24 to 48 hours. As a matter of fact, it's one of the most frustrating things about being a fucking cop is the fact that you arrest somebody for doing some serious shit and they're out the fucking next day. Now, I'm not saying that you should revoke these people's bond. I'm just saying it's a little bit different than breaking rocks in fucking Siberia. If you can't give me that, we're probably not on the same planet. Second point, minor
that
point.
feels like a false equivalency, though.
Well, let him finish.
I felt like your point, or not your point. I felt like SDL's point was a false equivalency. All right. Two minor points again. Critiques. Can't afford a gun. High points are $125. They're pieces of shit, and they might explode in your hand. But they're very inexpensive. And also, I'm not encouraging this, but stolen guns are free. Then one more point. Because of the power of the federal government, we have to purely rely on our democratic processes in order to check the power of the federal government. We can't go to war with the feds because of drones, intelligence services, nukes, aircraft carriers, all that kind of shit. I reject this. I reject this fundamentally. We've been in the global war on terror for 20 years. We've been fighting dudes in flip-flops with like an AK-47 and roadside bombs for 20 years. We haven't conquered these people. Not only that, this goes against the entire nature of asymmetric warfare. I've already done a 20-minute video on it. If you don't like what I'm saying right now, you can go watch my video and then bring your objections to my video to the next argument.
I mean, I'll bring my objections up when it's my turn because I do have some.
Real quick, Rob's been waiting for a while, and then you're next, SocDoneLeft. Thank you for your patience.
So just real quick to say to that, in reality, the price of guns aren't, if you really wanted a gun and if you're poor, there's ways to get a gun. They're cheap and readily available, and you could have them borrowed by friends. I mean, we're talking about there are more guns than people in this country. So if you really, really want a gun, you're able to get one. That's true where I live in rural America. That's true if you live in the inner city. The only thing that is an impediment to people getting guns, it is cost prohibitive, is some of these laws that we're talking about to have gun control. That's the things that could actually be cost impediment wise to keeping people from getting these guns, at least legally. So if you're really concerned about poor people having access to firearms, then you should be against gun control efforts, because every one of the efforts that we've talked about would either be cost prohibitory or would be prohibitory in some other sense for people that are poor to get these guns. Secondly, we're conflating the idea of the police necessarily coming into your community and doing something, most of the police, which are fine people and doing fine, with a tyrannical government that's ordering the police to do things, right? And the truth is, DemonMama, you're just wrong when you say, well, they have nukes and they have Apaches and they have, lasers and things like that, and so they would be able to be. The problem is the military is made up of people, and these people are citizens, and we're not just going to have the military nuke large parts of the United States or use Apache helicopters. If you need to see how well less armed insurgents can beat a massively overpowered military, you need only look to places like Vietnam. Vietnam was far outgunned, and there were all sorts of insurrectionists all over the country. It's not as if the citizens of the United States would be fighting a war that would be like a scorched earth policy against the U.S. military. It is that the right to defend yourself is a check on tyranny, because they know, the people that would be tyrannical know they can't use the full might of the military against U.S. citizens. However, if the U.S. citizens are completely unarmed, then it is easier to be able to infringe on those rights, because there's no need or there's no capability to defend yourself whatsoever. A couple other things. The idea of more violence from police occurring to areas that have more guns. Well, the problem isn't that these people, it's because there's more violence occurring in this area. So for example, if you live in inner city Chicago where there's a lot of shootings, that is the exact place that you would want the right to self-defense and to own a firearm, because it's difficult for police to protect you all the time. In some areas of Detroit, the police call times are 20 minutes before they could come. So that's the very area where you would want to be able to defend yourself. The fact that people misuse those firearms and commit gang violence or other sorts of violence, that's irrelevant. And lastly, I'll say that what we're ignoring here is there's not just government tyranny, it's also government ineptitude or government corruption. For example, we could see in St. Louis, the cops were unwilling to defend a family named the McCloskeys as a violent group broke into their property, and they then charged the McCloskeys for exercising their Second Amendment rights. That's the kind of tyranny that we're talking about. The fact that the government won't protect you is every reason.
Stop you here. Come on, that's ridiculous.
And real quick, and I'll give you something else to get upset about here in a second too.
Oh boy,
the
Rob
idea
mad.
that SDL. No, I'm not getting mad. I said I'll give you something to get upset. The fact that SDL said that the majority of Black Lives Matter protests were peaceful is one of the dumbest comments that you could ever make, because there were over 223 locations. There were over 223 locations of violence that came from BLM. Just because that was only 6%. If there was 6% of violence in Tea Party movements, we would have said that was a violent movement. In fact, let me ask you this. Did you all have a problem with January 6th? Well, that was a Trump rally. How many Trump rallies resulted in riots? Therefore, would it make sense for me to say the majority of Trump rallies are peaceful? So what are we talking about January 6th? The truth is there were violent riots. And the last thing I'll say about this is that violence was respected by our government and institutions, which proves that the ability to defend yourself it's something that's important. That's why they'll come after Trump people. That's why they'll come after people that want to violate lockdown orders that are conservatives, because they don't use that violence traditionally, which means that the government's able to do that. Thank you for interjecting. I'll give you the same courtesy when you're up, DemonMama.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure you will. Yeah.
Sure. Well, just Left, go ahead. Hold on.
There's a lot
okay,
to respond to.
I'll get to you, DemonMama, and then SocDoneLeft, ConorPoints, and then we'll go to DemonMama.
There's a lot to respond to. I don't remember all of it, so I'm going to miss some of it. The first thing I would just note, I'm sharing a little thing. I think you might be able to see it, CounterPoints. It's just a graph of the incarceration rate since 1880 or so. And you can see that the modern spike began in the 1970s with the war on drugs. It's not just related to like routine criminalization. It's related to the modern war on drugs and the modern carceral state. You see more or less the same pattern in like immigration detention. It wasn't there before in the 50s and 60s and 70s. It's a modern creation.
What happened between 1960 and 1970, or what happened between 1968 and 1994?
1968, the crime wave in part.
All right.
Yeah, but sure, but the crime didn't increase by 5
want.
times. Crime increased by around like 1.5 to 2 times.
I mean, doubling homicides, rape,
Socialism.
robbery.
No, make sure to stop sharing whenever you want. Yeah, just I didn't know if you heard anything.
It's okay. It's a very minor point. I don't want to suck up your time. I know other people are waiting to talk.
More generally, I think the argument that these are just like routine incarcerations really misses the point. I believe these metrics are usually looking at like people years that are spent in jails fundamentally.
See you later, Bricks. I'm sorry
so
you're not
when we're
enjoying
talking about more people years in jails, more people years in prisons, regardless of what it is, that means that there's a bigger carceral state. And so I don't want to quibble about like the quality of prisons in like Europe or Japan versus the United States. That's not too important to me. Like I would rather not have 5 times more people spending time in very high quality prisons. I would rather have them not be in prison altogether. So I guess the argument. Go ahead.
If you want to move to the Portuguese model of like decrim of like possession and focusing on violent crime for law enforcement, we agree.
Yeah, I mean, so Oregon looks really promising there. Hopefully, I know Seattle's seen an uptick of violence, but that might be related to other things. Anyway, hopefully the Oregon decriminalization model works very well. So far, decriminalization.
Okay. We probably agree, and I'll yield really quickly. Basically, the only thing that makes me uncomfortable is like, okay, so we have 25% of the incarcerated state. I think there's plenty of other places that you wouldn't want to be incarcerated, regardless of the per capita incarceration. That's my only point. I'm not saying that was your point. So
I think the argument is that is immaterial to the point that there has been this enormous increase of the carceral
That's
state.
going to be fixed
and
eventually.
It was the communities.
Turns out it's a bigger fix.
Who were like the most able to be targeted, in particular, like Black and other non-white groups in the United States. And we were not able to resist. We are the most armed country on the planet, and people weren't able to resist that. And so I think that it really misses that often when there are these like civil wars, it's not government versus people. It's like 45% of the people and the government versus the other 55%. And so I guess what I'm trying to get is like the war on drugs was enormously popular when it was implemented. People didn't resist it in part because they wanted it. You can go back and look at the polls. People loved it.
Including in what communities?
There was majority support even among Black communities at the time. So like I guess what I'm trying to get at is like the state cracking down on you doesn't work if the people also oppose you. So I'm trying to actually support DemonMama's point that the key thing that keeps you safe is people wanting to protect your rights and democracy as a whole. If democracy wants you fucked, you're fucked.
Sure. But then this gets down to like a singular moral argument that you guys are both free to address, which is basically like the zebra still has a right to kick. So what I mean by that is basically Jews in Germany, there might have been a mass consensus that they needed to be disarmed or that they needed to be purged from Germany. I wouldn't begrudge any Jew in Germany who chose to arm themselves and rebel against that government. And on top of that, even if the government doesn't recognize their right to resist, I believe they have a natural right to resist.
Sure. And so this is why I try and make the community armory sort of approach. So I am defending, like, for the purpose of moving the argument forward, this argument where, like, it's no guns, guns aren't useful whatsoever. If you think that they are useful, and I'm trying to carve out this exception because so many people do think it's so useful, then that's what the purpose of community armories is. You don't need the gun in your house to resist the tyrannical government. You alone will die. You need your community to support you if you're going to have any effectiveness, right? You were talking about asymmetrical warfare. That's not one dude with a gun. That's hundreds of thousands of people with guns.
Yeah, so if I can respond now, that'd be amazing. So the first thing is discussing the war on terror versus, you know, out warring one another. These are not, like, saying comparing between us and going into Iraq or Vietnam are not good examples. You're talking about a foreign nation where we're able to deploy all the full force with no considerations whatsoever. These aren't like, and even then, because they have a home field advantage, because we're fighting across overseas, which is expensive, that's why they're able to hold these things out longer. In the United States, the government knows every single crevice and corner of the United States. I assure you they do. It's not that they're going to nuke their own communities, although who knows, maybe they'd pick a state to sacrifice, but they would use overwhelming force. And we can see this even present in current protests where the feds get involved. In Portland, there was overwhelming equipment used. I mean, fucking military quality tear gas was used that's causing damage to the town. It's bad. We want to avoid getting to that point at all is the goal. And I agree with you that I would never begrudge a Jewish person taking up arms against Nazis. But I unfortunately hate to say it, but that they wouldn't have a very high success rate. And in fact, a lot of them were armed and a lot of them did fight back. The point is we need to stop that from ever happening in the first place. And I do acknowledge that you may be able to buy yourself some time or escape or fight back a little bit in order to buy your people an escape. If you have some level of community armament, but I don't think that you can hold out inevitably against your own overwhelming government. I just don't think that's realistic. And so I wanted to address that first of all, and then secondly, I just wanted to point out that in Rob's incredibly long gish galloping screed, he made abject lies about both BLM and a false equivalence between the 6th and the BLM protests that swept the nation last summer, and I'm really tired of that. Rob, you lie about BLM all the time. It's really ridiculous, honestly.
Let me ask you a question, DemonMama.
Yeah, sure.
Did you say all Trump supporters are white supremacists?
No.
You haven't said that?
No, don't believe I ever have. No.
Okay, well, I have a video where you did, but that's fine.
Okay, yeah, maybe I said most of them were. If you have a video,
maybe
sure,
you don't believe that now, though.
Yeah. I mean,
you
don't think that all of them.
You could
just
guys,
this has nothing to do with gun control. If we want, we could set up something in the future that would be amazing.
I could talk about how it has a relation to gun control because there are people in the government that make that argument. So, for example, after January 6th, which was, I condemned it full-heartedly. People that attack the police, I condemn all political violence, unlike DemonMama and many people on the left that think political violence on the left is acceptable, which is exactly what she's doing now. We have 223 examples of location. Yeah, so really, it's funny how everyone's quiet when everyone's talking.
Well, it's really funny that like I made one answer and you're like flipping out and like
I'm not flipping out.
Yeah, you're
I'm
like
not even
literally going off on a bunch of things about how like BLM is Satan and I.
All right. Okay, so on that note,
I wanted to address the specific point, but it's all right. I mean, he went off again.
We're almost done.
Yeah, we're getting into like a very
Well, anyways, everyone else got a chance to finish their point real quick, so I'll finish real quick.
I asked you one line.
Yeah. Okay, no one gets to finish their just to be fair, because you said, and then there was a bunch of back. Yeah, so we'll go into closing thoughts. If you want to mention it, you can. That's perfectly good. I don't mind that. Oh, you know what? No, the lefties got the last word last time, right? So only fair to give them. No, the righties got the.
And I misremember. I don't remember. Don't trust me.
The left got the last word last time.
Okay, yeah, we'll give the righties the last word on this one, just to be fair. So, DemonMama, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important that we take a nuanced approach towards gun control. I do believe there's a lot of value to be had in community gun and responsible gun ownership, but there is no doubt that American gun culture has to change. The state, the sort of status quo in America is not working. It is not good. We have brutal state repression increasing here in America. Hopefully it won't continue under Biden, but let's be real, it probably will. And that is not a good thing, and it's happening even though we got a lot of guns here. So I don't think that the guns are the thing that's preventing it. I think we need a broadening of democracy in our country. I think we need more robust and functional institutions, and I think that we should aim to allow people to reasonably attain firearms for the purpose of sustenance and self-defense, without throwing open the gates to, machine guns mounted on the back of your truck, which I think would just be a really horrible outcome. So, I tend to believe I have a pretty nuanced take on this, but I recognize there's some very complicated stuff. Like, for example, the number of guns in America is quite concerning, and I don't know exactly how you address that without recognizing that. I mean, I do think voluntary buybacks are a fine purpose. I did bring that up. I forgot that was one of the points I wanted to touch on. I think voluntary buybacks can be good, but it's not that simple. So, yeah, that's my position.
All right, Rob, go ahead.
Yeah, so there were a lot of things that were conceded. It was conceded, for example, that the most important and the most agreed upon gun restrictions that we have for those for violent felons and things like that, when they attempt to purchase firearms, their federal government, 112,000 times that attempted to happen in 2017, the most recent data that we have, the federal government decided to apply charges to 4 of them, not 4,000, not 404. And all of the arguments we're talking about, the problems with gun violence and things like that, it is people
I'm glad
that are
nobody can
criminals
understand
basically
what Rob
committing
is
this crime.
saying.
So if we can't even enforce the laws that are on the book that see to punish criminals for having guns, why would we then affect more law-abiding people by instituting more laws? We should approach this with as deft a hand as possible with the federal government, instead of having the government overreach and just pass more laws without enforcing the priors. People say, well, we could enforce both, but it doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't you make sure that enforcing the current laws didn't solve the problem? Why would you just seek to pass more and more laws? And the truth is, because we all know that the federal government isn't going to change the way that they're enforcing the current laws. So the passing of the new laws, again, will only have the net effect of decreasing law-abiding citizens from having guns. Secondly, the idea, like DemonMama talks specifically there about tyranny and about how tyrannical the government is. This is the exact reason that you should have the right to self-defense to prevent more of this government tyranny from occurring. It seems hilarious to me that the argument seems to be, our government's so super tyrannical, they're horrible, so we should all disarm ourselves and we should have more laws to disarm ourselves. We think that'll work out.
He didn't
I
listen.
don't think that'll work out. The
didn't
idea that the federal
listen.
government would somehow be able to beat us in a war means that we shouldn't have guns to protect ourselves.
He literally
from tyranny
didn't
is
listen.
nonsense. It's not going to be a full-fledged war.
He
That is
literally
not the
didn't
type of thing that
listen.
would occur. They're not going to just use Apache
okay.
helicopters and tanks. The idea is they are less willing to inflict tyrannical laws if you don't have the right to defend yourself. That's what's going on. Lastly, on BLM and stuff, I know that you wouldn't want to
Fucking
talk
rap
about that.
god.
Why would you? You're defending violent people. So that's all the more reason to defend yourself. We can see
I
that
already
the police
did,
were
bitch.
unwilling to defend people from
I
these
already
violent
did. I already
leftist,
beat you on that.
terrorist attacks that were occurring around the country. So
I
if
already
the
beat
police
him
are
on this
unwilling to
topic.
defend
That was
you,
my first
you have a
debate.
human right to be able to defend yourself.
All right, nice. SocDoneLeft, go ahead, sir. 2 minutes.
Sure. So I guess to summarize my prescriptive statements in this debate, in the short term, the things that I'm interested in are universal licensure, extending the background check to be universal, requiring, again, long ass name, domestic violence restraining order, gun relinquishment requirements, banning, what are called extreme risk protection orders. We didn't get into them too much, but they're sort of similar to domestic violence restraining orders, except they're more related to like posting about wanting to like kill people in like government stuff like that. And then like mandatory safe gun storage sort of laws. And all of the stuff that I'm talking about is like very politically feasible, holding in like the 70 to 80% range.
Rap god.
Long term, the thing that's definitely not politically feasible right now, my dream would be like a world with like little to no civilian gun ownership in the household, and entirely a shift towards a community ownership model.
I'm sure we're
Because
gonna
I
get
think
some
that
blood
the
after
only
this,
argument
too,
that
so
actually
stick
makes
around.
sense for any gun ownership
around, there's gonna
is
be a lot
based on
more
this
after
idea
this.
of political freedom. I don't believe it, but it's the only one that could even come close to being true. I think that the arguments about homicide, about suicide, about self-defense, all
I'll
fall
let
in
you know
favor
after
of
the
having
panel. We're
less
gonna do
guns, not
Q&A
more
as
guns.
always, debates,
So all of
and
these
then
arguments
I
I think
have some
fall
content I
against
wanna go over.
household and individual gun ownership and
Don't
fall
you
in
worry.
favor of, at best, community ownership of guns. So I very much like to carve out that exception because in the United States, as we've noted repeatedly throughout this
I don't
debate,
think
there's
that phrase person is coming
odd
on, are
million
they?
guns, we're not
think
going to be
so.
able to ban them de facto really ever, I think. So we need to switch to a more responsible ownership model for like short term again, safe storage, and then long term
Yeah, I'll bring
community source
Sock and Left
storage.
on. I'll be inviting them.
That's the take.
All right, counterpoints. Go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yeah. So I like when I get to talk to SDL because I think we fundamentally disagree, but we can do so in a respectful manner. I think there is a utilitarian calculus that he's not conceded, but just admitted might exist. That basically we are checking the power of the government. The political argument is the strongest one. Here's one for self-defense. It's anecdotal, but I'm still going to go for it. So basically, I was talking to my friend today, one of my mentors, one of the people that I love most in the world. One of the things that bugged him was that a storekeeper who had broken the food desert in the traditionally black neighborhood in our community, him and his wife were murdered while they were closing up their store. The robber didn't really have a motivation to kill them. He already had the money. He was walking out of the store, and he just decided to kill them anyways. He did do it with a firearm, but he could have done it just as equally with a knife. There was no real motivation for it. So basically, with my perception of the situation, I think storekeepers should have the right to keep and bear arms on their person, and that they have an incentive to do so, robbery being one of them. If you look at countries in the Commonwealth, some countries in the Commonwealth have higher robbery statistics than we do. Also, not only that, but you can actually find compilation videos of British and Australian storekeepers running out of their stores because gangs of people with hammers and knives are running into their stores. I don't want to live in that society. I would perfectly be fine with basically the robbers getting shot. So with that point being made, the war on terror not being equivalent, the government was able to go full force with no considerations. Yeah, on the domestic front, they wouldn't be able to go full force with no considerations because every single time they would be on cell phone camera and shared with all of their community. Home field advantage. Insurgents in America would still have the home field advantage. We're here. We know the territory. Erosion of tax bases. You said that, we eroded the money. We wouldn't be able to keep the financing. How do you keep financing when you burn half of the country? That's an interesting question. How do you keep financing when you lose popular support and people stop paying their taxes? Knows every quarter and crevice of the community.
Arguing
well, the American military government is federal, basically meaning that it's drawn from all of the states, meaning that they're deployed to regions that they wouldn't necessarily understand. Just because soldiers and troops are, basically a part of the federal government, if they get deployed to Texas, but they're from New York, they're not going to know the corners.
These are my points, though.
And then finally, wouldn't have a high success rate for the people. We agree here. We actually agree here. It sucks. It sucks, but it's true. That being said, I still think people have a moral right to do it. And also, here's another place where we agree. The whole point is to prevent it from happening in the first place. I know I'm running out of time, but I want to make one more final, very important point for the first conversation. Nixon, a Republican, created the EPA, which means that if you're on the right, doesn't mean you have to hate the environment. Secondly, most people on the right wing are Christian. And if you remember what is in the Bible, it says, I want the last 10 seconds. All right. Christianity calls us to be stewards, which means that we maintain the world. Being a steward does not mean that you get to fuck it in the ass and do whatever you want to do with it. It means you maintain it properly. Being right wing should not be anti-environmental.
What if Mother Earth wants to get fucked in the ass?
All right, guys. Final stretch. Just a couple questions from the audience, okay? First question, and no rebuttals. Whoever it's directed to, whoever wants to answer it can, but no rebuttals. Angie Kyle 74 says, asks, should the federal government have had standing to impede on the state laws for gun control, and why?
Yes, supremacy clause.
Yeah, it's the supremacy. Yeah.
Well said.
But that's a reason that state laws shouldn't have the federal law says that you have the Second Amendment is a federal law. So the states shouldn't be allowed to override that as well.
Okay.
Sure.
Keyline Platypus asks, Socialism Done Left, which of his opponents has a better beard?
I think ConorPoints is more the multicolored, sort of classic old guy beard. So I kind of like that. Okay.
I'm getting there. I got some white in here.
All right. Galil Dodi asked the lefties, with over 20,000 firearm laws between the states and federal government, and they don't even enforce some of them, why the hell would anyone support more?
Well, I mean, that's an easy answer.
They work.
Just because, the number of laws doesn't necessarily mean anything. I don't know anything. There's no context for how many of those, like whether those are. I don't know. That just seems like a really silly question to me. I don't care about more. I just care about laws that do a better job. I don't really. The number doesn't matter. I never made an argument that we should increase the number of laws by 10,000 laws. Like, that's stupid.
It's possible that some laws right now are stupid, should be removed, maybe, but I don't think that there's like a finite maximum number of laws. We've hit that cap, and now we've like got to ration which laws. That's just a silly sort of argument.
Okay. Ripe for Parody asks, if more... Excuse me, sorry about that. If more guns increase safety and decrease crime, how many more guns does America need to become the safest country in the world?
All right, so that's a hold on. That's a straw man argument directed towards the right. My argument was never that guns make us safer, okay? My argument is that guns make us incrementally less safe, but there's a utilitarian calculus that we're making to maintain freedom. So for instance, I will concede homicides. I would be interested in suicides. But at the same time, if you look at per capita homicides on a national by national basis, we're at 5 per 100,000. I think most developed countries are between 2 and 3 per 100,000. But there are countries that are in a state of failed status that are as high as 55 per 100,000. So basically, like, scale it within the realm of reality. Yield.
And I'll just add to that real quick. Like, you also have to understand that the guns are already here, right? And the guns were instrumental to the foundation and the expansion of this country to become what it is today. And so the idea that you could just say, well, guns are evil and they cause more homicides. The canary's been let out of the cage. Like, there's nothing that anyone's recommending here that would get guns out of that would remove guns. And any attempt to do so would result in, if you try to force the government to take guns from people in large amounts, it will result in more bloodshed and more homicide, and it would be a really terrible thing.
Okay.
All right. Galil Dowdy again asks, why doesn't the left propose reform, gutting existing shit that's proven to be ineffective first, then talk about new policy? I guess that was kind of just like the last question that we asked, huh?
You can do both at the same time.
It's because it's not either or, it's both and. It's the same sort of argument. You can do new laws. They work when we study them. They work, so let's do them. If other laws don't work, we can get rid of them.
Yeah, super easy. Yep.
They don't work.
All right. So, guys, I just want to say it was a really, really good conversation. We had agreements across the aisles, disagreements in their respective sides. I thought it went really well. You know, it got a little catty at the moment, but what debate doesn't?
Yeah,
you know.
Rob is massively
so I want to
crypto.
thank you guys for coming to the normal debates. Make sure to sub and follow the channel, guys. Whichever chat you're in as well. Again, let me congratulate DemonMama on being the winner of the Hippy Dippy Rumble, where Vaush, the current champion, will defend his title this Friday against DemonMama, Rob Noerr, and John Burke in a fatal four-way. Make sure to check it out. You can check it on DemonMama's channel. I'm sure she's going to be streaming it. Same with Rob and, Dylan as well. Thank you guys for coming. I hope you guys come back in the future. Check out everybody's channel. DemonMama, where can we find you?
You can find me, very, very simple, DemonMama.com. All of my links are right there. The Discord is super active. I usually stream on YouTube, but I also have been streaming on Twitch as well lately. But DemonMama.com is where you want to go to find all my stuff. It's right here on the screen. I just wanted to point to it, but I forgot my camera's flipped. Yeah, and if you didn't like my opinions, if you like my opinions, please come by after every panel. I always leave myself open for some Q&A and some debates, and that, by the way, is extended out to the members of the panel. ConorPoints, if you want to challenge me on whether I'm a crypto tanky, hint, I'm not, please do come on. I would love to have that conversation with you. Likewise, SocDoneLeft, I extend the invitation. If you'd like to chat after this, that'd be great. Rob Noerr, I know we're going to be debating on Friday, but likewise, feel free to come by if you have something you want to further argue with me on. And likewise to the audience. Thank you very much for having me here.
All right, and I had a question in the audience. The time zone, it's 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, right? That's the time of the Hippy Dippy? Anybody?
Yes, I'm
pretty sure.
Tomorrow, yeah,
8 p.m.
Friday,
Eastern?
yeah.
Okay, yeah, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when the Fatal Four will be happening on Friday.
We'll talk
Socialism
about that
Done Left. Where can we find you?
I'll talk about that after.
If you Google Socialism Done Left, you will find me.
Fair enough. Counterpoints. Where can we find you?
Relying on a capitalist corporation to get your name out there, I see.
And yet you live in a society. My name's Connor. I run a YouTube channel named CounterPoints. You can go onto YouTube, type in CounterPoints. I should be the top 1 or 2 channels available. Just broke 5K. Pretty excited about that. Also, another way to follow me is go onto Twitter. I know it's a hell site, but it's very fun. And basically, you can follow me at ConorPoints, ConorPoints, ConorPoints. And then DemonMama, unfortunately, I do have a wife and I have work tomorrow and I have a call I'm supposed to do before I go to bed. But if you want to do something either more formal or if you just want to do something informal in the next week or 2, I would absolutely be down to just come on and have a chat. So, yeah.
Nice. Rob Noerr, where can we find you?
I'm on Normal America with Rob Noerr on YouTube. I'm on D Live with Normal America. And on Twitch, where I usually stream most of my stuff, it's just Rob Noerr, all one word, lowercase, like you see spelled there. Thanks to everyone for coming on the show. I thought this was a really good conversation, even if there were, disagreements and things like that. I thought it went really well. And really thanks to you, DemonMama, for stepping in at the end. That's not something that's easy to do, and I really appreciate it. And I'm sure SDL appreciates it as well, because it probably wouldn't be fun if we just had 3 people, So, though I will say that there was more crossing lines. I think it wasn't that anyone was super ideological and not agreeing with anyone's point on the other side. So, but still, thank you.
To a certain degree, yeah.
All right. Again, good luck to the panelists this Friday. Thank you guys for stopping by. I'll see you guys later.
All right. Catch ya.
I guess. Good
See
talk.
you.
Have a lovely
Thanks.
evening.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. So, take it easy, man.
All right, everybody. Damn, that was a good convo. Hold on a second. Let me just real quick. Let me just reset up my my chats, because I need to have stream info. Is this okay? Here we go. Here we go. Wait, we want to put this in here. Got to put YouTube chat in here. Stream info. I got to put my restream thingamajigger. Do 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 do. What? I'm not offline. Why is it showing me offline? Wait, is my stream busted? My stream better not be busted. My stream isn't busted, is it? Okay, I'm online. All right, okay. That's weird. It's just restream is showing me as offline. That's fucking weird. All right, whatever. All right. Thoughts on solar power? It's good. It's good. All right, so we got a lot more content to go. To do, okay? We got a lot more content to do, okay? So, they clearly have stolen my name. Wait, we have a SocDone DemonMama? What the fuck? Who's that? Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna do one real quick thing. I need to go to the bathroom, and then I will come back and give you lots and lots of content. So, hey, Mother Meerset, good to see you. Give me just a second, and I will be right back, okay? Entertain yourselves by posting. Go ahead and post emotes that you like in the chat, and I'll be right back in just a couple of seconds, okay? And then we'll talk about everything, and we'll see if anybody wants to talk. We'll see if there's any debates, anything like that. We'll be back. All right. probably smell like coffee. Okie dokie, okie dokie, artichokies. All right, imps, I'm back. I'm motherfucking back. All right, so, all right, so, that was a fun one. Did you all enjoy that impromptu panel? Because I had a good time. I had a really good time. I enjoyed it, all right? I had a really good time with it. Well, look, okay, Rob is, hi, I'm Date Mike. Okay, hello, Fish. So one of the things with Rob is a propagandist, okay? Rob has mastered, well, I wouldn't say mastered. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, if he doesn't want to chat, that's fine. Did somebody ping me? Looks like I got pinged. Yeah, okay. It was, yeah. What do you say to people who are earning the $15 an hour right now and are concerned that if the federal minimum wage gets increased to $15, that they will not receive a wage increase? Unionize, okay? Talk to your coworkers and organize. Don't fucking begrudge. Don't make other people poorer. Fight your workplace harder. It's simple. You don't choke other people out of good wages they deserve. Go in and make your workplace better. Apply pressure. It doesn't hurt you that they're making as much as you now. That's it. Okay? I thought Aftershock did a pretty good job. I definitely thought Aftershock did a good job. I would definitely go on Aftershock's show again. That was really good. The thing with Rob, I wouldn't say he's mastered, but he is very good at the old Rush Limbaugh slamming out the segment, I think is what he called it, which is where you drop a whole bunch of really, really hot takes that are highly propagandistic at the very end of the segment so nobody can respond. It's a thing that Rush Limbaugh used to do all the time. Rush Limbaugh would go on the news, and when it was just about to go to the commercial break, he would slam out a bunch of his talking points, like really fast. Bam, 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 bam. Nobody can reply to it. And because it goes to commercial break, you can't do anything about that. Hey, thank you, Eris. Thank you so much. By the way, Eris, if you come over to the website chat, I'll get you a fancy name, okay? You don't have to, but if you do, I'll give you a fancy name when you come over here. Rush Limbaugh is dead. Yes, but yeah, Gish Gallop the crap out of it, and all that stuff. So yeah, you prep them exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, awesome, Aristocracy. It's just demonmama.com/live, and I'll give you a fancy name. Is it normal to feel awful after the COVID vaccine? Yes. The COVID vaccine makes you feel like you have the flu for about 1 day, and then it passes. Yeah, it sucks. Ooh, an instrument. Ooh. Ooh. An oud. An oud. An oud. I love the ouds. I'm like super. Ooh, didgeridoo would be good too. A didgeridoo would be so good. An oud. O-U-D. An oud or a didgeridoo would be great. Either one of those would be really cool. O-U-D. No, not like the alien. Oh my god, like the instrument. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I think you can handle it, Lady Kilgana. Yeah. Yeah, just gotta wait till, oh yeah, okay, so, I can't remember what I was gonna say. I was gonna say something, which is, I really liked being on a panel with SocDoneLeft. I really like SocDoneLeft. Hey, Aristocracy. All right, let me give you your fancy name. Does anybody hang out in SDL's community? Someone tell SDL to come over here and hang out. I would love to talk to SDL. I really like SDL. I don't know if SDL likes me, but I like SDL. Yeah. Here you go. Aristocracy, watch. Type in chat, Aristocracy. Do you think we can get this get this if we're talking about it. Look at that. Fancy name. Yeah. Isn't that cool? That's the creator tag. I just got here from Dylan Burns listening to CTV's Apologia for Suspect Sushi. It was some big oof. Oh shit. Wait, did that just happen now? I listened to Dylan's stream yesterday. God, Dylan was dealing with so much bullshit. Holy shit, that's really bad. If that happened just now, maybe I'll take a listen in on it. There's a couple of things I want to do. Yesterday, Dylan got like shredded. Not shredded. He got like attacked by a fuckload of people of right-wingers, mind you. Dylan got jumped by a bunch of right-wingers about stabbing suspect Sushi in the back. I don't know. JL's chicken. What do you do? Wait, I only give that out to content creators that I know. Sorry. JL's chicken. I don't know. You just want name? Well, no. Suspect Sushi. Well, for those who don't know who Suspect Sushi is, Suspect Sushi was a right-wing panel guy for a while, and he ended up being promoted to the leadership of the Proud Boys and entering the Capitol. So, yeah, he got arrested. He was photographed wearing the same mask that he wore on stream on a panel that I was on, and was identified. It's actually really bad. Did you know he was identified through a Destiny thumbnail? Oof. Yeah. No, it's not that you're not famous enough. It's just I gotta know you. I can't. If everybody had an orange name, there would be. Ain't just a suspect anymore. Yeah, convict Sushi. Yeah. Yeah, it's really stupid. Just unbelievably stupid. He's not just a black conservative. He's a black neo-Nazi. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, he lied about it to a lot of different people, Aristocracy. He's a super, super crypto. Yeah, convict Sushi, yeah. Jesus Christ. We do need an oof emote. I don't have an oof one yet. We might get one at someday. I did ask Fawn to work on one, but Fawn hasn't had the strike of inspiration yet. Yeah, I know they don't understand WoWy yet. They'll get it. Posadas John, make it your mission to teach them. Wasn't Enrique Tarrio an FBI plant? No, but he was an informant in the past. Yeah. How do people not know about WoWy posting? About what? Who? Why do you have such a weird name? Yeah. One of the people who came on Dylan's panel yesterday was the most weaselly crypto I've ever encountered. Probably not. That's okay. Oof, oof, oof. Why are you lost, Renegade Coffee? Don't be lost. Are you caught up on stream? That could be the problem. Sussy Sushi. Yeah, true, Cookie. Yeah, your name is Brown. It's very hard to read. Super hard to read. Let me check in on YouTube chat. Hi, YouTube chat. Aw, Max, rest well. Rest well. I wish I could be lit. Well, dreams. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Hi, Mr. Saxakeet. Aw. You're getting into a mood? Sorry. Your name is Base? Boy, I don't know what it is. Yeah. What? Wait, what? Wait, is he in chat? Anyway, whatever. I think Dylan is just going through what most all creators go through when they get through a huge growth spurt. Happened to Prime Kai's. People want to bring you up, then tear you down. Oh, I don't think it's that, Aristocracy. I just think there's a couple of really sneaky people. This fucker Bastet, who was on, this guy Bastet, who went on yesterday, that guy is so fucking sus. Holy shit. I had that guy's number. That guy, I had that fucker's number. That guy's up. That guy, I would be willing to put money on my suspicions on that guy. Sus as fuck. I've never... Yeah, that guy is sus as shit. No, not Bastiat. Bastet. Some weirdo who showed up on panels recently and was super weird. He told everyone, yeah, he told everyone he was a, well, he didn't tell everyone right away, but he did later on. Yeah, it's the name like the, yeah, like the cat god. You had to ban him from CC? Yeah, I think that's probably a smart idea. Yeah, Mix Vivian Wolf, he hates your guts. Oh, I had his number yesterday, Mix Vivian. By the way, just so you know, just so you all know, no one ever tell me I am not the greatest hype bitch in the history of Twitch. I know how to talk to a motherfucking... Zan is asleep in here and he just sleep talk responded to DemonMama saying that guy was sus. Even, yeah. Listen, I know how to get through to a chat, okay? I pointed out that chat was being manipulated. So let me tell you, actually, you know what? I want to rant about this. I really want to rant about this because, you know, nobody's come to challenge me. So I'm going to rant about this a little bit, okay? Because this guy, okay, something that a lot of people don't know, okay? And I'm sorry, I hate to tell you all this, but there are a lot of people who are marks out there, okay? Do you know what does anybody know what a mark is? You know what a mark is? Do people know what a mark is? If anybody knows, go ahead and drop it. Tell me. Not a marks, a mark. Someone gullible. Yeah, it's not just someone gullible. A mark is somebody who is out of a town or like out of like a crowd. The mark is the person you identify as being the most likely to be able to con, okay? So if you're trying to, yes, exactly, someone who is it's not always easily fooled. It's somebody who is more easy to be fooled than others, okay? There are a lot of marks out there, okay? And what I saw yesterday was the entire chat being a mark, okay? And you want to know how it happened? So watch this. This is what happened. So... guy starts shit on Twitter. This civic nationalist, sus, starts shit with Dylan on Twitter. Says Dylan's got all these things. Makes all of these claims about Dylan. Says Dylan stabbed him in the back. Blah blah blah. Then he comes into the chat and watch this. This is how it goes. I'm gonna outline it and I'm gonna show you how manipulative stuff goes. Okay. So he comes onto Dylan's show and he starts out by rolling back his accusations at Dylan almost immediately. Then he pivots to something else and he started pivoting to talking about Dylan making or being friends with genocide deniers, aka Mel. And Dylan's like, I'm not friends with Mel. I've talked to Mel. And then he goes, yeah, but, and he pivots from that, never acknowledges that he made two accusations that both were wrong. He pivots to talking about Hakeem. And now, here's the thing. I happen to know, look, listen. Everybody, you know, I'm not a big fan of the tanky types, yeah? I know that, okay? But I know when I'm being manipulated. You know, I'm pretty good at catching that kind of shit. So, he picks Hakeem, and he sees the chat go, Hakeem. Yeah? Yeah, what? I was born in the 90s. Fuck you, all right? Yeah, he buttered you up. Yep, he did. He buttered up the crowd. So he saw that he got a good reaction out of trashing on Hakeem. So he made, I know they aren't. I know tankies aren't a big fan of me. Oh, I know. Don't you worry. I know they're not a big fan of me for a couple of reasons. All right? So, he saw that people didn't like Hakeem, and he proceeded to make a whole bunch of allegations about Hakeem. Well, if you ever want to talk Axe King, just let me know. I'm always down to argue with tankies about stuff. So he said a bunch of shit. And one of the claims was that he was banned from Hakeem's community because he was too flamboyantly gay, was what he claimed. Okay? And I was like, okay. And the chat bought it, by the way. The chat was buying it. And I said, hold on just a second. And I was listening. And I was playing Cultivation Simulator, and I was listening, and I went, wait just a second. And a few minutes later, he made allegations against Vaush. He said that, oh, Vaush does ML apologia. He was doing it like 3 months ago. And I was like, huh. And then he made allegations against Ilhan Omar. And then he topped it off with allegations against Vivian. And a lot of them were they were extreme allegations, but not so extreme that they were unbelievable. And about at the Vaush point, I realized, oh, he's feeling out for what he can get away with spreading for misinformation. This is a con man. This is a con man. And so I said in chat, I was like, yo, hold on a second. Dylan, this guy's trying to butter up chat. And I was whipping up chat because I was like, have him give receipts. Don't let him say another allegation until he gets receipts. Get receipts before any more allegations. And sure enough, and finally, the chat was, I whipped up the chat enough to get fucking mad. Chat was getting really fucking mad after I started, because I was using my channel points to highlight my messages. I was fucking pissed because he was shit talking. He was using the fact that a lot of people don't like Hakeem to shit talk Vaush, to shit talk Ilhan Omar, to shit talk Vivian, to shit talk other lefties, okay? And so I got chat demanding receipts. He didn't have any receipts. None. And in fact, when he was called on the point, his receipts turned out to be totally stupid. And he was like, anybody can verify this. Anybody can verify this. Typical fucking con man shit. They never want you to ask. They just want you to believe them. You know, you can go and check it out. They rely on your pre-existing biases. Oh, you can go. It was yesterday's stream. Yeah, it was yesterday's stream. Go for it. It was yesterday's stream on Dylan Burns. There you go. Yeah, we could talk about that in a little bit. Pen this, man. Give me just a minute. And as it turned out, now Dylan finally caught on for it. And Dylan did catch onto it and started asking him. And sure enough, none. And what Dylan ended up finding out later was not only was he not... Oh, shit. You're right. I'm sorry. If you want to look up this stream and see it happen in real time, you can look it up. It was the April 6th, 2021 stream of Dylan Burns. It was a very long stream, but you can find the segment where you'll see my messages highlighted in a chat. You can't miss it. He was talking to this Bastet fellow. Yeah. And I'm glad that we exposed him because as it turns out, Hakeem did not ban him for being too flamboyantly gay. He banned him for calling another member of the server stupid and uneducated because of the country they came from. AKA, he was being racist. Really racist. And then on stream, Dylan was sent a tweet where he used rampant dog whistling to talk about how he's anti-immigrant because he doesn't want violent, and this is a quote, he doesn't want violent thugs coming into the country and despoiling America. Damn. Weird how that works, huh? You just dig a little deeper and you find out. So chat, learn this lesson. Always ask for receipts, okay? Do not become a mark. Do not let people appeal to your pre-existing biases and pull one over on you, okay? Don't do it. Who is this dude? I don't know. Nobody knows really who he is. It's weird. Yeah, oh, and yeah, he did do that too, Big Orange Jew. Although it is kind of weird. Listen. I'm sure he did, Mr. Saxakeet. Yeah, I don't trust that. Listen, I understand maybe other people want higher bars, but if you ask me, that's some entryism right there. Oh shit, Gina. Yeah, I don't trust people like that. Super sus. No, I mean, a little bit, but I think it's for a good reason, right? It's pointing out that, oh, they're tweeting at me? Well, they're not getting on here, that's for sure. I will absolutely not platform this sneaky-ass motherfucker. And I've given you very good reason why. Yeah, look here. Let me just give you an example. DemonMama is on stream misgendering me a bunch. Very angry. She says I was reading chat responses. I was not talking to him. I never said that. I said chat was reading responses. I think on both of my counts of allegations against Dylan, I conceded and changed my mind. Yes, alongside levying a bunch of other criticisms and rumors. I had screenshots for anything I quoted. No, you didn't. You are actually lying. Go watch the stream. Anybody who doesn't believe me, 4/6/21. Dylan Burns talking to this person. And I lied about it. Nah, no, I didn't. Go verify it. Go verify it yourself. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna give this idiot. Yeah. So, just so you know, that's how to spot somebody doing what we like to call as entryism, which is where right-wingers like to sneak into left-wing spaces and they sell themselves as reasonable while spreading out horrible, unsubstantiated claims about everybody. Oh, I don't know. They're not listed. You can't really claim that you're being misgendered when you don't give your pronouns at all. Sorry if I misgendered you. Please correct me. Just kidding. I mean, correct me if you want to. I'm never going to talk about you again. So, that's easy. Yeah. Oh, well, that's the thing, Amanda Lepre. Like, this person has been going around the politics panel scene trying to sneak in, and after what I saw yesterday, I know exactly. Pronouns are the first thing I ask all my guests. Yes, but this person is not a guest and they're never going to be a guest. I will not give I will not use my platform to what I witnessed yesterday was straight up con shit. And I got to say, pretty slippery. Yeah, pretty slippery. Yeah, this person will not be being a guest. No. Sorry. It was gross. Whatever you want them to be, Benjamin. Probably by accident, Meaty. Yeah, they're all slippery. This person is super, super slippery. But the thing is, I've dealt with slipperier. I'm pretty good at spotting slippery people. Some irrelevant idiot. Just watch out. Don't become a mark, okay? You have to have the better DM. It wouldn't become a streaming match because that's not what he does. Or they do. Yeah, he looked like a total idiot, Vivian. But he was being so, Vivian, he was being so slippery in that conversation with you. Literally, he pivoted from you being an apologist for MLs to talking about the history of Stalin, to talking about Mao, to talking about American left. Literally just pivot at 1,000 miles an hour. Just boom, 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 boom. Well, yeah, I always do my best. Yeah. Just so much, just the pivoting of unbelievable. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Weasel. Absolute weasel. Always, when people are making allegations, always ask for receipts. Here's the thing. Wait, hold on. Let me give you an example. If I say that it's true, if I talk to you and I say, if I say, hey, y'all, it's super easy. Anybody can look this up. Go look it up. Do it. You should do it. You should check me. I don't care if they're live tweeting me. They're irrelevant, and I will not be giving them any more attention. I just wanted to call them out, by the way. It doesn't take any work. Here's the secret. If something is easy to verify, then the person who's presenting it to you should be able to show it to you. For example, if there was anything that I wanted to say, like, for example, if I wanted to say right now, hey guys, if you go, like, if I was to make a claim like, I can prove to you that people dump a fuckload of transphobia at me all the time, you've either seen the evidence or I can show you the evidence in 2 seconds. One look at my Instagram will show you that's true. One look at the post I made the other day. If it's easy to verify, it's easy for the person who's presenting to verify. So there you go. Yep. Oh, yesterday they claimed that they were ex-Soviet Polish Roma expat who fled to America as a refugee, and now they're saying they're trans. So maybe that's true. Maybe they are a trans, half Roma, half Polish, fled from an ex-Soviet state, apparently old enough to have been alive when the Soviet states existed, and also is trans. But I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna guess that is a fucking fraud. Just saying. Maybe I'm wrong. Could be wrong. I'm open for it. But I'm just saying, probably a fraud. Yep. You are allowed to laugh, yes. I give you permission. One problematic laugh. They did not produce any stream. They produced exactly one screenshot. The screenshot they produced was a completely out of context single caption of Vivian Wolf's tweet, a Discord message that was clearly, blatantly out of context. Like, obviously. Like, imagine if this was like, hold on. Remember that thing earlier where it was a clip out of a panel, and it was like, and I was like, oh, you know, so maybe I'm somebody who, maybe I advocate in my personal life in favor of genocide, and then the video cuts right there. That was the tier of clip chimping that this person did. Oh, yeah, sorry, Aristocracy. Let me answer your question. Sorry, Aristocracy. Where was your question? Hold on, let me see here. What are the benefits of streaming on your own website as well as Twitch and YouTube? Didn't even realize you could. There are a lot of benefits. First of all, you have an independent... so first of all, if people subscribe to your website, you control the sub, not anybody else. So there's a huge benefit to doing that. Secondly, you can build your own community that's independent of platforms. So if you ever have to move platforms, you can always keep your website. Third, you have much more customization options. Look at my emotes. I have unlimited emotes, and they're cute as hell. They're also bigger. They're bigger than the ones on Twitch. They're cuter. They're amazing. I can do as many as I want. And I also get to track my finances through my website, which is super great. So, and also it means I can do better customer service, because guess what? If you have an issue, with a sub on Twitch, you got to go through Twitch, and Twitch sucks. If you have an issue with a sub here, you just email me or White Nervosa and it's done. And you're allowed to do it on all three. Yes, you are. You just got to make sure your stuff is all worked out. There's a couple of details. Aristocracy, if you ever want to talk about it sometime, just let me know. Oh, Max, sorry, did I miss some donos? I may have missed. Here, I'll do them right now. Here, I'll look at the donos that I missed. Here, let me see. I did miss a couple of donos by accident. Finally got the courage to tell my therapist I was trans. Thanks, Mama. If it wasn't for that call-in, I probably wouldn't have. Carl ATHF, congratulations, and that is POG, and you're very welcome. It's the least I can do, okay? You're welcome. Second, here's a reward for surviving Rob's brain-melting arguments. I know the word hero gets thrown around here a lot of these days, but I think you deserve it from Iviscos. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Iviscos. That is POG. Lizzie the Lefty, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Max Phoenix, you sent me a big link. I'll look at that another time. I don't know what that is, but I'll look at it another time. It's really tough for me to do that. Do I have an email? Yes, I do. My email is demonmamaonline@gmail.com. You can find the email right here. There you go. Bam. Based Alaskan, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Ya boy Shamoy. Even though I'm an avid dog hater and hate their noises, I'll have to say I'll die for Yoda. They're a super cute dog and it sings awesomely. Thank you, ya boy Shamoy. I appreciate that. Eurus McProl, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Cocoine, I already did that one earlier. For the 3 tier 1 subs, thank you so very much. Deeply appreciate all of that. Thank you so much. Seriously, it means the world to me. Well, as long as you're willing to die for Yoda, that's all that matters to me at the end of the day. That is all that matters to me, okay? Yeah, fuck, what was I even gonna say? Wait, is Doobie here? Wait, who's Doobie? Wait, is Doobie in my chat? Oh, hello, Doobie. What are you fighting about? Huh? What are you fighting about? I think that's the real Doobie. You never fight with people? Oh, come on. Frog boy. It's all right, Doobie. I'm still gonna, by the way, I still plan on doing that AMA on your server. I'm just fucking so busy this month. And the shit that happened was I couldn't do the thing there. Well, I don't know. I don't know where he came from. Doobie, like, that seems like a really small point, but all right. I'm glad you were able to verify that. Now we know he came from Prime's community. It doesn't change anything that I said, okay? Nah, it's all good. Nah, that's weird, though. You want me to get an automaton? Here's the thing. I did want to do an automaton. I did want to do an automaton at some point. They are really cool. I've always wanted one for a long time. Yeah, that would be cool. Going after Kai's? Prime Kai's? What's going after Kai's? What? VTuber DemonMama model? I do have a plan to get a mama model, but it will be a while. It will be a while. By the way, in the somewhat near future, I have a collab. Oh, here you go. Secret info. Long-term teaser. I have a collab with a VTuber. Oh, woo. I could sit in your frog rock with hell, maybe. I like my face though. I like being on camera, even though I know I'm not like, you know, the prettiest streamer ever. But I think I look fine, I guess. I look cool. I look cool enough. Yeah. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. I wasn't trying to fish for compliments. I was just you know, it's just how it goes. Thanks. I appreciate that I look cool. Thanks. Do my best. I do my best. And what was I gonna say? Fuck. There was something else. Is it easy to make money with an OnlyFans? Possibly. Aw, thank you, Jessica Metal. I appreciate that. Aw, thanks. Now you're all buttering me up, but it's all right. It's all right. Thank you. I wasn't trying to fish for compliments, but I do appreciate them. You like the lip ring? Probably would have gotten one when I was younger, but I have an irrational fear of piercing my face. Well, what I can tell you is I understand how scary it is, but it's over in about 10 seconds. So if you still want to do that, I love it. This thing has been the easiest piercing I've ever gotten. Depends on what you want to talk about. 3XTR, 4CR, 3 DITs. Depends on what you want to talk about it. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Lip ring, I love it. I love this thing. This thing is like, seriously, I love it so much. What can we talk about? I don't know. Somebody wanted to know, and I was wondering if they want to debate. I just want to do debates. I do give good hugs, and I do have good talks. That's basically my two things that I'm best at. I'm good at having someone lay on my shoulder, and I talk to them and make them feel better. That's why my name is DemonMama. I know that I'm super aggressive on here all the time, but what I'm really good at in life is being comforting and helping people talk through stuff. Vertical Libret, yep, that's the one. It's the most satisfying piercing. Yeah. Hey, Copioid Crisis, good to see you. Septum piercing, my partner had one for a while. I don't need to debate about Godzilla. We just saw the movie, didn't we? But thank you. I appreciate the challenge, but eh. Do I still plan to have a Q&A? Well, yeah, this is the Q&A. My Q&A is you ask me questions and I answer them, usually about the topics, and then people can come on to debate me. But, yeah. I like bridge piercings. Yoga is a gateway drug for apocalypticism and fascism? I partially agree with you, actually. Vaush said piercings are the reasons his ears are affected with keloids. No. The ear piercings were... The ear piercings... No. The ear piercings triggered the growth of the keloids because he has a genetic predisposition to keloids. Ear piercings, for the vast majority of people, you will never have those types of issues. Yeah, not at all. It's a genetic thing. Yeah. For example, look, I have big gauges. I know you said you used to be a writer. What are your favorite books? A good faith actor, I can answer that in a second. Give me 1 second. I'm getting a new shrink. Yes, you should, Rain, because then you can determine if they're going to be a good one or not. Okay? Okay, so how would you want to fund the community holding of firearms? I think that you could easily do community funds. You just need to build up community infrastructure. We don't have any. Yeah, the yoga stuff is actually interesting. I can talk about that a little bit. Oh, shit. That's weird, Snoffinson. Is that why Vaush's earlobes look like that? Yes, they do. He has keloids on his ears that are painful. And I can understand that because I have had keloid scars in the past, though I don't have a genetic predisposition to keloids like he does. Anybody can form keloids, but keloids that grow like that is a genetic condition. What was that? There was another thing that somebody said. Oh yeah, the books. I want to answer the books question real quick. Books. So books. Yes. My favorite books. Okay. I really like East of Eden by John Steinbeck. I really like East of Eden is so fucking good. Such a fucking good book. Literally just so pog. Absolutely incredible. I really like, for fantasy, I really like A Song of Ice and Fire. East of Eden is fucking good. It's such a fucking good book. I learned so much from that book. I count graphic novels as books. I have a couple over here of my favorite books. Oh, if we're talking graphic novels, this book, this one, hold on. Oh wait, I can't show it. It has nudity on the cover, so I can't, but it's called My Lesbian Experience with Loneliness. Is a manga, graphic novel manga. It's so fucking good. It is so fucking good. I read it in one night. It is so good. It's a very silly name, but it's really good. Yeah. Want to debate about capitalism? Yeah, sure. Get in the Discord. Hey, if there's a mod, can a mod help 3xTR, 4CR, 3dits get in the Discord so we can have a discussion about that? Yeah, I would love to have a discussion about capitalism. It'd be super interesting. Oh yeah, another one of my favorite book series, The Commonwealth Saga. The Commonwealth Saga by Peter F. Hamilton. Very good. A little bit steeped in like SocDem ideology, but it is so fucking good. So fucking good. I can't even begin to tell you. I want to do a review of that. It is amazing, chat. It is breathtakingly good. One of the most satisfying series, one of the most satisfying series I've ever read. Super good. Basically, if you really like highly speculative sci-fi that does a really good job with aliens, you want to do that. Do you still enjoy writing? Do you plan on doing it more in the future? Okay, I'm going to be completely honest. Yes, I Have No Mouth and Must Scream. Uh-oh. What's this? What's this, Vivian? What is the worst series? I don't know. That's hard. But yeah, Commonwealth handles aliens really fucking well. Like, better than any series. Also, AI. Handles AI really fucking well. Like, really fucking well. What the fuck? Jesus. That's a weird little link. Thank you, 85D2D Derek. I haven't read enough Asimov to judge yet. It's not hard to read. It's not highly technical. It's not hard sci-fi. It's like, how do I describe this? It is societal. It talks about a lot of society and how technological changes will affect society. Pronounced Asimov? Isaac Asimov? Did I say something wrong? Yeah. Any new piercing in plan? Not right now. I do have some tattoos planned. Asimov? No, I didn't. I said Isaac Asimov. Maybe I did fuck up. I'm okay with that. I've heard Foundation is good. I also want to read The Three Body Problem, which is a very famous Chinese sci-fi book. I haven't, Slice of Onion. I can't remember what I was going to say. The figurines on the shelf, Binding of Isaac figurines, a big, giant Dark Souls 2 one. There's a Nendroid, or a what's it called? A Neandroid? Sorry, a Polinian, not a Neandroid. Polinian. And, yeah. Oh, whether I still enjoy writing. Oh, Eragon series. Oh, God. That series used to make me so fucking mad. Okay, I'll be right there. I'll bring him in just a second. But I want to answer this one. I actually don't really enjoy writing as much as I used to. Thank you, PB Success. I burned out, and it sucks because writing was my primary love, but doing it for a living for 5 years was so soul-crushing. Was so soul-crushing that it's very hard for me to do writing anymore. I hope that changes in the future because I miss writing. But it's so hard for me to get passionate about it. It was seriously burned out. I burned out so hard, and it's hard for me to get back into it. But I do want to someday. Yeah, it is capitalism. It is capitalism, yeah. It was so bad. Like, I can't even tell you how bad my fucking work life was in the past. Listen, my 20s were mostly spent at work. Like, literally, most of my life was spent at work through my 20s. It sucks. What's wrong with Eragon? It's cringe as fuck. Super cringe. I like Kurt Vonnegut. I like a lot of Kurt Vonnegut stuff. I'm trying to remember the one that I really liked about, yeah. Oh, yeah, by the way, real quick thing. With regard to the Commonwealth Saga, the Commonwealth Saga has a second series in that whole group. It goes Commonwealth Saga, and then it goes the Void Trilogy. In the Void Trilogy, it gets super wild in the stuff it explains. It talks about planets that have their emotions synced across Wi-Fi, across multiple planets. Like intersolar system Wi-Fi that allows an entire society of people to have their emotions synced, and they can tune it down so that they can have privacy or tune it up if they want to feel what everyone else is feeling. It's wild. Super cool. Also, there's another character. There's a character that's a main part of that story who gets into a relationship with a multi-person. And what that means is a single consciousness that shares multiple bodies. So this guy will literally, he uses this emotional net, a technology on this emotional network to sync his consciousness. Yeah, it's the same series as the Commonwealth. It's just the second part of the series. So fucking cool. It's so fucking cool. And they go way in and explore it all. Like, they explore very, very realistically, like, the difficulties that a single person would have engaging with a multi-person. And, like, it's actually super interesting. They have, like, a whole complicated relationship, and she learns about it. It's so fucking good. The book is so fucking good. This is why I say it's, like, speculative societal sci-fi. And guess what? Guess what? One of the... Oh, God, it's so fucking wild. Holy shit. The books are called the Commonwealth Saga and the Void Trilogy by Peter F. Hamilton. Very, very good. They also explore prison abolition. It's super fucking good. Now, I will say that, like, there's a couple of limitations. Like, the guy is a little bit, he's a little bit of a technocrat. There's a little bit of technocratic ideology in there, but it's like they play with identity. They play, there's a scene, I don't want to spoil anything, but in the books, there's literally a scene where they go onto a furry party blimp on one of the planets. They go onto a furry party blimp, and there's literally a plane full of people who genetically modify themselves at will to become the animals that they want to be a part of, that they want to look like. Super fucking cool. Book so cool. Yeah, they have there's a scene in the show that's a gunfight that takes place on a furry party blimp. Like an investigator is chasing down a spy. Oh, it's so fucking good. Oh my god, so good. All right. We're gonna talk real quick. All right, everybody, focus. Hello, Cutsleve. Cutsleve. Welcome to the show. Hello. Are you there? You are muted currently. You're gonna need to unmute yourself. I can't hear you.
I can't hear you if you're talking.
Okay, hello. Can you hear me now? You gotta mute the stream and you gotta make sure your Discord's set up. It's me. I'm sorry. 1 second.
Okay, no, now you're good.
That was my fault. 1 second. I had my push to talk still on. That's my bad. You were muted, but also I was muted. So, real quick, what are your pronouns?
He, him.
Okay.
Or I guess they, him, or whatever.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's fine. All right. Well, Cutsleve, welcome to the show. You said you wanted to talk about capitalism?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that afterwards, maybe. So, where are you on the capitalist spectrum? Capitalist or socialist?
Wait, sorry. What was the question?
What are you? Are you a capitalist or a socialist?
Oh, I generally consider myself much closer to the socialist position. I'm a lefty who leans towards anarchistic philosophies.
Gotcha. So let me just run down some questioning before we start this.
Sure.
What is your form of socialism? Because there's like a million different ones.
When I talk about socialism, my main concern is a libertarian approach, a highly democratic approach towards democratizing the workplace and moving away from the commodity form. Because I think that, well, there's a number of reasons for that, but especially with regard to things like healthcare, utilities, water, food, these sort of things I believe need to be decommodified sooner rather than later.
Okay, so decommodified capitalism.
No, what?
Decommodified capitalism? Just decommodify everything?
Wait, no, I said workers owning the means of production. I believe in workplace democracy.
Okay, my bad then.
Yeah.
So workers own. So how much? Okay. So just a quick question:
Mm-hmm.
How would you decide? Does everyone own the same means of production, or do some certain workers get more?
Well, I mean, it depends on how far ahead we want to go. Ideally, if we get to a sort of post-scarcity society, I would love to have it be that anybody who needs to use something would, quote unquote, own that thing. That all means of production would be collectively owned and would be given to those who need it. So if you're working on a large genetics project, then, and you have a proposal and the evidence that this is like here's what you're going to do, then you can go and you can use the facilities that you need. But I think that we're a little ways off from that. So in my sort of near future ideal, obviously there's going to be some workers who are going to have access to more by the sort of limitations of need and usage. But yeah, in general, I think that right now the way we have it is so bad that any step in that direction is probably a pretty good step, because right now most workers don't own any of the means of production whatsoever.
Okay, so gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was an owner, do I get to choose what workers own what means of production? Or like what portion of them? Like, okay, so you're essentially saying that workers would own the means of production in your utopian society.
Mm-hmm.
Do I get that correct? Okay. If I'm an owner, are there still owners in your?
No, there would be no owners. No.
How do you start up a business?
What do you mean? How do you start up a business? The same way you start up every business.
Well, like an owner would have to choose to start up that business.
Wait, do you think that all businesses are just like an owner snaps their finger and it happens?
No, I think all businesses starts when an owner decides it does. Unless I'm wrong about that.
No, not really. I mean, there's a lot of different business types. I mean, for example, I run a business with my show.
Would you not be considered the owner of your show?
No. Well, I mean, in our society, yes, I would be. But in the future, really be that type of ownership.
What is your definition of owner? Maybe we're getting.
I don't know. When I think of an owner, I think of somebody who is able to like have full control and private control over something like a factory or a building or a bunch of machinery that can be used to produce things. That's what I think of. A restaurant. There's a whole lot of things. And in our current society, owners are, for the most part, the vast majority of owners are not like accountable to the workers that make them money at all. They don't give anything back, and they basically serve as parasites. Most owners do not actually work at all ever. They might never even step into the business that they operate or that they quote unquote own. Yeah. So.
So a couple things there.
Okay.
So I don't really think any owner actually owns everything they do. They have to pay some part of their taxes to the government, and they have to have, even you don't own your show. You have to follow some Twitch guidelines. Twitch does take a cut out of your donations. You don't fully own anything you do.
It depends.
So I'm not sure.
On my side, I own everything I do, but I don't know how that has any application to my ideal. In my ideal circumstance, there would be, like, I think that we would have a totally different approach to the future. I mean, in an ideal future, I would love for there to be publicly maintained avenues for self-expression. So, for example, streaming, stuff like that, things that are not finite, like they're finite only in like the need for server infrastructure, but at a certain point, it will become increasingly, and we're already getting there. It's increasingly easy to create to maintain the infrastructure once it's created. It'd be awesome if that was public, and then people could, I mean, I don't know, if we're talking post currency or post money or whatever, then maybe I wouldn't even probably need to solicit donations. I could just make my show and people could watch. People could pay with their eyes and their likes instead of having to pay to keep my show going or whatever.
Okay, how would you start a business in a socialist world? Because we keep getting stuck on the definition of ownership. How would you start a business in a socialist world?
Well, I mean, the same way that you start a business in our current world, at least with regard to it, you do a thing. Like when I started my business, I didn't like go and be like, I declare business. I just literally started streaming. That's what I did.
But you would have the title of owner of that business, right?
Yeah, but that's because of, it's complicated. Our system is pretty weird about how single proprietorships work. I think right now it's a DBA is all I have, and that's not really much ownership at all. Most of my...
But you just said you controlled like everything that you did on your side of the business.
Oh, on my website I do. Yeah, I do. On my website, yeah.
So you own that website?
Yeah. Yes, in our current system, yeah.
Okay. And you wouldn't be in your... So what would be... Okay. So let's just run this back again, because I asked, how would you start a business in a socialist world? You said the same as this world, but this world has
to the beginning, yeah.
It wouldn't be the same.
Wait. Okay, but in a socialist world, it doesn't mean that you don't have anything. It just means you don't own the means of production. What that means is that I could have entitled to me by one reason or another, by various systems. We don't need to get into the minutia of all of those systems. There's like 100 different versions that different theorists have proposed for how you actually like work this out on paper. But a website could be designated as, hey, this is DemonMama's website, and I would have quote unquote ownership over it without actually, like, because that's not the means of production. The website isn't a means of production. You ever heard the term you get to keep your toothbrush? It doesn't mean that there is literally that people don't have things. It means that you don't have people, like you don't have a situation like a Twitch where a giant company can own a huge amount of infrastructure and then sit back and then charge people to use it when there's a lot of people that need to use it, and the only thing that allowed them to get to that point in the beginning was the fact they already had money. You see what I mean? The point is, yeah.
Okay. So a couple
the point of
things there.
getting rid of abolishing the capital owner class is not about like people not having anything. Obviously, I'm still gonna have mugs. I would never want a world where people can't have a mug. But that's not what we're talking about when we're talking about ownership. When we're talking about ownership, we're talking about the ability to unilaterally say, this is my building, and I am going to prevent people from accessing this machinery that is built, that exists, unless they accept a limited wage from me. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just stick to this like minute subject, okay?
Okay,
sure. So when I start my business in a socialist world, I would not have the title of owner, right?
No. Well, no. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they would use that term for like, I don't know, if you are the owner of the concept. I don't know. Maybe depends.
Okay.
Sure.
So but I do. Okay. Can you? Let's just ask a more simpler question. Can you start up a business by yourself in a socialist world?
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Which leads me to my next question.
Okay.
You could choose who you hire in a socialist world.
Yeah. Of course.
Okay.
I mean, if you're bringing people on, you could be the founder of a company or whatever you want to call it. You could be a founder of a show, and you could, within reason, choose who you bring on.
Gotcha.
But guess what?
What if I only choose people who only take low wages as my employees?
Oh, well, you can't do that. You see, because you won't be allowed. You won't be allowed to give them wages and have them work for you. If you want to bring people onto your team, they get ownership. They get part ownership.
Okay.
Because guess what? You are using their labor to produce your product.
All right. Would they get to choose how much ownership they have?
I mean, I think there would probably be systems for putting that into place. Depending on, I would guess that now, I don't know that, again, we're getting into like legal minutia. I know that there are already existing co-op models for determining like percentage ownership based on amount of like investment into the, like, not monetary, but like personal investment. If you work a certain number of hours, you are entitled to this much ownership. Yeah. So there would be, depending on how much they're putting in, and that person would be able to, in the ideal society, go through some governmental means to say, hey, I'm being exploited. I'm not being given fair recompense for what I'm doing here. I'm being barred from the rightful products of my labor. Yeah.
Will they get to choose their ownership?
What?
Will they get to choose what portion of the business they own? If I'm hiring a worker, will that worker get to choose what part of the business they own?
I'm just a little confused as to what you're asking. Are you saying that like they will walk in and be like, I own all of this? No, it would be proportional.
No, okay.
Yeah.
There are different sections of the business, and you say workers own the means of production.
Yep.
If I'm hiring a worker, will they get to choose what production they own the means of?
What? That's not what that means.
Okay,
that's
well,
not what that means. I'm trying to understand what you're trying to get at. Sorry.
I'll rephrase it. Who gets to choose what percentage of workers owns what in a socialist system?
Oh, I mean, there would be a number of things. I would imagine a mixture of intercompany like charter could determine that, and also general government regulation or societal regulation. So, like for example, you could have it set up such that in order to be granted in order for the government to grant you a like a business license or whatever you want to call it in the future, in order for you to be granted a business license, you need to ensure that workers of this level of contribution are entitled to this much of the total, et cetera, with these parameters. And again, I could bring on a labor lawyer. These structures already exist. Yeah.
Right. And who chooses that? Who chooses what portion?
I just answered that. It would be a mixture of society and whatever company, whatever endeavor is setting that up. So like, for example, you might say in my example, let's pretend we're talking about the DemonMama Media Co-op. There might be a set there might be a set of parameters that say, here's how media co-ops work. If you're in this position doing this sort of thing, you can be entitled to this, and then you could operate and set things up within those parameters as long as they're legal. I mean, we already kind of do this to a certain degree, but to a very limited degree. We currently don't really we don't really regulate very well how companies operate, but we do have regulations on how companies operate and what things must be followed. Like, for example, we already have, there's an example of this, great example, that probably the most well-known one. Full-time employees are entitled to health insurance at the cost of their employer. And that is because we have decided as a society that no worker should be working 40 hours a week without being given health care from their employer. Now, employers have a bunch of options in how they provide that health care. I've worked at a place that directly provided it. They were a hospital that also owned their own financing. Like, they had a financing branch, and they would give us it through there. So there's a whole bunch of different options. Yeah.
Okay. So you said it would be a portion of the government and the portion of society.
As all things, it would be a cooperation and a social agreement of various types. Yeah. What's that?
What mix of it would be society, and what mix of it would be the government?
I don't know. Whatever's necessary to accomplish the correct outcome.
That's my problem with socialism. You guys don't know what portion would be allotted to the government, what would be corrupt, or what portion would be allotted to society.
Real quick question. What is the just percentage share ownership that an investor should have in a capitalist firm?
Depends on how big.
God damn it! This is what I hate about capitalists. They never know what exact percentage of a shoe factory that you should be able to have in order to have a just capitalist spread.
I can give you.
There's a million. Wait, you can literally do that to anything. We're talking about there would be probably all kinds of factors that would go into this. I don't know.
Wait, no.
Wait, hold on a second. I don't need to be able to tell you what the perfect equitable ownership of an almond farm would be in a socialist society to be able to advocate for a socialist society. I can recognize that there are people who can agree that yes, we need to have public ownership or democratized ownership of the means of production, and who would still be specialized to tell you what are more fair shares to distribute with regard to an almond factory versus a media company. They would vary greatly depending on the industry.
But I did give you an exact percentage. I said it was in proportion. I did. I said it's in proportion to what the investor is. If he's the only investor, then he should own 100%. If he's 10% of the investor, then he should own 10%. It would be in direct correlation.
So what amount? If that's true, what amount should a worker have ownership in a company?
None.
So you believe that even though that worker is literally necessary for the function of that business, that they should have no ownership whatsoever?
Just because you're necessary for a business doesn't mean you need ownership.
Well,
these are two completely separate things.
I mean, that's a little weird, isn't it? Don't you feel like that's a little theft-y?
No.
Oh, really?
Why.
Interesting.
Yeah, that individual worker, he's not necessary. That individual worker can be replaced.
That's not true. But that's not true. First of all, the myth of unskilled labor is completely untrue. While you might be able to replace a random worker, that doesn't mean that their skills aren't valuable. That doesn't mean that they didn't provide for the time that they were there.
All I said is he's
real quick question. Have you ever worked a job before?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, what type of job, if you don't mind me asking?
Just some just like busboy.
Okay. Yeah. So, you've only ever worked that one. Yeah. Right.
I've worked. You can't call that a job, even though I worked
I call it a job. Busboys work fucking hard.
No. I was thinking of something else that I spend a lot of time on, but you can't really call it because I don't get paid for it.
There are very few businesses that can run without workers, and most of those are not the type of businesses that we're talking about. For example, when I started my channel, I ran it all by myself, but I could never have gotten to this level without the people that I brought on. I would never have been able to get to this level without a thumbnailer. By the way, every single person who works on my show has, with I think one exception, a percentage stake in my company, in my channel. And that's because it's just. Now, I have the biggest one because I'm on here 8 hours, 40 hours a week on camera. I'm the one I work on those times, but that's because I'm literally doing that work. That's simple.
Okay, let me make a statement.
Sure.
Okay. Here's what I said, because nothing you said was in contradictory. Yes, you do need workers in a broad sense, but you do not need the individual worker. On an individual level, I could have been replaced as a busboy, but if you take away all of the busboys, then you don't have a job.
And this is why unions are important. No, but I mean the problem though is that you can't. This is a conflation of collective. You're conflating individual and systemic here. So when you though you are quote unquote replaceable as a busboy, your time there is not. You worked as a busboy. You made sure that business could keep going. Now that doesn't mean that you necessarily should have like complete ownership of the business, but I think it's perfectly fair to say that that people while they are working there should absolutely that they should absolutely be compensated, not just fairly for like on like we would consider it like by wages, but that they should have a stake in the company that they are helping make happen. And guess what? Wait, hold on. No, you hold on. It's my turn. There are already companies that operate like this. There are multiple grocery store chains that already do this. In fact, there are capitalist ones that do this. For example, Hy-Vee's in the Midwest is a worker-owned grocery store. Now, they still do have an owner, but even their baggers get a percentage. It's just limited to the terms of their employment there. So while they're working there, they will accrue dividends based on their hours. And there's a whole system within this company that you can go look up and learn how the percentages work out. I had ownership in a company, so I worked for a company that wasn't a co-op, but did have profit sharing, which is a way of somewhat democratizing the workplace a little bit. It's not that great, but the profit sharing, every quarter I would be given a percentage. It was a very small percentage on paper, but it actually turned out to be quite a lot of cash based on my position, my hours worked, etc. They had a whole system for it, which would go, and then it would pay it into my account at the end of every quarter. And this is a super valuable system. Now, when I quit, obviously, I kept the money. I kept the stuff that I earned while I was there, but I don't keep getting that ownership. I just am no longer working there, but I got my fair share of comparatively fair share of the products of my labor while I was there. Now, I will say that that job was still extremely exploitative, but it was less than other jobs.
Right. Okay. So I understand how and I know that markets, and this is one of the reasons why I'm a capitalist first, because market co-ops can work in a capitalist system. But as I'm going to go on to say, the individual worker, and even as a group of workers, if a business fails, they don't receive the losses. Now, they do receive unemployment, but that's all they sign up for, employment. When they're employed, they're an employer.
That's not true at all.
Wait, let me finish. When they're employment, they're employer. When the business tanks, they lose unemployment. But if a business tanks, the owner loses way, way more. So the owner is taking a big, much bigger risk. That's why he has the ownership of the company.
No. Let him, by the way, Samantha Banana, let him do that. I don't care. I called his dumb ass out, so he can keep whining. Stay mad. With regard to what you're talking about here, sorry, I apologize. I got a little bit distracted by chat there. Let me just recall. Sorry, can you just refresh my memory on what you were saying? I apologize for getting distracted. That was my bad.
Owners get much a bigger share of the loss. That's why they're the owners.
Oh, that's not all. That's almost never true. In fact, corporations are literally designed for that to be the case. When you make a corporation in America, only the company can be responsible for the losses outside of certain criminal situations. So like if you were doing fraud, then you can be personally liable. But other than that, everything disappears with the corporation collapsing. This is why you hear of things like golden parachutes. For example, in the industry I used to work in sales, one of the companies that I knew was continually going under. Their CEO made choices that would ensure that the people at the top, because they have that dictatorial power, it would increase their pay while they choked out the lower bits of the business. And then when the business went under, they ditched. And thousands upon thousands of workers are now out of jobs because their company collapsed, and they're millionaires. So yeah.
So what did the workers lose except their jobs?
Wait, that's a lot. If you're a worker, no, that's huge. That is massive. The idea that you can downplay, losing a job, losing your job can often ruin your life, especially if you're in an area where there's not. Yeah, it's like.
Yeah. No. I didn't mean to downplay. No, but when I said when you're employed, you're an employer, and when you're unemployed, all you are is unemployed. You said no. But that is a factual statement.
Yeah,
all they did was lose their job.
But you were downplaying only losing your job that's a huge deal in our society. Massive. Yeah, if you lose your job, you can't pay your rent. You start going into debt almost immediately. Most Americans, the majority of Americans, do not have savings. Or do not have significant savings. Sorry, I think it's like 40% have less than 500 in savings. That means if they lose their job, they are a few weeks away from losing their apartment, which means any American at any given point is a job loss and a few weeks away from being homeless. And once you become homeless, we have extensive statistics showing how hard it is to escape back or bounce back from homelessness. It's incredibly difficult.
We're just not gonna find any disagreement there. Losing your jobs is a wrong thing. I know,
but you are using the downplaying of losing your job as a rhetorical device to try and say that business owners lose more when they don't. It's very rare for a business owner to lose more.
Right. Then you're not in. Okay. Then the problem there isn't capitalism. The problem there is government bailouts. That's what you're in negation for.
No. That has nothing to do with government bailouts whatsoever. That has nothing to do with government bailouts at all.
When a company goes under and then they still keep they don't lose anything, that's a bailout.
No, they don't lose anything because they're not legally culpable. That's how our system works. A corporation is a financial entity. You know the idea, like, corporations are people, my friends. Do you know what that actually means? What that means is that a corporation can take on debt, and if that corporation fails outside of severe criminal action or neglect or fraud, none of that company's debts can go back on the people who operate and own that business. That's how they're protected. That's how these legal structures worked and have worked for 100 years. It's part of the problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah, so companies collapse all the time. Companies collapse all the time, and the owners just go get another loan a little bit later and start a new business. In fact, Donald Trump boasted about how many times he's gone bankrupt and then bounced back, because as it turns out, there's all kinds of ways in our current system to just avoid paying the repercussions. But do you know who did pay the repercussions? His workers, who no longer had a job.
Right.
No longer had healthcare.
We're just not going to find any disagreement there.
Well, I mean, you say that, but then you immediately disagree. So
wait, what happens in a socialist country when someone doesn't want to work? If someone doesn't choose to work, what happens?
Nothing. What do you mean?
Okay.
What happens in this society? You die. In a social society, you keep going on. You get your basic entitlements, and that's it. There you go.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, in a capitalist society, you die, but in this society, you keep living. Why?
Yeah, because in this society, we would have a social safety net. Everyone would be entitled to the basic needs. That's what decommodifying is all about. People get food, people get healthcare, people get housing, no cost. You don't have to work at all to do that. Super easy. Okay. We could do that right now. We could do that tomorrow, and our society would actually be better for it.
Yep, that's one of my problems with socialism. So what if you have a society, this is just, what if no one in society works because you've already given them the way to live without working?
Oh, well, I don't know. Let's come up with other ridiculous situations. What if everybody got turned into goats?
Okay. That's definitely not comparable, because
it actually is. What society, can you cite me a society at any point in history where any society has chosen not to work?
Wait, okay. But we don't even have to do it on a societal level. What if just a small city just has a lot of lazy people and they say, you know what? We're not going to work. You're still
Damn.
being provided.
Well, unfortunately, that city is probably going to run at a little bit of a deficit, probably supported by the rest of the system that has all kinds of robotic workers and all kinds of extra money, because that's the society we live in. And that society will probably be a little bit, that city will probably be a little bit dirtier because the people are really lazy and maybe people won't want to visit there. But I have a feeling that a lot of people are going to go, damn, this town is starting to get a little like, ugh.
Okay. Let me ask you this one thing.
Okay.
Who would sign up to do what is it, blue collar work?
Mm-hmm.
You would just in my capitalist industry, you have to work or you.
Wait, just because you don't like blue collar work doesn't mean other people don't.
I know there's a fraction of the population who likes blue collar work.
No, there's a wait, are you for real right now? You know that like blue collar jobs are insanely popular, right?
Because they're insanely easy to get.
No, they're not insanely easy to get. Oh my God. There's a lot of people in my audience right now who would die to have a blue collar fucking high paying job, and you just cannot get them anymore. There's no fucking, what do you mean they're easy to get? We've been having the loss of fucking industrial manufacturing jobs for the last 20 years. It's been a talking point of both political parties. What are you talking about? This sounds like a real high schooler take. Are you a high schooler?
Wait. No. Let me ask you a question. Why do you think immigrants get blue collar jobs first? What do you think
they don't? They don't. They don't get blue collar jobs.
Wait. What if I send you? Wait, am I mixing up blue collar and white collar?
No, you're talking. I think you're talking about like what are they called? They're fucking like harvesting vegetables and stuff like that. That's not a blue collar job. That's not what blue collar means. A blue collar job.
Wait, is blue collar not
that's seasonal labor. You're talking about day laborers. That's what most immigrants work as, day laborers. They don't have any guarantee. They usually work on contract under the table.
Okay. So like the construction workers that like build like school roads or whatever.
Okay, yeah.
Not like a high level.
Most of those people are not blue collar. Most of those people are contract day laborers, which is a totally different thing than blue collar.
Those are blue collar.
They're not. That is not blue collar.
Okay, fine. Who would be low paying day laborers in your society? Where do you get those from?
Wait, okay. So, low paid?
Just day laborers. Where do you get those from?
There you go. There is the little slip. All over the place. There are tons and tons of people who would be perfectly happy to do labor intensive jobs as long as they were being correctly and well paid or whatever you want to call it, because compensated.
No. If you do nothing, you would still survive.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
absolutely.
not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on a second. Wait. Look, I don't mean to be condescending here, but like, are you like under the age of 18? Just be honest.
Wait.
No, just be honest. I have a very serious reason for asking this. Just be honest. Yes or no?
Let's just run down this.
No. Answer my question. Just answer. Come on. Be honest.
Sure.
Okay, so you're 17 or 16 or something?
Sure.
Okay, when you're 16, it's super easy to be like, oh, it would be so cool if all I did was sit in my house all day and not do anything. No one actually lives like that. There is no person who doesn't participate in society. People, it is a like absolutely fundamental part of human psychology that humans love to do stuff. So, sorry.
Okay, I didn't say no one would do stuff. But
you did. You said like, if they're not going to starve to death, then they wouldn't go work in the fields. You want to know somebody who would do that? Me. I would go do that. If I lived in a society where my basic needs were taken care of, not only would I be streaming every day, but I'd probably be volunteering too, because there'd be so much less stress in my life. I would be happy to be able to go participate in my society. But you want to know what my life has been for the last...
Yeah, I'll just send you data that like there was like a study found that like 33% of people, if they chose their dream job, would be streamers. A lot of them would be technical engineers. None of them would be
Zoomers. Yeah, congrats. Yeah, that's fine. That's great. When I was 15, I thought that I wanted to be a pastor. That turned out not so exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll just send you data that people don't want to be day laborers. I thought this was just like
lots of people like this. My fucking I have a fuckload of family members who just like my stepdad for example, is a great example of somebody who he chose to go into construction. He had the resume to get him into whatever jobs. He liked construction.
You just lectured me on the differences between blue collar and day laborers. Now, did he grow up to be a day laborer or blue collar worker?
Actually, both. He did both at different times of his life. A lot of times, he did what was straight up day laboring work. He did that choosably because it let him do stuff that he wanted to do and he was passionate about. And then, of course, later on, he ended up getting what I would consider to be a blue collar janitorial job at a major hospital, which was great. But he did doing all kinds of stuff. He's done all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Let's just cut out all the virtue signaling and just send the data. So the data right here says like 75% of people want to be YouTubers.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is that like a BuzzFeed poll or something? You got the data here?
No, I mean this is like a widely
Can you post that in the stream call-in chat?
I'll post it. And it's multiple. So this is like widely sourced. This one here is an article, but I can give you another.
And one other question. How does any of this have to do with what we're talking about right now?
No, yep, because So
just because people say their dream job is to be a YouTuber, hey, guess what? Maybe we're going to get to a future where people are allowed to be YouTubers if they want to, and then we say, hey guys, here's our organizational thing. Here's some jobs that need to be done to make our space really nice, and then people go, wow, it would be super cool if people did those, and then people did do them, and then those people get praised super, super well and get compensated super, super well when they do tough jobs. Damn.
You asked about you asked a question.
I still am not seeing your data.
I just posted it in politics. Okay, let me answer it.
Wait, Firstly, don't post it in politics. Post it in stream call-ins. That's where we're in. Post it in my stream call-ins here.
So I operate on data. So the data.
Yes, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you operate always on data.
Where it's like most people in the capitalist system.
Thank you. So this is I'm sorry. No. Don't go forward. You sent me the data. Now I'm going to address the data that you sent me. I'm going to show this to stream so that stream can take a notice of what this is. Thank you. This is MediaKicks.com. The vast percentage of the vast percentage of children want to become YouTubers over all other professions. Founded in 2005, YouTube now has 1.5 billion active users who watch 1 billion hours. Okay. Not only are YouTubers more popular than most traditional celebs, okay, an ad popped up. Nearly 50% of millennials have been inspired by YouTubers, okay? 4 out of 10 millennials say that their favorite YouTubers. This is a link to a Google blog. Let's see if they cite any data. 70% of teenage YouTube subscribers say that they relate to YouTube creators more than traditional celebrities. Millennial subscribers say their favorite creator understands them better than their friends. This is YouTube polls. This is based off of YouTube polls. This is not data. This is not data. This is corporate studies on their website. No, of course you knew that because you thought that you could cruise by on just citing any random study. This is a blog that cites another blog. That is not data.
No. Look in it again because I knew this would happen. Okay.
CNBC. All right, let's try this one. All right, nope. Don't add anything. Don't gish gallop. Let's read this source. You've sent me 2 sources. I'm very interested to see what this source also has, which is not a study, by the way. This is a article. Let's take a look. Anne LeBlanc got her first job at 6 years old. Okay, let's see. The study. Where's the study? Not cited. The study is not cited.
Matters.
Where is it?
Oh wait, location matters. Out of 1,000 kids surveyed in the U.S., 29%.
1,000 kids were surveyed in the United States, and 29% of kids wanted to make it as a vlogger. Do you know what other kids sometimes want? I bet if you ask them, there would be like 17 or 20% that want to be astronauts. Also, there is no linked study here. They do not actually link the study. So this is, once again, here we go. Wait, actually they do, right here. This is the Google analysis of YouTubers. That is an incredibly bad metric. This is not data. This cites the exact same thing. This is the exact same thing.
Wait, what?
This cites the same thing. Look, when I click this, bam, same exact blog was cited. It's an article citing a blog which was written by Google to promote YouTube. This is not data.
Wait. What do you think I'm claiming here? Because I don't know what you're claiming. What do you think?
You came in here saying that you don't believe in socialism because a study published by YouTube said that most kids want to be YouTube stars someday. Kids. This is not data. This does not support your argument.
I'm saying, wait, we might not even disagree with you. I'm just going to insert a statement, and you just tell me if I'm wrong or not.
Yes.
In my capitalist society, a lot of people are day laborers, not because they want to, but because they're like kind of forced to.
Yeah, it's
in
terrible.
your society, they're not forced to.
Yes.
Who do you think has more day laborers? In which society of ours have more day laborers?
Oh, I don't know. That would be interesting to find out.
Okay.
Maybe we would discover that a lot of those day laboring positions are incredibly exploitative and don't actually need to exist in the first place.
Do you have any evidence?
Bam!
Wait, do you have any evidence that day laborers are actually like a wanted position?
Do you have any evidence that they're actually necessitated to this degree?
Wait, that they're necessitated? Yeah, there are necessities.
Yeah,
society.
yeah. Do you have you have evidence of that? I'd love to see it.
Well, I mean,
I have a feeling you're just bullshitting once again.
Wait, their necessity to the individual.
We're making prescriptions about the future.
Wait, let me answer. You gave me a question. Let me answer.
Try.
Their necessity to the individual. If the individual didn't have that job, they would be poor and they might die. So yes, they are a necessity.
Yes, in your shitty ass society that makes people die if they don't have a job. In my society, hey, guess what? Guess what? If in my society, if we don't need the day laborers, guess what? Then we don't need them. Those jobs can go poof, and those people can go do other things they're more interested in, like being a YouTuber, which would be pog as shit. I would love a world in which people could stop having to do unnecessary day labor for the profit of a fucking fruit company, a multinational fruit company, and could instead be a YouTuber or a writer or a musician. They could fill our world with culture. Yep. That's the type of world I want to live in. Or they could go into science, even better.
Wait, just because no one wants to do a job doesn't make that job not necessity. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Wait, 100% agree with that. But that doesn't mean that every single job, that every single day laborer job is necessary. Keep in mind.
Wait. Do you think there are a portion of a job? There are a portion of jobs that are not that are necessary, but no one wants to do it.
What?
Do you think that there are a portion of jobs that are not necessary, but people want to do it?
That jobs that are not. Wait, I'm sorry, I'm confused. What?
Do you think that there are a portion of jobs that are necessary, but that people don't want to do it?
Yeah, probably. Sure.
Okay. In that capitalist, would you agree that in your society where people just do what they want, they would not be incentivized to do the jobs that they have to do?
Wait, what? It would be super, super, super easy to incentivize them to do that. So watch this. Ready? Watch this. I'm about to blow your mind, okay? Do you want to know something that's a really hard job, very stressful, and often severely underpaid that people go into no matter what, and they don't necessarily go into it just because they need to eat? Ready? Nursing.
Wait, that they don't love to do.
Nursing.
Right.
Most nurses work the hardest fucking jobs. Nurses are the most serially underpaid people in our society. Tons of people end up becoming nurses. It is a very difficult, very dirty job that involves wiping people's asses, scooping up blood, doing all kinds of horrible shit all the time, injecting people with needles, all kinds of hard stuff. Teachers are another great example. There are all kinds of jobs that are of mixed level of of interest that can be made more interesting through a number of means. You want to know what would be cool? Let's say in my society, there's like a really unwanted job, like I don't know, give me an unwanted job, okay? Give me an unwanted job. What's that?
Day laborers.
Day laborers. Oh, that's the perfect one. You've activated my trap card. Day laborers. In the future society, day laborers will be the most praised people in the world. When you go outside, there will be a billboard that lists the day laborers that made it possible for you to eat dinner that night. There will be an announcement that says John McSmith, the heroic day laborer who goes out every day and works under the hot sun.
Come on.
Fuck yeah.
Come on. How is this different than what the BS they pull in the military, where they show like every single person who served in the military on like a TV screen? How is this different than that? Or like we like open the door for the military.
Wait,
and, like,
you do realize that like the military is like worshipped in many parts of this country, which shows that sort of treatment can actually effectively increase the desirability of a job.
Well, wait,
the military is one of the most quote unquote desirable jobs that you could imagine. Tons of people are totally hyped to get in the military. I mean, because it's misrepresented, but it proves that alone, your argument proves that societal praise, that societal standing, like being seen as a hero, works at incentivizing people.
Well, wait, do you think socially manipulating people into jobs that they don't want to do is
wait. That's not social manipulation. I believe day laborers are heroic. If you're doing a necessary, difficult job, you're a hero. Bus drivers make this country go round. It is people like you, and I know you're young, and I know that hopefully you'll start to understand how valuable those day laborers really are, and that they're not just replaceable, that actually these people have to work really fucking hard and develop incredible skills. And if they're not good workers, it's usually because they're juggling kids and low pay and health issues, and not because they're not hard workers. In my ideal society, the bus driver who makes sure that every single person who drives that route every single day would be treated like a hero. Not because to mislead them, but because they are. Workers make this society go around. I'm sorry.
Wait, this completely falls apart. So you're going to treat teachers like a hero too, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And you're going to treat
teachers,
doctors,
nurses, doctors, absolutely.
Right. And you're going to treat streamers like a hero?
No. I don't think I'm a hero.
All right, and you're gonna treat...
wait, people already do that though. People, by the way, wait, hold on a second. Streaming is a bad example for you. Let me give you a quick reason why it's a bad example for you. I worked for free for over a year. That was only possible because, thankfully, my partner pocketed away some money so that I could quit my job and I could keep streaming. I did streaming for nothing but praise from my chat for over a year. Nope, wrong. I'm not done. It's a perfectly good point. Statistically, there was next to zero chance that I succeed. The fact that I've succeeded is an unbelievable stroke of luck and a mixture of, I like to think that some of it's my talent, but a lot of it is luck. On a pure statistics level, I am at a level that like somewhere in the ballpark of 0.1% of streamers who ever try to stream won't even get to this point. I am in such a small margin of the top. Like I am in literally the top 0.01% of streamers. That is the thing. And yet every single day, there are millions of streamers who turn on their camera just to see the reaction from their chat. Social incentives are fucking crazy important. And if you build a society where people's needs are taken care of, they can focus on attaining societal fulfillment instead of running away from death all the time, which is the society you're advocating for.
Wait, I'm about to flip it so hard.
Sure,
you think
please do.
Streamers and YouTubers get special treatment?
Yes, abso-fucking-lutely.
Okay.
Do I get special treatment? Watch this. Wait, hold on. Watch my chat right now, okay? I'm going to prove it. Ready? Just look at, are you looking at my chat? Are you ready? I'm about to flip it right back on you, okay? You watching the chat? Cutsleve, you watching?
Right.
Okay, chat. On the count of, when I get to 0, I want you to post a mama mauled. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Mama mauled. Mama mauled. Look at all of these people. They're showering me in the emote that I ordered them to do. I just got, what, fucking 80 people to just dump mama malds all over me? They're still doing it. They're doing it right now, even though they know that I'm telling them to do that to prove my point. Yes, I get special treatment. Absolutely. Yes. And that's half of the reason why I stream, because engaging with a chat, having people look up to me and praise me and give me attention is so satisfying that I would do it even though it meant working at a loss for over a year.
You're running off on these points. I wanted the yes. I wanted you to say yes to that question. Okay. And now let me just run down my diatribe. So you're going to give special treatment to janitors, teachers. You're going to give special treatment to maybe the social workers. You're going to give special treatment to therapists. You're going to give treatment to day laborers, night laborers. You're going to give treatment to basically everyone who works. You're going to give treatment to musics. You're going to give treatment to guitarists, painters. And the thing is, it won't be special when everyone has it. That's the thing. You can't give treatment to everyone. If everyone gets praised, then no one...
Hey, guess what? Do you want to know who already gets praise in our society? I'm gonna tell you. Ready? Here's the people who get praise in our society. Streamers, musicians, fucking artists, CEOs. Yep, all these people get tons and tons of praise right now in our society.
Musicians don't get praise.
Did you know?
CEOs,
Did you want to know what type of special treatment I want? I want people to get the credit that they deserve. Right now, in our society is disgustingly bad. To janitors, to bus drivers, literally made fun of by rich people. Rich people in this country will, like, it's literally accepted for, like, fucking movies in Hollywood to, like, make fun of the dumb fat bus driver who farts every time he comes on screen. That's like a trope because they make fun. You are made fun of because of your social standing, despite the fact that your job is absolutely necessary. Trash men have been so ruthlessly made fun of, and yet their job is it's more necessary than ever before. So I disagree with you. I think that if we give people the excuse me, I'm not done yet. Right. If we give people the treatment that they deserve, the good treatment they deserve, in addition to ensuring their basic needs are taken care of, as it turns out, if you don't have to starve all the time, getting social praise, getting recognition for the things you do, and guess what? You might think that the data is on your side. Oh, it ain't. You want to look at something that makes that is a guaranteed job satisfaction marker? Go look at any corporate study. Feeling appreciated is one of the #1 things that people cite in their job satisfaction. Getting praise, getting like correct great gratitude for the things that they do. In fact,
link the data.
Yeah, sure. I can find you this in a second. Let's take a look. Let's just do this.
You're saying everyone gets all of these like social safety nets, and that comes from the government, right?
Yeah, it could come from the government. Yep, that'd be probably the best way to do it. Yep.
And like socialists like are like anti-imperialist, which I am very pro-imperialist. Where do you get that money from?
What's that? Oh,
where do you get that money
taxes,
from?
all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of ways you could do it.
So you're gonna tax who? The rich, right?
What's that?
I assume you're gonna tax the rich the most, right?
By the way, this was just I'm just gonna show you this on stream real quick, just so you know. I just searched job satisfaction gratitude, and it brought in literally instantly 3 different scholarly studies, which have been cited hundreds of times on this. We had a study from Berkeley EDU right here, how gratitude can transform a workplace, a mixed method study on different dimensions of gratitude and job satisfaction, predicting job satisfaction, institutionalized. Here we go. This study examined the role that employee perceptions of dispositional gratitude had upon job satisfaction. Employees completed measures of dispositional state and institutionalized gratitude together with job satisfaction. Multiple hierarchical regression showed that state gratitude and institutional gratitude uniquely, listen, multiple hierarchical regression shows that state gratitude and institutional gratitude uniquely predict someone's job satisfaction. Here you go. There you are. If you want to do it, I could go on this all day. This is 100 times better than any joke studies that you brought up. But I'm getting to the end. Listen, I'm getting to the end of my patience with this topic. I get it. I understand you're very gung-ho about capitalism, but you devaluing people who do dirty jobs is pretty lame. I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, you're definitely running off. Well, wait. Firstly, I know what it's like to be unemployed. Wait, my parents were unemployed. You don't think I know what it's like? Okay, and the thing you
what
just
does that
cited,
have to do with anything?
You said I was devaluing jobs.
Yes,
Not
you are.
at all.
Yes, you are. You literally said that any job is just immediately replaceable, and that these people don't deserve gratitude. They don't do anything for gratitude.
Wait, hold up. You're now misrepresenting my point.
Okay,
I never
please
said
clarify.
Job,
please clarify.
I never said any job was not replaceable. I said certain jobs are. Wait. This is just a factual statement. You think certain jobs are replaceable? The individual.
What?
Do you think certain individual jobs are replaceable?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by replaceable. Do you mean like can they get somebody else to fill the position? Sure, of course.
Yeah. Okay, that's literally all I was saying.
Okay. Wait, that didn't sound like what you were saying, but if that's all you're saying, if you're gonna dial it back to that, that's fine. Yeah.
Wait, how did I dial it back? I didn't say every job was irreplaceable. I said individual jobs were. Okay. You can clip our stream. Clip
sure,
it.
that's fine. If you believe that is a reason to justify starving people on a systemic level.
Point.
What's that?
Yep, that was just a sub point.
Okay. Can you get to the point, because I am getting tired of the topic. I feel like we've gone around in circles for like an hour now.
Do you want to switch to a different topic?
No, not really. I want to end the call and talk to somebody else. But I would like you to finish your point first. Like
yeah, just on the conclusion level. All right, yep, time to make conclusion statements.
Please.
So yeah, I'll just run off here a little bit. Firstly, on the question on how to start a business in a socialist world, well, you're obviously going to have an owner, or you're going to have someone who starts up the business. Doesn't matter what the title is.
They don't have to be the owner. They can just be founder.
Wait. This is my concluding statement. Okay. On that question, you in a socialist world, you guys still don't know what percentage of the ownership is government, or decided by the government, or decided by society. One of the very best questions, one of the most important questions, can't be answered. What portion is it decided by the government?
Who said it can't be answered? I literally said it could be answered. I just told you that I don't know the exact number for any specific firm, and it would vary by firm, exactly like it does right now. That is not a good point. This is like, okay, this is so silly. You're trying to do like this last minute grandstanding, but you're not actually accomplishing that, and I just don't care for it. I don't care for it.
Can I finish the statement?
If you really want to. It sounds like.
Thank you. Yeah, so you guys can't answer some of the basic questions.
Okay, that's not true. You're doing it again. All right. I'm. If you're just gonna say things that are absolutely not,
I didn't mean can't. I mean like numerically. Like
but you can't either. You can't even tell me now existent things in this society. You don't know the correct amount of profit sharing. What the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, I said there's zero profit sharing. I gave you a specific amount.
Okay. Finish your statement, please. I'm giving you a lot of patience. Just please finish your statement.
Okay, give me like a minute. Okay. Next, on the question of, how do you incentivize unnecessary work? Well, you said I give praise, which, it demonstrated. Yes, it's demonstrated that giving praise is one of the best ways to encourage work.
Absolutely.
But when I ran down the diatribe, you gave praise to every single person, which, praise can't be, if everyone gets praise, then praise is effectively useless. So that's not a measure. So how do you get people
I strongly disagree.
not wanting jobs? That's another method that a socialist society is just not working on a capitalist society. And in this capitalist society, you can have co-ops, you can have socially owned workers, you can have workers on the means of production. You just gave an example of Hy-Vee doing this. So if it is, profitable, why haven't we seen this in the capitalist society? These are the fundamental points. These are some of the fundamental barriers.
You just literally ignored every single thing that I said about it, and it's incredibly frustrating. Look, now it's my turn for the closing statement, and you can take them off air.
5 seconds.
Okay, you have 5 seconds, and I'm counting down.
I really appreciate this dialogue. I just came here I haven't seen your stream ever, and I just came in, and you're just ready for debate. So.
I do debates. That's what I do. And I do appreciate you talking with me, but I would recommend try to pay a little more attention sometimes. And also, listen, I know you have a lot, I think you're probably young and you probably will have some experience. I promise you, there are different types of praise. The idea that people getting praise is going to be all the same across the board. No, it isn't about just the amount of praise. It's about getting recognition for the things that you do. If you're a bus driver and you are recognized for the value of your position, that is valuable in and of itself, in a way that being recognized for your value as a trash person isn't. They're two different segments, and being recognized for what you do is super important. And also, by the way, you see this in all types of societies. All types of societies try to incentivize things in different ways, but only your type of society, and perhaps arguably feudalism, would say that you die if you don't do something that you don't want to do. I believe that we can have a perfectly functional society that doesn't force people at functionally at the point of death into jobs they don't want to do. That's my belief system. Anyway, it was good talking with you, Cutsleve. Maybe we'll argue again in the future, okay? And have a good night. Bye. Okay. Oh, I have. Don't you ever say I don't have an incredible amount of patience, okay? Jesus fucking Christ.
Hey, DemonMama.
Oh, hello.
Okay, I just came in to say that TylerTripp would like to talk with you. They just want to
TylerTripp?
Yeah.
Who's TylerTripp? Did I talk to them before?
I believe you have. I believe they debated you on philosophy.
Oh boy, here we go. Okay.
No, wait. No,
all right.
Wait,
Bring
no,
him
don't worry,
in.
don't worry.
This was the
They seem
person
pretty-
I remember. This person now.
Yeah, don't worry. They seem pretty nice.
I know that. I know.
Yeah,
They were
so
they were
let me
getting
just
real
bring
mad
them in.
last time, but all right.
Yeah, that's all I just wanted to say. You have a good stream.
All right, thank you. Hello, Tyler again. What are your pronouns again?
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. What are your pronouns again?
He, him.
Okay. All right. Are we going to be doing fucking hypothetical nonsense again this time, or?
Like a tiny bit, because I am a philosophy major. But the first thing I wanted to do is I just wanted to clear the air. I felt I got a bit irritated in our last discussion.
True.
I probably was a bit more combative than I would like to conduct myself. True. So first I just want to apologize on that and just clear up our positions, because sorry?
I said accepted. You're good. There's water under the bridge.
Accepted. Okay. All right. Okay, and I do feel that you really misunderstood where I was coming from and the argument I was trying to make, because just to refresh you, but I was the one who did the thing about you click the button.
Yeah, the button. Yes, the hypothetical about the baby drowning and I get you. Thank you for the raid. Yes. Really appreciate it, Callista. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome.
I think you attributed my point was that I was judging people for inaction that would be comparable to action. I was concerned trolling about you could be donating money right now to save people, but we're here watching the stream, etc. Which is actually not my position at all. My position is the opposite, because when I first asked you, would you click a button that would kill a random person for $100,000? My answer to that question is actually yes. I think it would be morally okay to do that.
Okay.
So I think the inaction and action is still the same, but I don't think we need to subject ourselves to, moral panic to do so. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I don't get the point. It just sounds like me. It sounds like you're kind of just telling me what you think about something, and I'm like, okay.
Well, yeah, it's fine. No, yeah, I am. Well, I'm trying to change your mind on it.
I mean, I would have a lot of problems with the idea of pressing a button that would kill a random person to give somebody else $1 million, or to give me $1 million. What if the person that gets randomly selected is the person that was going to get the $1 million? That would be real shitty, and I just killed them for no reason. What if it was me? What if I press the button and it kills me? It just sounds really silly.
Sorry?
I said I don't know. It's just these hypotheticals. I don't get what they're supposed to be. I don't get what they're supposed to be illustrating. I don't know what you're trying to you're trying to highlight. I don't know what philosophical greater point you're trying to get at.
Well, so the point I'm trying to get at is that I sometimes think that people think you can never a human life is just so valuable insofar in itself that it's never worth money for. And I just really disagree with that. And I don't think the price is as high as people think it is. And I think people are too much like that. I think there's a lot of times where capital value or anything with capital value can be more valuable than human life. And it's not as a highest number.
Oh God. Are we going to end up arguing over whether it's right to kill somebody over a sandwich? I feel like this is the direction it's going. I feel like I'm having a premonition, or rather I should say a flashback to another conversation that starts just like this.
So I would probably I would probably say that you
knew
cannot kill over a sandwich. Okay. Sorry, I didn't want to argue. My intentions were not to argue over this, but I just think that there is a point to where we can kill over capital value, but it's obviously not a sandwich. And that's where I want to be clear. It's obviously not a sandwich, and I think it's obviously I think for $1 billion, I think we could all agree that would be okay too. I just kind of want to get the extremes out of the way so we can agree on something like that and find something more in the middle.
Okay. I would argue that there's probably certain circumstances in which it could be justified to fight people or even kill people over certain material possessions as well. For example, if there's one spring of spring water in town and Nestle comes in and is going to suck it all up, and you are like, hey, don't do that. And then they say, fuck you, we're going to do it. And then everyone in your town will die from thirst because they pumped out the spring in your town. I think that you would probably be justified in fighting back against them because they're threatening your life and your livelihood.
So do you think, would you only attribute it then to when your life is at risk? Because like then they're dying of like thirst.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that's most cases, yeah. For the most part, there's probably certain circumstances where there's enough unknowns that you could probably justify acting before then. But I think those are probably the outliers and not the standard. You know, like so. For example, if you're like in your house at night and you hear like a loud thud downstairs, and then you hear the voices of the wet bandits, and they're like, hey, we're gonna steal everything out of here, it's gonna be fucking awesome, we're gonna steal everything, and we're gonna leave them for nothing, and then maybe afterwards we'll even kill them. And then you get your gun and you're like, well, I don't know for sure if they're gonna kill me, but they're threatening to steal everything. And then they're like, and I'm gonna kidnap their kid and sell their kid into sex work. Then you could go out, and I think you'd be relatively justified in blowing those people away with your gun if you wanted to.
Yeah, and I think most people would agree with that. I'd be shocked if anyone would be worried about that.
Sure, some people.
I'm just curious of your position though. Like, what if it was like it's just for material gain? Like, let's say I owned a painting in my house that was worth like let's say $1 billion to make it like a high number easy.
Sure.
And let's say I was on vacation, but I for the sake of thought experiment, I had a little drone in my house. So it's like a little thing that could just aim and shoot someone if there's like an intruder or something.
Yeah. Okay.
So I know reasonably they're not going to hurt me, harm me. I'm totally safe. But they're about to steal my $1 billion painting.
Yeah.
Would I be justified in like using the drone to kill them to stop it?
No.
You're saying no?
No, I don't think so.
But is there like a price amount where it'd be okay where if your life's not at risk? So like
nope.
Really?
Yeah. If your life's not in danger and losing that painting isn't going to kill you, no. Let the police will get them. If they're stealing $1 billion painting, it's not like they're even going to be able to sell it.
But sure, but the capital's still done. So
I mean, what you're saying is the hypothetical you're using would justify me putting fucking like turrets in my house. That's ridiculous. Somebody breaking in and stealing your painting is not worthy of the death penalty. I'm sorry.
So I agree that it should never be done out of revenge. Like I don't believe in that.
If you're not home and they're just stealing your painting, and you want to kill them with a remote drone that has a machine gun on it, that's ridiculous. Also, yeah, if you had $1 billion painting and it wasn't insured, then you deserve to have it stolen, in my opinion.
Do you really believe that? If you didn't have it properly insured, you deserve that?
If you have a billion, wait. Here's what I should say. If you have $1 billion painting and you don't insure your $1 billion painting, you are actually so stupid that you don't deserve to own $1 billion painting.
What if I lived in a nation that didn't had a corrupt government and insurance policy didn't always go through?
Oh damn!
If you
own $1 billion painting and you still live in a country that doesn't allow you to insure and protect your personal possessions, yeah, probably.
I don't know. I don't know if that's all right. Like, I mean, people have huge connections to where they grow up. They have family and friends. They have a culture, and the governments aren't always like more than favorable. Okay. So I don't know if they necessarily just deserve it because they chose not to move because they value the culture and they couldn't get proper insurance.
I would think they were so if you're so stupid that you won't insure a $1 billion original painting, yeah, I don't think you're wise enough to be the owner of a piece of human culture of that degree.
Wait, so
yeah. Sorry, this is my one area. I'm an authoritarian. If you're so stupid that you won't insure a $1 billion painting, you should probably have a museum should forcibly come and take that painting from you and put it in better hands where it can be protected.
Okay, so well, it's disregarding the sentimental value that the painting can have to you. So like, imagine if you had the original Mona Lisa in your house, right?
Good job.
Let's say you owned it.
By the way, just so you know, like I know this is like a hypothetical, but we don't even need to use a hypothetical. My dad owned an original verified copy of a very rare Salvador Dali painting, and it was like he had an insurance policy on that. And my dad is not exactly like super rich. I mean, he was he was like upper middle class, but he got a fucking original painting at an auction, and it was a tiny little Salvador Dali painting, and he had an insurance policy on that. So if my dad, yeah. Yeah.
No, but I'm talking the sentimental. So you had the Mona Lisa. Let's say you had the Mona Lisa in your house, and someone's coming in.
Can we just like crank it up? If we're gonna do ridiculouses, why don't we have like you had Lenin's dick? You had Vladimir Lenin's dick in a jar.
I was trying to use the most valuable piece of art that I could imagine of.
Yeah.
But
well, you might have a real sentimental connection to Lenin's dick.
Sure, but let's use the Mona Lisa for now. Okay, so let's say I had the Mona Lisa in my house, and I had the turret gun in my house, and someone they're not stealing it, but they were about to light it on fire. They were about to destroy the painting. So sure, I could have insurance on that, but the painting's still gone. Like that, the insurance can bring it back from the ashes. Do I just have to sit there and watch him burn the Mona Lisa?
I mean, isn't there like a whole bunch of other options you could do? Like, couldn't you just have a non-lethal drone?
Well, let's say I didn't have that in this situation.
Also, why the fuck would you not take preventative measures from that sort of thing?
Yeah, sure, I was stupid. I was irresponsible with the painting. But what do I do now that he has the Mona Lisa? Do I just let him destroy it?
Oh, I mean, I would say that at the end of the day, you should be the one responsible for that. So the drone should turn around and shoot you for being so stupid to not secure it.
So if someone broke into, would you hold that to a museum too? If someone broke into a museum and just to destroy the Mona Lisa, should they like murder the director of the museum because he didn't secure it enough?
Well, I don't know. Let me think. I saw this movie once that was called Night at the Museum. And if I remember correctly, at night, all the things in the museum would come to life, and it would be the responsibility of the night watchman at the museum, which I think was played by Ben Stiller. And
I think it was Sam Harris actually who played him.
Sam Harris played?
Yes.
Oh wow, okay, I didn't know that. I thought it was could have sworn it was Ben Stiller. But yeah. So regardless, the night watchman character would have gotten fired if the museum wasn't in place back into its correct order in the morning, and so he had to do that, and otherwise he would have lost his job. So you might be right about that.
But but you said that you deserve to be shot if that happens. Right? Like you said, the turret should turn around on me and shoot me.
Well, I mean, you only gave us one option. You said that it's machine gun turret or nothing.
Sure, I am. So you think if I broke into the Louvre and destroyed the Mona Lisa, we should, let's guillotine the museum director and the security guards for not protecting it well enough.
I think we should, if that's the case, let's see, if you broke into the Louvre and you burned the Mona Lisa, we should use the Wabajack on the director of the museum, turn him into a wheel of cheese for 30 days, and then let him out. I think that would be a just thing, because he didn't hire enough Ben Stillers to protect the Mona Lisa.
Sam Harris's?
Sorry, Sam Harris. He didn't hire enough Sam Harris's to protect it. Yeah.
So Damon, this is kind of our I obviously understand we're memeing and stuff like this, but this is my issue. I right now I'm just trying to deviate where you stand.
The thing is, the reason why I'm not treating this with much seriousness is because I don't feel like this is a serious discussion. Like, you're asking me, you will generate a hypothetical that reveals nothing, and you did this last time too. And I know I don't want to get super heated with you, because it's been fine to talk with you. It's just I don't know, you generate these hypotheticals like, if you have a death ray gun that could kill a guy if he was gonna burn the Mona Lisa, it's this is just why would the Mona Lisa ever not be in a protective state? What does this reveal? And I found myself asking this last time, what is this supposed to reveal? What are you asking me? And isn't there a more straightforward way of asking it? Couldn't you just say, what do you think about people's right to protect their property? And I would say, well, I think that people shouldn't kill other people. You don't get to become the judge, jury, and executioner just because your property is in danger. But I think there are probably situations where it is rational and reasonable to assume your life is in danger, at which point you do have the right to defend yourself.
Yeah, so like there's a few things I was trying to, or probably a couple to be more specific. There's a couple things I was trying to get your position on. Yeah, I want to know what cash value would be enough for you, where it'd be worth taking someone's life over. Not like because it would like kill them, like deprive them of water, something like this. Or I'm talking something that's purely a cash-based system.
Then there isn't one. There isn't a cash value that you can place where it suddenly becomes okay to kill somebody, provided that the cash damage that they're doing wouldn't kill the other people involved. I don't believe in the death penalty.
So what if, so like, let's say then, like, and this is why my mind just automatically goes to experiments and hypotheticals, because that's just how I think about things. And I'm not trying to trap you and stuff like this, but sometimes like
it is kind of weaselly, and it's also like it feels like a very weird like grandstandy way of trying to get your point across when you could just ask me my positions directly. Like you did there.
Well, I'm giving you a counter argument because to me, honestly, when anyone makes like extremes, like it's never okay to kill someone over like just cash value. To me, that's pretty extreme and absurd.
Except but see, this is the thing. This is fucking sleight of hand. This is the shit. This is the shit that gets me annoyed. You make a hypothetical in which in which you state that it wouldn't kill anyone to have that money disappear, and I say, yeah, then there's no reason to kill them. And then you do a little sleight of hand and you switch it from, well, that seems extreme, but it's not extreme if you explicitly state the parameters. You use hypotheticals to justify things that don't fit in within the parameters of that hypothetical. You just use, Tyler, like, no offense, you just use hypotheticals wrong. Hypotheticals are supposed to reveal something about your beliefs. You will use a hypothetical that is relatively clear-cut, and then you will apply it to a situation that's not clear-cut, and then you will act as though you've come up with something profound there, but there's nothing profound there.
So, no, and this is where I disagree. That's not what I'm trying to do.
Well, that is what you're accomplishing.
Okay, so, going into this, I didn't know your position. I didn't know it was at absolute zero. Like, I mean, like, absolute, like, there's no amount of money if no one's life is at like risk of being killed. I didn't know that. So to me, that was surprising because I find people typically say, well, there's at some point, yes, you
but usually when people say that at some point, it's because they start considering things like, well, what happens if somebody steals so much money from you that you literally can't bounce back and your family is going to starve? But we've already ruled that out as a part of the hypothetical. I agree that there is probably, and I said this from the very get-go, and we're back here again because I feel like the things I say don't matter because you're just trying to get a certain answer out of me or whatever. I don't know if you're doing it intentionally or not. But I already said in the beginning, there are definitely circumstances where like for example, I think that if you have, like, let's say you live in a rural area and you have a car, and that car is the only car you have. You don't have any savings. If somebody stole your car, it would mean your family would starve. I think that you would have a right to protect that car because it is your lifeline pretty damn close to lethally, especially if there was reason to believe that your life might be in danger. However, if you're talking about some random person like who has a car, you don't just get to become the judge, jury, and executioner just because of the value. Now, if there is a reasonable standard by which you could demonstrate, yeah, I had no choice. Losing this car would mean the end of me and my family's life. Yeah, you have a right to protect yourself from that. You have a right to not die. Absolutely. But this is not what we're talking about. You will use a hypothetical in which we rule out that thing. You see what I mean? So I already talked about this. We already talked about this with the previous.
Sorry?
We already talked about this with the previous hypothetical before it got silly.
So yeah, I just want to be clear on that last point. I agree with you that if the life's in danger, it should 100%, and that's what I'm trying to do. But the point I'm trying to get across now is, I think even if the life's not in danger, quality of life is incredibly important too. And I don't think we need to go to like starvations, my life is destroyed levels to be able to prove a lethal reaction. Right, so I was trying to give you like kind of a situation so you could understand what I'm thinking more. I'm not trying to trap you or anything like that.
Well, but I don't know. Maybe I don't mean this in a mean way, but maybe you're just kind of bad at like describing your positions. Because, like, this is the most roundabout way I could possibly imagine. Like, coming up with weird hypotheticals with machine gun drones and laser dinosaurs and a pool of laser-bearing sharks is, like, the most, unclear way of getting to your point.
Sure, and at the same time, I could say your apprehension to answer them at times is weaseling the fact that you don't want positions.
Wait,
so
I've answered every single question you've asked of me, even the most ridiculous and stupid ones. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you answered them in a meme way. You answered them in a meme
no,
way.
I answered the most ridiculous ones in a meme way. Other ones I've answered pretty straight.
You just did all of them.
What?
Okay, so I don't want to get into like the meta discussion.
Okay,
of, like,
what is your belief? Just state your belief, and then we'll have it go. I'm so I don't know. Like, this is such a weird way of conversing. Is this how you like? I don't know. Is this how you talk to people? Oh God, the poor people in your life. Oh God.
Well, I mean, that was productive to the conversation.
I know it was a little mean. I'm sorry, but this is such an insufferable way about going around asking people their opinions. You can just ask things directly. Just ask me a question or state your opinion, then we can argue it.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe I'm just tainted. I'm part of the philosophy association at my university. So
Dude,
this is how we do converse. Sorry?
Don't know. I've talked to a million philosophy students. My roommate was a philosophy student and was one of the most argumentative people, and this never was how things happened. I'm sorry. You can't hide behind philosophy for this. Just state your opinion already. Let's get this conversation moving.
Okay, well, my opinion is that even if the cash value is enough for it would be a serious detriment to the quality of your life, I think it's totally applicable where you can kill the person.
Okay.
So we're if it was $100,000 worth of damages, I could see that being reasonably fair to kill them, unless we're talking you are a ultra rich billionaire and it's a drop in the hat to you. But I do think that it does not have to go to life or death where it becomes important.
So what you're saying is that there is some level of relativism to what the line is at which you could blow somebody away.
Yes,
for
and I
your stuff.
find a lot of times people on the left seem to make it the line is so high. It's almost never applicable unless the person's life is online or the person's family's life online. And I don't think they always truly believe that. And I just don't. I shouldn't say that. That's wrong of me. I just think they're wrong on that. I don't think that's right. And I think it'd be more productive if they were more.
So you just disagree, and you're trying to find you're trying to find a really weird way of justifying how you don't like that people disagree with you on that. I mean, doesn't that kind of just boil down to a difference in the value of human life? Your system basically says that, okay, we have to reference their total value. We have to reference the value of the item, which of course the value of an item can vary greatly. You mentioned that there's, personal value. I think this is a really complicated system, and I don't really think that it's any more sensical than a lefty who says, hey, I don't think we should kill people over possessions. Those to me seem to be just a difference of base values and not any sort of difference in argumentation. In fact,
but our base values are incredibly important.
Well, yeah,
right?
They are, but but you're not making an argument that addresses the base values. You're trying to make you're trying to use hypotheticals, and I don't know if they want to call them gotchas, but you're trying to use these things to try and contest a base value instead of challenging the base value on its face, which is, I understand that challenging somebody's base values is a lot harder because it's not something that you can easily cite studies for. You have to make a case, but you don't get to just if you're challenging somebody's base values, you have to be willing to engage in that conversation. You can't pull rhetorical tricks to try to devalue someone's.
I'll do that then. That's okay.
Sure.
What's your base value on human life?
My base value on human life is that human life is one of the most precious things that we can possibly imagine. Human consciousness is so unbelievably varied and complex that it is a damn near impossible for us to even comprehend it, let alone set a dollar value on it. And our invented social constructs of money and possessions do not in most if not all cases, do not outweigh the value of human life, even if somebody is doing something bad. This is why I'm against the death penalty. This is why I am anti-war. This is why I am anti-violence, because I don't think that it is easy for us to put a value on human life. And human life is the only aperture through which one can experience the universe. And experiencing the universe, in my position, is a priceless experience. So while there are certain limitations and exceptions on this, such as if somebody is immediately threatening your life, I believe you have a right to defend your life in the name of not having them take your life from you. I don't think that we can apply a dollar value or a possession value to a human life, ever. I would say there are probably certain circumstances, I should say, where it would be reasonable. And I think we could go back and forth about what level of reasonability we're talking about. But where, like I said, with the Nestle situation, I think that people would have a right to fight for their to be able to keep using the spring that's keeping their town alive versus a corporation that's trying to exploit that spring. I think that's reasonable. There is a threat on their lives.
I would imagine because, taking away their water would actually threaten their human consciousness because, if they die, they're no longer conscious. And that's something that you find valuable, correct?
Mm-hmm. What? Sorry, did I miss something? Yes, I value human consciousness a lot, yeah.
I was just trying to research your position so I know where you're coming from.
Yeah, I put a very, very, very high intrinsic value on human consciousness because it is one of the greatest mysteries of all time, and I enjoy existing. We seem to have quite a lot of evidence that humans kind of like existing. We fight for our lives. So yeah, human consciousness is really valuable. And guess what? I don't degrade the value of human consciousness just because somebody does something that's wrong or societally unacceptable. Although I do think that there are limitations to that. Yeah.
So, but would you agree though that would you agree with this statement? Some forms of human existing is worse than not. Like you can exist in such a horrible state of consciousness that death would be preferable. I think you agree with that.
Are we switching to a different topic? Because this sounds like a very different topic.
Well, no, we're not. Because what I'm trying to prove is that or argue to at least that if your level of consciousness gets down to a certain low point, that it may not be death, but it's still pretty bad, where you should be able to defend yourself from other people from doing that, where they can kind of strip down your level of consciousness to a lower level. And even if that means taking away their level of consciousness. So it's if they, no, go on.
I don't know. This feels like we're switching to a different topic. I don't know.
We're not. I was about to give you
let me try and figure this out. So what you're trying to say here is that, okay, let me just try and place this out here. I want to make sense of this. What you're saying is that there are certain states of existence that are so agonizing and bad that it wouldn't be worth living. I could imagine, let's think of maybe we'll go, let's make a deep cut reference. You know the band Throbbing Gristle? Familiar with them? Famous.
I am the wrong person to ask.
Okay, all right. Well, Throbbing Gristle, you may not know the band, but they're a very famous band, and they wrote a song called Hamburger Lady. It's a horrifying song about a woman who was burned on every inch of her body. She can't see. She can't do anything. The only thing that she can do is listen to the machine that keeps her lungs breathing. One of the scariest songs I've ever heard in my entire life. That is one of the most horrifying existences I can possibly imagine. I can imagine that if I were in that position, I would probably crave for death. Sure. Yes. I don't know what that has to do at all with the situation we were talking about before.
So no, yeah, I just wanted to agree on the extremes. We both agree with that existence is not always preferable to consciousness. And so and the point I was going to make is you could make that low enough where death would be worth it. And the example I was going to give is imagine let's say someone was going to take enough money from me where I wouldn't starve, but I'd become dirt poor, where I maybe live in a horrible part of town. I have a crappy apartment. I am not starving. I'm hungry often. I have to work grueling hours just to stay alive at a horrible job because someone took so much wealth
sounds
away.
like my life. Yeah.
someone took so much wealth away from you.
Okay, sure.
And I think in those cases, I would say, no, you can kill someone if they're going to put you in that low of a level of state. Because they're taking...
Wow, damn, I didn't know we were going to get into Maoist TylerTripp here. Damn!
Yeah.
Maoist TylerTripp here, fucking advocating for the proletarian revolution. So wait, I just want to follow this to its conclusion. Hold on a second. I want to follow this to its natural conclusion. If that's true, and you believe that people could be deprived of a quality of life that they would be justified in killing other people, then you surely must justify the great leap forward that Mao did, because Mao was taking people who lived in horrific peasant conditions and elevated them to the living conditions of the modern industrialized world. If you believe that you could be killed over a dollar value, that living in poverty alone is enough to justify death, then you would have to be morally consistent in accepting that Mao did the right thing.
So first of all, like, I'd have to know more of like all the details that happened to Mao.
All right,
but
well, let's make Neo Mao. We'll make alt Mao. Let's say there's a Mao.
But no, I agree though. I do think that there is enough of a state where it would be justified if there's no other way.
Damn, I did not expect the TylerTripp coming from the philosophy person from the fucking DGG community to come in and be a hardcore fucking Maoist. Damn, that's wild.
I wouldn't know if I'd call myself a Maoist, because I think I don't know.
But I mean, okay, so maybe you wouldn't be a Maoist, but you'd at least advocate for that probably the living condition of most poor people in the United States is so bad that they're justified in harming other people in order to alleviate that. People who are directly responsible for that. So, like, for example, would you be okay, and this is a hypothetical, would you be okay with, say, a impoverished community that is largely impoverished because of the behavior of the police, turning up and just leveling a police station?
So this level of community is incredibly impoverished because of the police in this example. If they were the direct reason, and so I always think, like you, I think violence should almost always be avoided. If that was the last ditch effort to do so, they've gone through other avenues, then yeah, I think it'd be justified.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, at least you're consistent on that. I would consider learning. I didn't think. I mean, I guess I unintentionally found the Destiny to ML pipeline. Yeah. Damn. Like, I don't know.
I don't understand that reference. Sorry.
Oh, ML is a Marxism, Leninism. They generally believe in a centralized proletarian revolution.
So I think most people agree that at a certain point, revolution and revolt is justified. Yeah. Like, I mean, there's certain probably peasant revolts and peasant revolts in the Middle Ages that were almost surely justified in feudalism. Like, I guess it just comes down to at what level is that, and is there other avenues to go about it, and what do you do when you actually take power? I think those are good points, because I don't think it would be like, if you take power just to oppress others in the end. So, like, let's say you destroy the police station and now your group is in charge of the town, but now you just start making other people suffer because of that. I would say then that was not a good revolution. That was wrong of you, because you took power and then just did poorly with it.
So you would put the value of a human life, according previously to, at about $100,000. At that point, I would argue, or the level of impoverishment, I would argue that by your moral standard, we are well past America, for example. Most of the first world is well past the point of being justified to have like an ML style, like Soviet style revolution.
So what I would say to that, my response
do you think?
To that
oh
is,
yeah, here's another one. Do you think that along this same like hypothetical, do you think that Amazon workers who are verifiably exploited to an unbelievable degree and have some of the worst work life satisfaction of any employees in the United States would be justified in, like, I don't know, having an uprising and overthrowing Amazon?
Well, of course, if all other avenues have not worked.
Well, what if those avenues are unrealistic they're unlikely or unrealistic to have an outcome? Like, I think it's pretty unlikely that Amazon is going to allow most of their workers to unionize. They will just simply force them to continue.
I think that the union vote might actually go through, but
we'll see. It's only one site out of all of the thousands in America, but we'll see. Maybe it'll cause a chain. I hope so too. I would love that, but yep.
So the point that I quickly want to attribute here is I do think that there's different rules for how we treat the individual and how we should treat a system and system of government. I do think government should actually, and this might sound bad, I think the government is more justified in some of the harms they do than the individual. I think an uprising or an attack on the government should only happen when you're almost essentially in a state of nature, where life is just that dreadful. I think that is probably the only case. And I do not think that...
I don't know. I feel like pissing in bottles and shitting in bags because you have to work so hard in order to even make a basic living is a pretty low standard of living. I mean, here's the thing.
No, and I agree. And there's still other avenues to take place.
I don't really think there are in America. So, a lot of people really don't, especially in the middle of a pandemic. Like, I don't know. I just feel like, I don't know. I feel like there's some...
Can I just say one thing quickly?
Sure.
It sounds like to a degree, though, you do agree with me that it's not just only if your life is at risk. Like, there's a certain point where your quality of life can be so low where you could kill somebody. So there is a cash value.
I mean, I usually wouldn't advocate for killing them, but I would advocate for agitation.
But if it got to that point, though, is what I'm trying to say. Like,
maybe,
right?
Like, I don't think. But here's the thing: I don't think that there is, barring extreme outliers, I don't think there's a situation where somebody with a gun in their house will be able to be deprived of money in any meaningful way so much that their life would be reduced to the point where they'd be justified in killing somebody. So at the end of the day, yes, while I do think there are probably circumstances in which somebody could, like in a hypothetical, be damaged to the degree that it would be close enough to death that you could justify defending yourself or whatever. Yeah, I think there's probably circumstances like that. Yep, for sure. There's probably some. I just don't think, I think that like your bar is way too high. Also, as Ezra from Twitch chat, my pronouns are she, her.
So that's interesting. I mean, so an example I would use on you is like, let's say somebody owned 2 businesses. So they had 2 businesses, and there's someone who was about to burn one of them down, which would be obviously a great financial loss for you. We're probably talking, and it's close to the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, this isn't obviously going to destroy your life. As I said, you have 2 businesses. But I do think that that situation, the person would be justified in killing that person to stop them from destroying the building. If, of course, they've tried all the measures, like you say, hey, stop doing that. Don't do that. I'll kill you if you keep doing that. All those things, of course. But do you not think that if someone's business is about to be destroyed, even if they had another one, so they're not going to become like homeless, not be able to feed their kids and stuff like that, but at a huge financial loss, do you think they'd be justified then?
No. Especially in a society where we have insurance and other societal factors that could restore things.
So insurance, though, a lot of times does not cover even close to a lot of it. And
citation needed on that. My dad wasn't even my dad owned a couple of sandwich shops, and his businesses were fully insured. If they got burnt down, he would have been walking away at a profit.
Well, so this is an interesting this is an anecdote, but as was yours, when the Twin Towers were attacked, and obviously they were both destroyed, the person took insurance out on the buildings that if a catastrophic event happened, he'd be paid out. And the insurance company actually tried to say that 9/11 was 2 separate events, as there's 2 planes, and that the insurance only covered one of them. So it's only allowed to cover one catastrophic event.
I mean, this is weird, like insurance companies being unethical.
Yeah, but they constantly try to fuck you over.
Because the insurance system sucks. The insurance
Yeah, I
system
agree.
sucks, and
So
ideally we wouldn't have private insurance. In an ideal society, I would love it if shit was insured socially. So hey, somebody's shit gets burnt down because of something happened. Hey, we have a fund that helps relieve this type of stuff. Here's your money. Rebuild your business. Bam. There you go. We move out of an
Sure,
insurance model.
But that's not the situation right now. I totally
Yeah, but
agree.
neither is yours. You're talking about hypotheticals left and right here about business half business.
No,
Half
but
business.
no. But you agree that insurance companies can be total fucks sometimes.
Yes,
and
I
really
hate
try to
insurance
do what
companies. I agree, but that doesn't mean that I
So
think that you should.
then-
That
but
I
then-
don't
then
think that
why
a
are
random
you
gun-toting
doing
dude should be a judge, jury, and executioner. Okay, there you go.
So you think that, but you agree that it's still a huge loss, and that you'll have insurance. It's not a super strong response. It's still horrible for the person.
Sure, it's
still a
horrible for the
huge
person,
loss.
and it still doesn't justify killing that person. Nope.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
I believe that the threshold for death is ridiculously high. In fact, this is why I would say that I would come down, for example, a lot less hard on somebody who stole a bunch of shit from a Walmart than I would that somebody who killed someone, because there's a big difference between those things. And while both might be lashing out at both might be lashing out at a system, one is a minutia of the potential value as a human life. I value human life very highly. I don't think we should kill people. Fuck, I don't even think we should have the death penalty for serial killers. Now, I do agree there are circumstances where there is no choice but fighting and whatever. Like a war or whatever. What's that?
So I agree with the judge, jury, execution things, and I don't think I also am against the death penalty. But the idea is
no, you're not. You just said a human life can be valued at $100,000, and you have the right to blow somebody away over $100,000. You don't believe that. Don't lie about your beliefs. That's virtue signaling.
No. Hold on. I don't think you can do it after the fact. So I don't think once they burn down your business, you can then kill them. Of course not. But to stop them, could you use lethal force? Yes.
To stop
I don't
them?
think you're allowed to do it as punishment. But I think in order to retain that $100,000...
But then what's the difference? What's the difference? Just 10 seconds between attaining versus not? If you shoot somebody to prevent them from stealing something, when they might have stolen it and immediately been apprehended, that's a distinction without a difference.
No, there's a huge difference, because once the building is burnt, yes, there is. Once the building is gone, that $100,000 is gone. You killing them will do nothing. But if you kill them before they burn down the business, you still have the $100,000. That's a huge difference.
and we're -1 human life, and a human life is worth more than $100,000.
Yeah, and that's where I just
preventative or not. Hey, how do you know? How do you know that guy who was threatening to burn down the building and you blow him away wasn't just going to fail immediately at burning down the building? Like, for example, just a great example of this, a real world example. A firework was shot into the at one point during the protest last summer. A firework was shot into a concrete building that was justified to then dish out was justified to use flashbangs, tear gas, and batons, severely beating a number of protesters, arresting hundreds of people in Seattle. But in the video, you see that the firework just bounces inside and immediately fizzles out. Nothing was burnt, and lots of people were hurt because of that. In your circumstance, you're saying that the police would have been justified in fucking killing someone who shot that firework to prevent no damage. This is just very silly hypotheticals.
Of course not. I would not know. I would not justify that.
Okay, but then how do you know that your building was going to go up in flames? You don't know. There's too many unknowns for you to conclude that. And I don't think you have enough information to justify killing somebody over the potential burning of a building. Even if the building got burnt to the ground, I don't think it would be justified. Because I don't believe in the death penalty.
I agree with you. Once the building's burnt to the ground, I do not think you can kill them, because then that's revenge. That's just you're killing them.
Okay, but if they're in the process of burning down the building, guess what? What if the building gets put out immediately and only a little bit of fire damage occurred, like a couple $100?
I think if you can reasonably think
there's too many unknowns. I think you're just desperately trying to find a way to justify blowing people away.
I don't understand your obsession to attribute the other person's positions for them.
Well, because I'm trying to figure out what your angle is, and your angle is you keep throwing up minor tweaks to.
I've told you though, and you just don't always buy it, which is so interesting to me.
No, because when I say I put a higher value on human life, you go, well, I don't support the death penalty, but I do support blasting somebody away in the case in order to prevent them from doing $100,000 worth of damage. Well, what you're saying is you do believe in the death penalty, but the death penalty cuts off at about $100,000 potential dollars. That's what you're saying.
But you clearly see the difference though between throwing someone away to prevent the crime and killing them after the fact. Do you see the difference?
No,
there,
I don't see a difference.
Oh my, really? Okay.
No,
okay,
I don't see a difference
so,
when it's a monetary crime. If you're talking about if you have
monetary,
if you have reason to believe that it's somebody's going to kill you, yeah, that is true, but not for monetary. $100,000 is not enough to justify killing a human. No, sorry.
So even if it's reasonable that the monetary damage will be done, you don't think preventing it is justified?
Nope, not for $100,000 is it worth ending a human's life. There are other options.
You see a difference between doing it before they do the monetary damage and after. You see a difference there.
Yeah, like a little bit, but it's a very minor it's a very minor distinction in terms of this. Like, for example, I have a similar argument regarding to the fucking Nuremberg trials. If you want to go to another extreme hypothetical, I don't think that after a war is over that you should execute people once the war is over. But obviously people are going to die during the war, but that's because in a war there is an active threat to the lives of the participants in that war. So yes, on that scale, absolutely. But we're not talking about that with regard to a burning of a building. You're putting a price at human life somewhere in the ballpark of $100,000, and I'm not. That's what this boils down to.
Yeah, I agree, but I just wanted you to acknowledge that there's a difference between preventing the crime with lethal.
But
no, because you keep saying, "Oh, you're the judge, jury, and executioner,"
well,
which is a really you're not though, because you're not executing them because they've done the crime. You're doing it to protect your property. That is something that's very different. Like, no one would say you're being the judge, jury, and executioner. If someone was trying to kill me and I shot them, you'd be like, "Oh, you're the judge, jury, and executioner."
Well, actually, no, that's a real thing. Like, that's a thing that people have talked about. If you're getting mugged and you blow somebody away, we actually currently have laws about this in our system. Like, many places have restrictions on when you can use a weapon in self-defense, because you can't just use it in self-defense because you're threatened.
I know. I know.
Right. So then you're arguing something that's not. It goes nowhere. Like, we know that there are circumstances in which it's unreasonable to just say, "My life is in danger, I'm going to blow you away." Somebody reaches to grab.
Sure, but if your life was actually in danger and you killed someone, you would not say to that person, "You're the judge, jury, and executioner."
Yeah, if they were justified, for sure. Yeah, if they were justified, yeah. I wouldn't say they were being the judge, jury, and executioner if they were acting in reasonable self-defense. But I would say they were being the judge, jury, and executioner. I would say that they are being the judge, jury, and executioner if they decided to blow somebody away over their business. Yes. Yep.
Okay. I mean, like, yeah. Well, I feel like you probably haven't said it before, and to me, it feels a bit dishonest because you typically, when people are saying, "Oh, you were being the judge." I think
you just really want to try and find like an objective way that your axiomatic like assumption about the value of human life is correct, when it's just not. It's just your arbitrary determination of the value, and mine is different.
Look, I mean, I'm trying to be patient with you.
Well, I mean, trust me, I'm being patient with you. Yes.
Like, it seems that you're very obsessed with trying to attribute the psychological point that the person's
I'm saying what I think. I'm declaring here. I'll put it in easy words. I'm declaring what I think your intent is based on a pattern of actions.
That's a fallacy, though. It's irrelevant. Who cares what my intent is?
Wait, it's relevant to me. It's super relevant to me.
Just my arguments. Who cares?
No, because you could do this. You will do this all night, and it's a waste of my time if all you're trying to do is if you're upset. Because here's the thing. Let me be completely honest. I'll tell you the reason why I care about this. Because I think that there are a whole bunch of people on the internet, and I kind of feel like you might be one of them, who are really, really obsessed with using hypotheticals to be unbelievably consistent to a degree that almost makes them look ridiculous. Because the reality is that humans have a boundary to how consistent they are, because there are many unknowns. No human can be omniscient. I don't believe that's the case. So what I think is there's a faction, or there's a whole group, a pattern, a type of person on the internet who's really obsessed with trying to get people to agree with their idea of objective morality, and that they're definitely correct, so they can say, "I'm so right." And that's what it feels like is going on here, because no matter how many times I explain to you my viewpoint, you try to go in and you make a weird other hypothetical in which you try to make it seem as though your price on life is better than mine, when the core disagreement is just that we put a different value on price of life, and it is uncomfortable to you. Maybe it causes, you know, some sort of cognitive dissonance or whatever, to recognize that your price on life is arbitrary, as is mine, and the case that we make for it is like the only real distinguishing part.
Yeah, or I just think maybe you haven't considered this point before, and I suggested it to you. Right, that's also a very reasonable point. That
I've definitely thought about this before, many times. I've never thought. To be fair, I will give you credit. I've never talked about this before in this particular manner, but I've talked about this many times before. This style is brand new.
First, I want to address like your point on why the intention's important to you. Yeah, like, look, I understand you probably deal with a lot of shitty people on the internet often, right? And
true,
I sympathize with that, like 100%.
I don't think you're a shitty person. I just think you have an annoying way of approaching questions when you could just ask easier questions and it wouldn't.
Yeah, sure. I wouldn't call myself a shitty person. I was actually going to address the person you debated in the Hippy Dippy podcast, who also was named Tyler. Yes, I thought he was being a really shitty person, and that's why I sympathize with you a lot. Like, I don't know what it's like dealing with people who I have to be concerned where they may be coming from when they're trying to argue with me. I think that's bad. But what I was going to say on that is, I sometimes think that you overdo this because I really am just trying to have an honest conversation with you. I'm not trying to do gotchas. This is, maybe you think the way I think is annoying, all that, but I'm not doing it in a malicious way.
Well, I never really said you were malicious. I'm just trying to point out what I think.
Sure, but
wait.
I'm not trying to be malicious, but you know,
you're being sensitive. You're being really sensitive. You come on my show and you ask me, you prod me with all kinds of questions about my morality, my approach, and you go, really, all these different questions, and then when I say I feel like this is the way you're approaching it, you get really you react really strongly to that. All I'm telling you is what I think you're trying to do. If you don't agree with me, that's okay to just disagree. I never called you an idiot. I never said anything. I definitely said that I think you have a weird approach to this problem, but like you've had judgments and past judgments in this very conversation in which you've said, that's kind of ridiculous. Don't you think that's a little extreme? You're doing the exact same thing. You're getting offended. You're getting offended when I do it back to you, but I'm not. I just sit here and take all your questions, and I've been fielding them for what we've talked like a grand total of like 2 or 3 hours together. Come on. Come on,
no,
don't be so sensitive. You came on here and you prod and poke and you say, that seems extreme. Let me give you 20 more hypotheticals, and then I say one thing, which is like, God, it really feels like you're trying to find an objective way to justify your condition, your arbitrary axiomatic judgment is better than mine, and then you are like, wow, you're being so overreactive. Come on.
Well, so a few things. A lot of times I'm just trying to clear up your position for myself, because I'm trying to make sure I understand it completely. Because what I've heard from you, and this is what I think your position is on the property at least, if someone's burning down your business, you have to stand there and watch. You have to stand there and watch where they. Yes.
No. You can do a million other things. There's 100 other. You've got like black and white thinking problem here. There isn't just two options between stand and watch and shoot the guy. You could go out and you could threaten him with a bat and go, get away from my building, and they go, and they back off. You could do that.
And
you could call the cops. You could have your.
What if he doesn't back away?
Oh, well then I guess if he's gonna push his way through, or you could push back, or guess what? I would even believe you have the right to like smack him in the leg with the bat. I believe you have a right to protect your business. $100,000 for a smack on the leg with the bat. That's justified, though.
The leg with a bat, and then he comes back. He keeps trying to burn down the building. So
eventually, if he's going to keep coming back to burn down the building, if he's not threatening your life, but he just really wants to burn down your building, and you can't delay him for long enough, he might burn down your building. You still don't have the right to kill him. But you have a right to do a whole lot of other things. But notice how you tried to frame it as though there's only two options, which is stand by like a cuck and watch as a guy burns down your business, or 2, blow the guy away. There's literally thousands of other options. You could walk up. I bet this would work. Yeah, you could walk up and give him a kiss. Huh?
So I would obviously agree that there's other options that you can do. I was implying for the sake of argument, let's say those avenues weren't applicable to you at the time. To get to the heart of the matter of the issue, if taking a life can be worth protecting a business, for example.
No.
That's what
for the 500th time. No.
Exactly.
Barring an extreme circumstance.
No. At the end of the day, then, you would say that you would have to sit there and watch your business burn down if all other avenues were explored and you could not. You just have to stop and watch.
If you've tried everything else and nothing is working, the police haven't arrived, the fire department hasn't arrived, your buddies haven't arrived, you tried kissing his lips and it didn't work, yes, you have to sit there like a cuck and watch as the scary criminal burns down your building. Yep. And then guess what? You can sort it out afterwards because you still don't have the right to blow them away. Yep. Congratulations. In your ridiculous hypothetical, you have correctly presume that if you're given two options between not kill someone and kill someone, and the stakes of that question is a building, yes.
No, not a building, your business.
A business? Okay, a business, which is a building, whatever. A business, your business, whatever you want to call it. Yes, that's correct. Okay. If you are giving me a hypothetical in which there are only two options, which I would say is a ridiculous hypothetical, then sure. Just like if there was a ridiculous situation, let me see if I can come up with one that would be a counter. Yeah. Hold on, let's see.
You can come up with any ridiculous situation, and I'll stay true to my position.
Yeah, let me see if I can come up with one.
Yeah.
Hold on, give me just a minute. I want to come up with a hypothetical here that would demonstrate something. No, I can't think of anything that ridiculous. I'm not even going to try. All right. Well, it was good. It was good talking with you.
Can I quickly just say one more thing?
Is it another hypothetical?
No.
Okay. What is it?
Look, Demon, I think you're a very talented debater.
Oh, is it going to be super condescending? Because then I'll just we can end it.
No. I'm actually being 100% genuine. I really am. I was about to ask you for advice, actually.
Okay. Go ahead.
It's not condescending. I think you're very intelligent. I think you're really good at rhetoric, which is something that I want to work on, as you pointed out earlier. Mm-hmm. So I was just wondering, let's just run this by you.
Mm-hmm.
I have actually been victim of an owned by Ben Shapiro video, unfortunately. And
Wait,
I think I have been.
Okay.
And it got almost 6 million views on YouTube.
Damn.
And I thought, I agree with my position on the matter. Like, I don't think my position was wrong or my argument's wrong, but I think rhetorically I could have handled myself better, and that's what I was kicking myself at. So I was wondering if you could give me some advice. It's about a 3-minute clip. If you could just watch it with me and go over and give me advice for next time, because I am impressed with your rhetoric. Even though I know we got a bit heated at each other at times in this conversation, I still think you're quite well spoken.
Sure. DM it to me, and then we'll talk about it. Okay, I will respond to your DM if you DM it to me. Okay, I'll watch it and then I'll respond. I will say in general, I don't really know I don't know necessarily that your approach is, in my opinion, a problem of rhetoric so much as it is a problem of communication. I don't really feel like sort of outrageous. I know that I realize there are certain circumstances where an outrageous hypothetical or an extreme hypothetical can seem funny and whatever and valuable, but it doesn't necessarily reveal things. If your goal is to engage in discourse with somebody and figure out their positions, you can ask direct questions and they'll usually be honest with you. And then you can deploy, if you really need to, hypotheticals to illustrate a specific point. But starting with extreme hypotheticals usually doesn't reveal anything. And it usually only leaves people just going what's the point of this? Which is what I did in both conversations that we had. You just got to take the communication pill. It's a two-way street, It's not rhetoric. It's not rhetorical tricks. It's just what's that?
Yeah, the calm pill.
Well, it's not even calm. It's just in
the
first conversation, you could have just asked me, do you think that people should generally do what they can to make the world a better place? And I would have said yes, although there are probably exceptions. And then you could have said, well, what are those exceptions? And I would say, okay, here's some exceptions. And we would have had the conversation we had, but much less confusing. Likewise, today, we could have just stopped this conversation at the Mona Lisa thing, where I already stated my position that I don't think it's easy to put a price tag on human life in most cases, and that's the same conclusion we're at right now.
Yeah, and honestly, that was my mistake. My thinking was just I didn't know if you had heard that that point before, maybe, and maybe that was presumptuous of me, and I apologize for that.
Yeah, listen, it's all good. I've done the run of the gamut of all of the philosophical arguments. I haven't heard every single one ever. You know, I'm not like some kind of genius, but I mean, for sure, I've definitely had arguments about self-defense and the value of human life before. It's a very common thing.
But
Yeah.
would you be okay then? I just sent it to you to watch this quickly over with me on stream. It's an entertaining video.
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch it on stream. But I'll watch it off stream and respond to you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Is that cool?
Oh, sorry. I thought it was like kicking me off, and I thought you already left. But
no,
yeah. If that works for you, I overall enjoyed this conversation. I think we do have some differences still, and maybe if I ever have more differences with you, I'll come back on and annoy you a bit more if I can.
Feel free. It's listen. I get exasperated, but I am just a very emotive person. That doesn't necessarily mean that I like hate you or anything. Like, don't mistake my annoyance for dislike. Okay, it's been enjoyable.
And I do not like being attributed to destiny. By the way,
oh come on! Oh, don't no.
No. I was talking with one of your mods about this. I was making the philosophical arguments Destiny was making like 2 years before he was.
Oh, okay.
And then
yeah, you were the first
and
Destiny.
then he makes arguments, and whenever I bring them up, people are like, "Oh, you're taking that from Destiny." It's like, no, I was talking about incest 2 years before Destiny ever brought up incest.
Oh God, don't do that. Oh no. Oh God. Oh no.
What?
Oh, you're DGG poisoned. Okay, listen, just hang around here and I'll help you in the future. Okay, listen, please don't go around. Please don't go around arguing with people about incest. It does not do what you think it does. It is not actually.
No. I was saying I didn't argue with people about incest. So my philosophy professor.
Incest is a really great way to get somebody's philosophical principles and find out if they're a consistent person. No, it isn't. They will just make people think you're weird.
My philosophy professor gave us the argument in favor of incest in my first university.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, and that's supposed to be in a philosophy class. Like, listen, okay, I could go about this forever.
I know, but I'm just saying, yeah, I know. Like, I know that's where it's supposed to be. But I'm saying, like, it's always funny to me when people are like, oh, that's a Destiny thing. And it's like, I've heard of it way before Destiny.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. All right, listen, let's talk again sometime, okay? Other than that, I hope you have a good night, okay? Thanks for coming on. Seriously.
All right, let me know what you think of the video. Peace out.
See you. All right. I'm wrapping up the stream call-ins now. I gotta get to my content. Wait. Somebody came into stream call-ins. Wait, do you want to debate with me or something?
No. I thought I wanted to try. Do you saw all my previous messages that I tried to send?
In site chat?
Yeah, site chat.
No, I didn't see your messages. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just mentioning some stuff about I think you could have done better.
Sure.
Before Friday. And I'm gonna try to make it quick because obviously.
No. I'm hopping off. I'm not doing call-ins right now. So.
All right. Well, go.
Yeah. No offense. It's nothing personal. I got to do my show. You know.
No, that's good. Okay.
Right.
Have a good one.
See ya. Okay. I need to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we have a couple more things to do, okay? I have a couple other things I want to talk about, okay? I'm going to hit the restroom. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Just stick around. There's more content. Don't worry. We got a little bit longer. Don't worry. I know today's been a bit wild, okay? I'll be right back. All right, everybody. All right, imps. All right. Ugh. Oh, Jesus. Lexi, Exiliax, welcome all of the Lexi Raiders. Thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome to my channel. You have just come in. We are just about to do some really fun stuff. You missed a bunch of interesting debates. Lexi, so good to see you. I hope you're well. All Lexiites, if you're coming into the chat right now, come on over to the website. Come over to the website, DemonMama.com/live. It's pog as hell. We have unique stuff and everything. And if you aren't subbed to my YouTube, it's right there in the chat. Click the YouTube and sub to the YouTube. YouTube is my primary platform. You can catch, if you like this stream, you can go watch all of my VODs. They're all up there. It's fucking awesome. It's so cool. Of course, you can follow on Twitch, but my VODs aren't up on Twitch. My VODs, they only go up on YouTube. That's just how it goes. That's just how it is, all right? But very happy to have you all. If you don't know who I am a lefty political edutainer. I do a lot of debate. I do a lot of history stuff. I do a whole bunch of cool stuff. Talk about trans rights all the time. It's super, super cool. I'm very happy to have you all here. And if you become one of my fans, you get to be called an imp. You get to be one of DemonMama's imps, which is like, what the fuck? That's super cool. I've always wanted to be an imp, right? Who doesn't want to be an imp? Well, not me. I'm the DemonMama, but you all can be imps. All right? Yeah, you can be a dough imp. That's so cute. What you got me? You got me a fucking meme? Somebody's got a meme for me? I don't want to debate. What do you want to debate about? Everybody's always trying to fucking sneak in and they don't actually disagree with me. I want to debate with people I disagree with, not people who watch my show all the time. I love y'all, but Jesus Christ. It's the Vaush problem. I'm having the Vaush problem. What the fuck? I never thought that would happen. What do you want to debate me on, Lexi? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm gonna say some words down here.
Oh, wait, I can't do this. This is gonna get me fucking copyright struck. I can't do it. I can't do it. That does look really funny. This does look really funny. I will watch this later and I will watch it. I will watch this and I will react to it off stream, okay? Are there tall imps? Yes. Yes, there are tall imps. Absolutely. What? You don't really want to debate about eugenics. Come on. No way. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Wrong. That's not true. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. You're faking. You were on the call-ins, but we weren't doing call-ins. I was doing debates. I'm sorry, Occams. I'm not... I'm not actually doing call-ins. I'm just doing debates. I don't know. I've never seen Destiny IRL. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't chance it. I can't chance it. Thoughts on being wrong about Godzilla versus King Kong? Well, I wasn't really wrong. I claimed, listen, no spoilers, okay? Listen, I wasn't wrong. Shut the fuck up. Monkey Gang, still Monkey Gang forever, okay? Monkey Gang. I will still be Monkey Gang. Monkey. Monkey, monkey. Monkey, monkey, monkey. Monkey, monkey. This is where I'm at. I think most people are wrong on this. So what do you believe about organizing unions, parties, councils, etc.? That feels like a wait, that's such a broad question. I think there's lots of ways to organize. Unions can be pretty based. Parties are limited, but probably have some use as well. Councils, depends on the type of council. Oh, I do need to add the monkey. I know, I have to add a couple. I like big imps, itty bitty imps, Mississippi imps, inner city imps. I like the pretty imps with the bow tie. Get your nails did. Let it blow dry. I like a big beard. I like a clean face. I don't discriminate. Come get a taste from the play imps to the gay imps. Go and stay imps. You my fave imps. There we go. I don't know if that was the right beat, but there we go. Damn. I know I need to add monkey and I need to add the soy mama. Debate me on Obama's first name? You mean Barack Hussein? Do you think any of those have any hope at being a voice for the proletariat, specifically in abolishing capitalism? I think they have a role. I don't know that any single one is the answer, but I think they have a role. I think that unions could probably do a lot for advancing the putting us to a better state for the abolition of of capitalism. I don't think that any one of them could do it by themselves. What do I think about leftists forming militias? Listen, militias, oh boy. Listen, militias, nah. Listen, I don't do militias here, okay? Listen, militias have a lot of problems, okay? My view is that eugenics is fine if you know that a kid will have a mutation that will hurt quality of life, like cerebral palsy. I'd say a parent would be fine aborting a child in that situation. That's not really eugenics, though. That's not eugenics, is it? Does that count as eugenics? I don't think it does. Is that eugenics? I don't think it's I don't think it's eugenics if we allow people to have abortions. Wait, what? But don't we allow people to have abortions for any reason? I don't think that's the same thing. Melissa Etheridge? I like Melissa Etheridge. No, I don't like DeBaby memes. No, I don't think that's the textbook definition. Let's take a look. Hold on. The study of how to arrange reproduction within a human population to increase the occurrence of heritable characteristics regarded as desirable. I don't think that qualifies as eugenics. I don't think that qualifies as eugenics. Sorry. I don't think that qualifies. Yeah, I agree. It does get into some questionable... I don't think that qualifies as eugenics. I've heard of CRISPR, yes. Wait, it talks about selective breeding. I don't think that that counts as selective breeding. I don't know. I don't think it is. God, I fucking hate internet philosophers. Holy shit, you people are so fucking annoying. Can I just say that? And this includes me too, because I'm like this too. But seriously, at the same time, holy fuck, internet philosophers are the biggest pedants on the planet. They confuse being a pedant with being a philosopher. So you're saying you think incest is immoral? I am very smart. Congratulations. Okay, so here's the thing. Wait a second. Hold on. I'm going to turn this around on chat. Ready? I'm going to turn this around on chat. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. What if I'm going to create a hypothetical? Here we go. We're doing it. Okay? You have a baby. Let's imagine a world in which babies have a very, very small % chance of being born as a nuclear bomb. So, when the baby is born, the baby will blow up and kill everyone nearby. Would it be eugenics if you aborted the baby so that it wouldn't blow up? You fucking idiots! The answer is shut the fuck up, DemonMama. That's a stupid idea. You fucking fools. I got you. You fell for it. Thank you for rejecting my hypothetical. No, it wouldn't blow up in the womb. It blows up only after the baby is fully born. The umbilical cord is the fuse. No. I haven't seen that video. Nuke baby. There you go. Good luck. People engage with that hypothetical? Yes, they did. It wasn't a dumb hypothetical. It's just as good. I don't think nukes have fuses, but I'm not a nuclear scientist. Yeah, true. What if it blows up during the abortion? It can't. In my hypothetical, it cannot blow up in an abortion. The only way that the only way that the baby that you can stop. Wait, hold on. I'm making it better. Ready? The only way that you can stop the baby from blowing up your local hospital and everyone nearby. The only way is to abort the baby and become a eugenicist. Are you all eugenicists now? A little weird, Gina. A little fucking weird. I see you swapped that out. It's a little fucking weird. Is it pivot? No, it isn't actually, Rivy. Jesus fucking Christ. Simple, easy. Doe is next to you. Do you pet me and tell you you look cute? Yes, always, without question, absolutely. Pet. Exploding babies notwithstanding, there's a disability argument to be made here, and I'll more than likely be talking about this on a queer disability debate panel. I'm open to talk about it. To be honest, no, please. My brain is like actually hurting. Did you know that I was going to talk about, going to talk about stuff in prep for Friday, but we've gone on for 7 hours arguing random hypotheticals? Listen, I recognize, yes, things can be morally wrong and not necessarily eugenics. What's my degree? And I don't have a degree. 3-time college dropout, baby. Guess what? 3.6 GPA, 3-time college dropout. I'm one of those dumb shits. AKA I'm a poor person. That's the answer. Are you allowed to shoot your parents if they throw out your PS4? Damn, what games does it have? Are all of your games on the hard drive? It might push it over the $1 million mark. Oh yeah, I agree. Wait, hold on. You've been possessed by the demon mom, and I think I like it. Thanks for giving me respite from life. You're welcome, Joe in a box. I don't give you respite from life. The cool thing is only in life can you experience a Demon Mama stream. That's why no dying allowed. You have to stay alive. I did show stream the soy jack, but I'm gonna show stream it by putting it on the website. Wait, I have student loan debt. Actually, Dad, it's funny you joke about that, but I'm actually worse than that position. I have school debt from 3 different schools, no degree, and I'm still poor. What's the appropriate response to violence on a community? When John Brown ravaged various slaver communities, why was his violence acceptable? Complicated question. Cause I don't know. Cause slavers are bad. Fuck them. I don't know. The basket mod won't be ready for a while. Isn't it? It's a complicated question. Yeah, I think it's really hard. I think that's a really hard question to answer. I would argue that it would probably, if I was to take on that one, ooh, that's interesting actually. See, now that's an interesting question right there. That is how you ask a philosophy question that's revealing. That is how you answer an interesting question. Wow. Maybe. The answer, there is a definitive objective answer to this, Catherine. Maybe. Are those attacks moral? Malatesta's in chat. Let's see here. Lexi says, where's Lexi? Where'd we go? Wait, where'd Lexi go? Okay, so are the bourgeois, and yet many leftists realize that attacks on property and individuals don't solve things. Are those attacks moral? I think some attacks, some types of attacks may be moral depending on the circumstances. This is a fucking crazy, difficult question. Honestly, look, I'll have a conversation with you, but my brain is like flattened from having to argue about whether you should be able to use a remote machine gun drone to kill someone who's going to steal your remaining copy of the Mona Lisa that's worth $1 billion or something. So my brain has kind of like been smoothed out over the course of the night. Interesting question, Exiliax. Jesus Christ. These are difficult. Fuck. These are fucking wild questions. I know. Lexi, you know what? Lexi. You know what? Lexi. Hold on a second. Lexi, you come in here and you fucking flex on me with your big brain. You think you can just come into my stream and flex on me and make me seem like the dumb shit with your big ass questions about serious fucking politics? What? That's not true, and you will be going to hell. Bye. Bye, bitch. Is theory classist? No, not intrinsically, but people who are obsessed with theory are often classists. Yeah, I don't know the answer either. But wait a second. Hold on a second, Lexi. Wait a second. Lexi, if you don't have all the answers, you're not morally consistent. And if you're not morally consistent, that means you don't deserve to have a Twitch channel. Because only the most morally consistent people who can answer a hypothetical about turtle rape cages should be allowed to have a platform. You should not be allowed to talk about philosophy unless you personally have licked Socrates' asshole. Personally, with your own tongue. Shut up. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You haven't. You didn't get the Socrates before me. Excuse me? You have. Damn. Yeah, that can count, Silent. That counts. What if a small amount of incest could prevent nuclear bomb babies? Oh, shit. You might be morally required to... That means that... Wait a minute. Now we've figured it out. We figured out the answer. Provided that all babies are nuclear, in a hypothetical... where all babies are nuclear except incest babies, the only way to save the future of humanity would be for your sister to get stuck in a hole like Winnie the Pooh and for you to engage in a nice cup of tea with her. There you go. Ha! Faked you out. Fuck you. Fuck you people. Fuck you all. What is this? What have you done to my stream? Oh God, I'm so fucking... You know, we didn't do anything I planned on today. Not one thing. Here's another question. If we recognize that prisons are the direct form of brutal repression for those we've deemed wrong... Oh, I know what you're going at. I know. I've seen your Twitter posting. And if we accept that rehabilitation is just a nicer form of repression to change people to fit in better, how should communities respond to violent response? Are prisons okay if they're in the form of rehab? What right does a community have over an individual? That's a tough question too. This is the one who walks away from Omelas. Do we look at Rob's Twitter? You sent me a dono cleanse? Oh shit, did I miss something? I probably missed something. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry if I've been missing donos. I've been like struggling with 3 chats. I've been struggling with 3 chats. Okay? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everyone. Please forgive me. I'm gonna cry. Please fucking forgive me. You want to know what's the really depressing thing? Sorry, I'm going to be a sad sack here for a second, okay? Oh, hey, here we go. Out of context creatures. I'll watch that. By the way, thank you, Faybright. I really appreciate your donos. Seriously, I really, really do. I mean it. Thank you. You want to know is that after all of this, after all my patience, people still call me an over-aggressive, impatient bitch. No matter what. and yet they'll let dude streamers do this shit a million times less patient, a million times worse faith. Do you want me to subject you to the fucking leftist inquisition, Lexi? Is that it? Is that what you want? You want me to fucking subject you to the leftist inquisition? Do you denounce problematic leftists? There we go. Imp patient? Let's watch this. What's this? What's this? Let's take a look. What's this?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Whoa!
There are more.
Whoa! That was awesome. That was a cleanse. Thank you. That was awesome. Oh, hey, Silent says, an arsonist is about to burn down your brand new car. So you can't be certain your car isn't a transformer. Is it moral for you to kill the arsonist? Does your car look cool? There's the question. Stimmy Go Burr, I don't always get a chance to catch these live streams, but I appreciate your content despite some disagreements here and there. Thank you, Faybright. I really appreciate that. That means the world to me. Thank you. Seriously. Thank you for the tier 2. This is important. Oh boy, it better be important, Lexi. This better be a video of you reading a book in a field in your dough outfit.
Penises. Penises. Penises.
Yes. 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 Sorry, I'm screaming. It's really unnecessary. I agree. Penises. Very, very well done. Absolutely. That was essential. The most essential shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Fuck. Aw. Much love to you too, Mr. Saxakeet. Aw, thank you, Mother Muirset. Appreciate that. Uh-oh. There isn't one because one is consensual. Listen, hello, leftist tech support. Good to see you. Haven't seen you around in a while. Hope you're doing well. Dicks. 12-string? I could play a little bit of the 12-string. Any interest in an Eldritch Vision? I like those most of the time. I see that short URL, Laura. Not happening. I ain't clicking that shit. Oh my god. My brain, my eyes are actually hurting right now. I can't. I know. Today was wild. Hey, I hope everybody had fun. You know, sometimes I get to the end of a stream and I get this feeling like I'm like, oh, did I do a good job? Did I keep the imps entertained? I hope I did. We had a lot of viewers today. I hope I have kept you all entertained and stuff. I don't know. Maybe it's, I don't know. Is it guilt? I don't know. Oh, it's very important? All right, fine. I try my best. I always feel like, I don't know. I have a weird complex. I have a weird, fucking, I don't know. I always feel nervous about not doing enough. It's literally important. All right, Alora. All right, you got me. Yeah. Have I ever streamed myself playing guitar? No, but, well, yes, I have, but I'll do it right now. Hold on. Here we go. All right. I haven't practiced in a couple days, which makes me feel bad. But you know what? Here, I'll practice a little bit more right now. I'm not good at guitar, by the way. And then I go like this. So wait, hold on. I'm not good at it. I have a little bit of an advantage. This one is... G, C, D equals next. Wait, hold on, yeah. I don't know what I can play. I know I can play one song. Yeah, this is my 12 string. I'm learning that. I don't know. The thing is, I've been slacking a little bit on my practicing. And by slacking, I mean I've been doing so much else. Yeah, there's always room for improvement. True. Wait. Damn it. Yeah, the sound is really rich, isn't it? It's a beautiful guitar. This guitar alone inspires me so much. I know I will, Silent. I promise you. I promise you I will. There's somebody in the Discord who's using their username to call people out. What? What does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Oh, I'm sorry. Silent, I didn't see that you wanted to come in. I'm sorry, Silent. I'm sorry. I didn't know you wanted to make a cool joke. What brand? This is an Ibanez. This is an Ibanez Artwood. It's beautiful and I love it. I used my stimmy on this. One part of my stimmy. Listen to that. Listen to how rich that sounds. Oh. It was Jessica Metal who gave me the idea of this guitar. So thank you. I owe this guitar choice to you, Jessica Metal. Taylor guitars are great. I would buy one, but they're very expensive. Hold on. There's one more thing I want to do here. Wait. Fuck. Fuck. All right. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. I'm getting embarrassed now. One day I'll play piano and guitar for you. Yeah. Thank you. I'm trying to practice. It's just hard. Look, on piano I was really fast. Blah. I used to play piano really well. I'm sure it would come back. I haven't learned Freebird yet, but I will. There we go. 'Cause I'm as free as a bird now. You spin my head right round, baby. That's the one, right? Is that the one? Do you speak or have any interest in speaking any languages other than English? Yes. Very much so. Yes, very much so. I do want to really badly. I never bled. My fingers never bled. I'm sure I'll learn all kinds of things. I want to learn, you want to know what I want to learn? Here's what I want to learn. Let me play you guys something really pog. Look, I can play this. This is something that I can play on stream. I know I can play this one on stream. Let me show you. I want to learn to play this. Ready? get lighter strings, Jessica Metal. I looked into it. This solo makes me fucking come. Isn't that good? I would love to be able to do that. Here you go. Here you go. Boink, boink. There you go. Enjoy, enjoy. I have another one. Actually, you want to know what? Watch this. I have a little, I have to do the re. I already did a re today. Re! There you go. I did a re for you. I did a re for you. There you go. There you go. I gave it to you once and for all. Let me show you something else. Hold on. I have a whole playlist here of songs that are inspirations for me. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Guitar inspiration. Oh, I have so many good ones on here. Look at this shit. So many of these are like super inspirations. Look at this. Watch this. You want to see something fucking wild? This is for when I get an electric guitar.
Okay, hold up.
Okay, hold up. That's pog as shit. I know, I want to learn this shit. I'm so... There's so much 12-string inspiration, though. God, I really want to... Fuck. Please make the inspiration one. I don't know. I'm always very... I'm very... I use she, her pronouns, random as vegan, and yes, I do talk to chat, of course. I know you probably didn't mean that, but just be careful, okay? Try to be sensitive to people's pronouns. Let's see here. Yep. What's this? You play a Telecaster? Ooh, that's a nice looking one. Take a look at that. Damn, that's a nice looking guitar. Whew, nice. I love Telecasters. Fucking good. No, you're all good. I know you didn't mean it. I'm not super sensitive. I'm not super fucking angry about it. Well, that's so cool, Rhubarb. There was another song that I wanted to show you. God, I wish I could play Yvette Young. I don't think I can play Yvette Young on here. Am I left wing? Yes. That's a fair characterization of my position. Yes, that is. Yes, that is. Yes, it is. I've been doing debates all day today. Left wing debates. Left wing debater. Oh, I love Yvette Young so much. Yvette Young is so incredible. Holy shit. Where did I leave the wing? What? No, I've never heard of that band, Garbear. Or I've never heard of that brand. Sorry. Hey, thanks, Andrew. Appreciate that. Hope to see you again soon. My streams are pretty cool. Oh, wait, left isn't... Oh, I get it. Hey, you're welcome, Captain Young Keat. Happy to have you. There was something else. Honestly, I kind of just want to chill with chat for a little bit. Is that cool? You all gonna be sad if I just, like, I don't know if I got any more, like, I just kind of want to chill with chat. You know? Is that cool? Are people gonna be weird about that? Like, I kind of just want to chill with chat for a little bit. We haven't done chill for, like, ever. You know? Want to do a 5-minute guitar lesson? Nah. I just want to chill. Maybe I can put on some fucking memes. Oh, I don't think I have the energy for memes. Oh, no, Hexagram. God, no. Oh, I can't help you. Can we talk about this week's plans, but chill? We did Kay's cooking already. We're caught up on Kay's cooking. Yeah, let's chill. All right, let's chill, everybody. Just stick around. I'm not gonna run the stream super long, but I love having you here. Seriously, I really appreciate you all. You know our viewers have like jumped way up, like way up. Just so you know, right now, we have 300 viewers. Over 300 viewers. That is so unbelievably pog. Like, guys, that makes me so imps. That makes me feel so fucking good. Thank you all so much. Seriously. I'm sorry that I was super tired today. I do Q&As all the time. I don't want to, listen, it's a lot, okay? It's a lot. I just kind of like want to chill. I wish I could play some, you know, I could play some cool music. Hold on, let me think. Damn, I'm at 77.99K on YouTube. Oh, we're getting closer. I hit a perfect C. Oh, really? You can Fabright for real? Oh, that's amazing. Okay, then I gotta show you something cool. Here, we're gonna vibe with some music together. This shit is so good. I love Yvette Young. We'll chill and we'll talk. Let's chill. Thank you.
You and I were standing outside the house where this all started.
I'm gonna turn it down a little bit so I can talk.
Love was not enough, but I know we'd make it through. But you don't have to believe me, and you don't have to say you will. These days are far and few between.
Yeah, Yvette Young is like an incredibly influential musician. What character would I make? Well, I have one that I'm running right now. What I roll? Blood Hunter. A Order of the Lycan leech. I play a leech Lycan Blood Hunter. Super cool character. I can tell you about the character if you want to. I love her. Oh yeah, it is small Mama camera. We'll make it bigger. Let's make Mama bigger. Nah, I don't watch Critical Role or anything like that. This is chill as hell. Sometimes you just need to vibe, you know? I don't have any time, big boy, unfortunately. Maybe. Take a look. I don't know. I kind of just want to do my own thing. Listen. Lately, I've been giving over my stream to a lot of guests, to a lot of call-ins and debates. Sometimes I just like to be in charge of my stream, you know? Aw, Mother Mirset, you don't owe me anything, okay? Thanks for being here. You don't owe me nothing, all right? I do this shit for free, okay? I appreciate the support, but I do it for free. Oh, that sounds awesome, Hawkeye. Is there a hesitation? I just don't like strict labels. I don't know how helpful the label is. That's all. I don't really feel the need, you know. I don't know what value. This is Yvette Young. Yep, she plays guitar, piano, violin, and sings. Musical genius. 3+ hour long run times on past streams can be daunting, but I'm always happy when I end up in your streams. Just wanted to say thank you for your incredible work ethic and being a vocal advocate for lefty politics. I have to leave for tonight, but I've been hanging around for today, and since Hannah rated earlier, hopefully soon you'll be able to sub on the website. Thank you, TOMG101111111. Thank you very much. That really means the world to me. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Hey, you're welcome. lot of work, but it pays off. Again, the appreciation means the world to me. I very much believe in that. Plus, I get to meet fucking cool-ass people. I don't know. Listen. No parasocial arena, but I love my imps, okay? Y'all are amazing. Oh my god. Those harmonics. Wow. Thank you so much, TOMG. I really appreciate that. I'm gonna play you something awesome, NP Exilium. I'm gonna play you all something awesome after this. No, this isn't copyrighted. She lets you play them. Pennies, yeah. I thought they were called pennies. Pennies, because they have little pinholes in them. Yeah, those things sucked. The site didn't go down, did it? Oh no, did the site go down? Oh. I hope not. Oh, VGG did. Oh, okay. So good. Ugh. Thank you. Oh. Damn. Oh, I love you, Vet Young. Here's the link for everybody who wants it. Hold on. I gotta give the link. Here you go. There you go. Oh, yeah, she did cover that. I know. Yeah, it was super cool. I love her tattoos, too. Yeah. Let me play something for you. Oh, I hope that this won't hit me. Oh, it might. Oh, Pete. Ooh, I don't know if it's... What? What? For real? No, come on. Yep. All right. That's the end of stream. Who told me that? Nah, YouTube's dead. YouTube, okay, hold on a second. All right. I can't, I don't think I can change to Twitch hosting in the middle of a stream. Oh, I can never do this again. Oh, I hate this shit so much. I fucking hate this shit so much. Oh, I could host myself. Okay, true. I'll host myself. Host. Oh. I didn't know that. Damn. Oh, okay. It's all right. I'll host myself. All right. Ugh. Can y'all see me still? Can y'all hear me? Yeah, I probably have to force chat. Refresh the page. It should be hosting. Should be hosting on the website. All right. Oh, that was so ridiculous. No, the VOD isn't completely dead. We'll put it back up. Gayfesh, don't worry. We'll be able to put it back up. It's all good. Don't worry. The VOD, it'll take a minute. It'll take us a little bit. I'll have to re-upload, but it's okay. I always have an extra copy of the VOD. Don't worry. I'm super, super weird about that shit. Okay? Don't worry. Yeah, local backup. Always keep a local backup. Always. Don't worry. Timestamps will be fine. Don't worry. That was mega cringe. Yeah, no, they won't. It just kills the stream. It's okay. It's okay. It's just the stream. I'm not going to have the channel go down. Don't worry. It's all good. Don't worry about it. It happens. I hate it when it happens, though. Makes me feel bad. I lose like 150 viewers instantly. Yeah. What's this? Here. I gotta go to my fucking Twitch. What a great way. Ugh. I do lose the metrics for today's stream, though. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. Whatever. Oh, well. Well, it's all good. It's all good. Whoops. I don't even remember what we were going to do. I don't even remember. It's all good. You know what? It's a good time. It's a good time, okay? You know what? Listen, I'm sorry it was a downer. I hope you still enjoyed the parts that you were here for. Let me just see real quick. I hope you all had a good time. Today was a fucking mess. I missed a Vaush raid because I was stupid. And now I had a great numbers going, and then I fucked the vibe. I had a huge raid from Lexi and fucked the vibe. Damn, today sucks. You know, this champion being this winning the fucking Rumble is not all it's cracked up to be, you know? I know. We'll do that in a bit. Oh. Well, thanks. That does cheer me up, Bolt here. I appreciate that. What a fucking bullshit. Come back stronger tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow because I have to do prep. I have to do prep for Friday. But I will start Friday stream a little early, okay? Here's what we'll do. The 1v1 Vaush match was it was a wrench was thrown into the works. The chat didn't want to hear anything I had to talk about. So they wanted us to go on a fatal four-way with some conservatives so they can see us dunk on some conservatives. But you know what we're going to do? I know what. Yo, that's awesome, Silax. I'll add the soy jack onto the site, okay? All right, here we're going to do. We're going to raid out, okay? On Friday, it's a fatal four-way. I'll talk about it on the Discord. Make sure you join in the Discord. Discord.gg/DemonMama. I'm going to talk about it. We are going to raid out. We are going to raid out. Guess what? No Comment Chick is celebrating 1,000 YouTube subs. So we're going to go raid into No Comment Chick. And I want you all to pop into No Comment Chick's channel and give her some love and congrats on her 1,000, okay? All right? All right? There we go. Go give Irene your love. Tell her the imps send their regards, okay? All right? Much love to all of you. No Parasocial Arena. Thanks for being here. Sorry the vibe got fucked. Friday is going to be Pog, and I'll start an hour early on Friday, so you get extra Demon Mama, okay? All right? Go. Go be good. Go be little troublemaking imps over in Irene's chat and show how much love hell can bring, okay? All right? Mwah! See you all soon.